Chapter 8:31. In the frozen world, two figures were facing the wind and snow. Their figures were leaping quickly on the ice field, leaving small footprints on the huge ice surface. The other person was curled up on the back of the petite figure. His hair was white, and he was shivering. The cold wind froze his tears and froze them on his face. His cheeks trembled, and the ice shards fell onto the girl's collar, causing her to shiver violently. The girl's expression changed slightly when the ice shards fell into her collar, but she didn't say anything else. The energy barrier blocked the wind and snow in front of them, but it didn't reduce the temperature in the barrier. She could still bear with it, but the person on her back had been staring with his eyes wide open. His eyes were trembling, and tears were falling down. Those tears even froze into ice and fell into her collar. "It's so cold. Turn your head to the side. My clothes are all wet." After enduring for a long time, Chu Yingzhen finally couldn't help but say, when she felt her back turn cold. Yun Nuoxing endured the pain and used her eyelids to crush the thin ice in her eyes. She used a hand to rub her face and smiled bitterly. "My eyes are about to shatter from staring. I still have to keep my eyes open to see the road. What can I do? I'm really desperate." Chu Yingzhen thought about it and felt that it was true, but she quickly frowned. After thinking for a while, she quickly said, "Then take a look and close your eyes. Open them after a minute. Don't freeze to death on the road before I can run over." "No." Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook her head. Before Chu Yingzhen couldn't help but scold, she quickly pressed her shoulder and said, "Bing Er and the others are in trouble. 15 minutes ago, a large group of troops suddenly entered the ice plains. Those troops should have come from the wood elemental region. Most of their clothes were torn and tattered, and there were traces of battle. They were charging straight towards Bing, and the others. Right now, the two girls are holding on with their individual strength, retreating towards the inner circle of the water elemental region. I will follow their position at all times, and at the same time change the direction of our advance to the left by 30 degrees. Yun Nuoxing's voice was a little worried as he controlled the direction of their advance. Chu Yingzhen heard this and was stunned for a moment. She rolled her eyes and ran in the direction he pointed. "How much have Bing and the others recovered?" "They are close to the half-immortal level, but those people, mortal level 8 extremities, according to the timeline. They are close to the level of the strongest forces in this world. Those are all very strong teams. Why are they here at this time?" Yun Nuoxing frowned and turned his head to look at the wood element area. However, they had gone a long way into the ice field. He couldn't see the situation there clearly. He could only see that there was a large group of small battles at the edge. He could only speculate that there was a 70% chance that the holy object in the wood element area had not been taken away. Is there something on Bing and the others that is attracting everyone? Chu Yingzhen also thought for a moment. In this strange world, everyone should be busy recovering their strength. How many people are there? There are at least 70 people in the battle. 100? About this number. There are even more teams floating in the sky watching the show. No one has any intention of retreating. Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. He didn't have much strength now. Otherwise, from thousands of miles away, he could shatter the entire sky with his spirit home. Even if he didn't kill all of them, he could scare a lot of people to death. After he finished speaking, Yun Nuoxing fell into deep thought. His eyes flickered slightly. He made contact with Bing Er's soul and vaguely understood what Bing Er had just encountered. Then his expression changed. Feeling Yun Nuoxing's body tremble, Chu Yingzhen raised his head. "What's wrong? Don't tell me that the two girls really have something that attracted those beasts. Bing Air and the others took the key to open the Void Fortress under the glacier. It should be a very important place. This news has just been directly transmitted to half of the people. At least the Farlight College didn't receive it, because I didn't receive this news. The Elemental College shouldn't have received it either. If they had received it, they would have passed it on, probably. Yun Nuoshing gritted his teeth. Damn it, they didn't just pick up the key. They brought back a barrel of explosives. There are hundreds of teams. How are we going to fight them? Chu Yingzhan had a toothache. Why couldn't they all settle down? Didn't they know how to secretly recover their strength and wait until they gathered to attack? They were close enough, but their soul communication was still severely blocked. Yun Nuoshing could only use his eyes to look at Bing Air and Ming. The two girls used the glacier's terrain and Ming's powerful holy power to forcefully stop the hundreds of teams. Although it was a bit embarrassing, fortunately, the two girls did not suffer any substantial injuries. At this moment, they were retreating as they fought. They were constantly getting closer to the center of the ice field. The two people from Yun Nuoshing had no choice but to turn around and meet up. With the strength of the four of them, three of them, it should not be a problem for them to escape from the battlefield. He also saw some people wandering around the place where the first battle took place. It seemed that this message did not have any tracking function. It only informed everyone that there were two people here who had received this clue. The people watching in the sky weren't very strong either. They only dared to watch, but didn't dare to join the battle. They were also wary of the hundreds of teams surrounding Bing Air and Ming. Celestial Godly Academy. Yun Nuoshing's voice made Chu Yingzhan's face twitch. They're involved. The main force, one team, 50 people. The leader is a mortal level 9. The other teams should know them. Didn't Xian Mu say that Celestial Godly Academy has allied with several factions? Yun Nuoshing's voice was gloomy. Why are these guys causing trouble so crazily? Can't they rest for a while? Chu Yingzhan slammed on the ice and stared at Yun Nuoshing. Hurry up, don't stop. Yun Nuoshing patted her head and pointed in a direction. It was where Bing Air and the others had to go. You think I'm a transportation tool? Chu Yingzhan fiercely glared at him. She lowered her head and bit down on his arm. The powerful occlusal muscles exerted force. Yun Nuoshing fiercely sucked in a mouthful of cold wind and snow that came head-on. Her entire body could not help but tremble. She hurriedly reached out and patted her shoulder. Be gentle. Be gentle. It's broken. I'm bleeding. Shit, it's frozen. The wound is infected. I'm going to die. After wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf for a while, Chu Yingzhan finally gave a light snort. She lifted his legs and rushed forward. Yun Nuoshing looked at the wound that was so deep that it was bleeding. Even though it was now blocked by blood ice, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the fuming Chu Yingzhan. What was wrong with her? His body was currently so weak that it was about to die. Hey, does it still hurt? Chu Yingzhan glanced at him. What do you think? Yun Nuoshing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My defense is basically 0 right now. You bit so hard. That's right. I'm not the one in pain. Chu Yingzhan snorted and turned around. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. Hey, harem guy. Chu Yingzhan's soft call interrupted his messy thoughts. Yun Nuoshing rubbed his face and took a deep breath. After a while, he responded, Speaking of which, was he so familiar with this title that he could ignore it? He responded so naturally. Your token should be able to contact the people from Farlight Academy, right? Chu Yingzhan asked. Yun Nuoshing pondered for a while. After a while, he nodded slightly. In theory, it should be possible. Elder Yen Feng told me that the tokens are interconnected. It can send an urgent message to inform everyone where you are or leave a dying message. Let's contact the people from Farlight Academy. It should be difficult for us to deal with this alone. If your friends still care about you, they should respond to your call for help. It depends on whether you can put your face down or not. Chu Yingzhan said faintly. She didn't believe in people's hearts. People's hearts are ugly. Now that you mention it, I remember that I used to think that way too. Although it was just a thought, I didn't rely on these things. I don't know how deep my friendship is. Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh, then shook his head, but Lin Sheng and the rest probably won't. Yes, they won't be like this. I don't have any face to lose. My life is about to be lost. I don't want my face anymore. After that, Yun Nuoxing didn't hesitate. He took out the token of Farlight Academy and sent his weak soul power into it. He hesitated, as if he was too embarrassed to speak to so many people at once. Who knew how many students there were in this world? However, this hesitation faded away when he felt a small hand gently patting his thigh. He mustered up the greatest courage he had ever mustered and used his soul to shout at the top of his lungs, "Help! Lin Sheng! Dashin! Luo Yi! Senior Mengyu! It's an emergency! Celestial Academy is surrounding us! I'm going to die!" This soul shout was not controlled well, and even Chu Yingzhan heard it. She immediately staggered and turned her head to look at Yun Nuoxing with a slightly changed expression. She had thought that this fellow would not be able to lower himself to shout, but the words that came out of his mouth stunned her. This fellow was throwing caution to the wind. After knowing the urgency of the situation, Chu Yingzhan didn't try to conceal herself. She didn't even try to conceal her aura. She rushed out with an imposing aura and even flew up midway. Flying for a long time in the mortal realm consumed a lot of energy, but she couldn't care too much at this moment. She took out the large pile of spoils she had collected and crazily absorbed them. She didn't care about the efficiency of the spoils. She just wanted to recover as much energy as possible in this short distance. After Yun Nuoxing finished shouting, he immediately cut off the soul connection. His pretty face was slightly red, and he did not check if anyone on the other side had received it. He only knew that if he continued to connect when someone really responded, he would be so embarrassed that he would dig a hole and jump in. After a while, Yun Nuoxing stealthily contacted the token again and heard a lot of noise. A rough voice shouted, "Let's go to the ice fields. We can't let those bastards bully our brothers." He could tell that this was the voice of Chuan Jingshan's brother, Chuan Mu. Furthermore, there seemed to be a few voices frantically calling out his name from the token. Yun Nuoxing hesitated for a long time and did not dare to respond. He felt that if he responded at this moment, the group of people on the other side would greet him with questions. The two figures turned into streaks of light and quickly arrived at that area. After crossing an icy peak, a chaotic and vast battlefield appeared before them. Golden flames and icicles, as thick as thighs, burst out in all directions. The two blended together to form a special icicle firestorm. The battlefront stretched for hundreds of meters. Occasionally, huge icicles would protrude from the ice, and the golden flames would directly pierce through the pursuers or obstruct them. A large group of people flew around in the sky like flies, either going around the sea of fire or directly passing through it, chasing after the two figures who were desperately trying to escape. All kinds of energy flew across the sky, bombarding the ice field until it looked like it had been baptized by meteorites. Potholes could be seen everywhere. There was even an ice mountain that was blasted into the sky by the energy and then fiercely smashed down, shattering into a large piece of ice. Yun Nuoxing and Chuan Mu didn't try to hide. They directly charged into the battlefield. Chu Yingzhan's aura immediately attracted the attention of many. Most of the people were startled and gasped. The group from Celestial Godly Academy was also startled. Go! Harem ball! Chu Yingzhan ignored the gazes of the crowd, taking advantage of their shock. She shouted and used all her strength to throw Yun Nuoxing off her back. She waved her hand, and a large amount of stone appeared out of thin air. They condensed into long and thin thorns that revolved around Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing shouted and used up all her light essence and life force. She waved her right hand, and an ice brick appeared. She shot towards the Celestial Godly Academy's Extreme Nine like a cannonball. The ice brick in her hand smashed down as she shouted, "I'll smash your lungs." Before the crowd could recover from the shock, Yun Nuoxing's figure appeared in front of the Celestial Godly Academy's captain and smashed the ice brick towards his head. Bang! The Celestial Godly Academy's captain was also sent flying by the high-speed human cannonball and the brick. His expression froze for a second. He couldn't react at all. The energy in his body hadn't dissipated yet, but he didn't have time to defend himself. The light essence was out of the norm. It was the best choice for assassination and escape. That loud sound stunned countless people. The captain and Yun Nuoxing were sent flying and slowed down in a few breaths. Yun Nuoxing raised her weak hand and used the brick to smash the captain's head. Blood and ice shards flew everywhere. Although the people in the distance didn't see how painful the brick was, they could see from the extent of the captain's head that it was a fatal blow. Using sublight speed to smash a person together with a brick and taking advantage of the fact that they couldn't react, even a demon-rank powerhouse would be turned into a fool. Bang! The last brick smashed over, and the ice in Yun Nuoxing's hand shattered into countless pieces. The captain fainted without making a sound. His head flowed white and red and was quickly frozen by the extreme temperature here. The former had also lost all ability to move and fell to the ice below with him. He was very sure that this was the simplest and crudest fight he had had in all these years. Bing, and Ming Ming were also taken aback at first, but when they saw that the figure that flashed by was actually a familiar figure, they heaved a sigh of relief. They would not be able to withstand another such strong person. However, just as they heaved a sigh of relief, they were once again hung up. They saw that Yun Nuoxing did not get up from the captain's body, and the two of them quickly fell towards the ice. If they were to crash onto the ice like this, Yun Nuoxing would most likely die on the spot. Whoosh! The wings on Ming Ming's back unfurled, and her delicate body transformed into a streak of golden flames as she shot towards the Yun Nuo planet. Bing, and Chu Yingzhan, who had reunited, stood side by side, blocking the path in front of everyone. The icy blue snowstorm and the brown storm of earth and stone combined into one, circling about 30 meters in front of the two. In the sky, the fierce battle paused because of this sudden development. When everyone reacted, their faces froze. The Celestial Godly Academy team's faces sank. Their captain had been crippled in a single exchange. No one knew what had happened in those 2 short seconds. They hesitated for a moment. During this time of hesitation, Ming Ming had already rushed in front of Yun Nuoxing and picked up the latter's body. Soon after, the latter's delicate body trembled. During the time they were separated from Chu Yingzhan's energy barrier, his body had been tossed around in the cold wind to the point that it was almost frozen. Ming Ming picked him up as if he was carrying an ice cube. "Big brother, why are you so reckless?" Ming Ming hurriedly injected her divine power into Yun Nuoxing's body. There was a hint of blame in her beautiful eyes. She hurriedly carried him and retreated to Bing Er's side. Crippling a leader the moment we met. It's not a loss. I just need to rest for a while. Just a while. I hope Nightmare doesn't follow. Yun Nuoxing's pale face was almost transparent under the golden divine energy. She raised her head and looked at Ming Ming's angry, beautiful face. She forced a smile and then tilted her head. Her body, that had been holding up for a few days, finally fell asleep due to exhaustion. Ming Ming's heart skipped a beat. The aura on his body turned black almost instantly. However, when he sensed that Yun Nuoxing was only asleep, the black aura turned golden in a flash, making people think that it was just an illusion. Quietly heaving a sigh of relief, he hugged Yun Nuoxing horizontally, his two wings overlapping in front of him. The energy in his body flowed endlessly into his body, nourishing his withered and weak body. In a flash, Ming Ming appeared behind Bing, and Chu Yingzhan. Looking at the large army that was eyeing them covetously, his brows furrowed. "Let's go. Big Brother's situation is very bad." We should have stopped him." Chu Yingzhan looked and slapped her forehead. She wasn't the one who suggested that tactic. Yun Nuoxing was the one who wanted to do it. He crippled the leader of the Celestial Godly Academy and left them without a leader. Even though it was a good thing, he didn't look like he was dead. He was saved and didn't fall to the ground and become a pile of mud. Boom. After a brief moment of silence, it was unknown who opened the door, but a series of explosions came from the front, causing the three women to raise their heads. On the hard layer of ice, earth, and stone barrier, huge energy sparks were exploding. Under the thousands of attacks, the tough barrier was on the verge of collapse. Ming Ming glanced at Binger and nodded. Binger also seemed to know something and nodded slightly. She then took a step forward and opened her hands slightly. Her jade-like hands formed a hand seal. Her hands gently touched each other, and a delicate voice quietly rang out. "Goddess of snow, ice cover." As the delicate cry rang out, an explosion suddenly sounded from the ice plains below, causing countless people to be shocked. They hurriedly lowered their heads to take a look, and their expressions abruptly changed. The crowd scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing to the side as if their lives depended on it. The gigantic ice surface beneath them was rising from the ground with a rumble. In the span of 2 breaths, it crashed into all the people who could not escape in time. Then it rushed into the sky like a wall sealed in ice. It was hundreds of thousands of feet tall and stretched out for thousands of feet. It was like a wall of ice. Those who were hit directly on the ice surface were stuck to the ice surface like flattened flies. They didn't stop trembling until the ice surface was lifted tens of thousands of meters high. There was a huge human-shaped pit on the ice surface. Chapter 832. The appearance of Yun Nuoxing and Chu Yingzhan was as fast as a formality. Almost no one could react, and they even lost sight of the 4 of them. The gigantic ice wall stood tall on the ground, looking majestic and terrifying. In the sky, countless people stared blankly below. The battle had stopped because they had lost their targets. The students of the Celestial Godly Institute didn't look too good. They had mobilized such a large number of people, but the 2 of them had managed to escape. On the vast ice plains, the wind and snow continued to blow. Out of sight, they hid their auras and buried their heads in a pile of snow. Even passers-by couldn't see them. What do we do now? They don't look like they have a team. We have so many people. Why should we be afraid of them? They can't have gone far in this vast ice field. Hurry up and search. The young man holding the captain frowned. He looked around and snorted, "Also send a message back." According to reliable sources, the Void Fortress is a very special place in the 16 districts. We can't let it fall into other people's hands. The leaders of the other teams pondered for a while before nodding their heads. Then they spread out their men and started searching the huge ice field. The teams that were just there to watch were also a little confused. Then they seemed to have realized something. One after another, people landed on the ice field and spread out in all directions. Now that the targets were lost, it meant that everyone had a chance to find the four and capture them. In this place, it was too easy to hide. For example, they could take the information for themselves. In the boundless ice field, there was an endless snowstorm. The snowflakes were reflected on the surface of the ice. As the snowstorm blew past, the snow on the ground constantly changed shape. The distant ice peaks were faintly discernible in their line of sight. This was an ocean of ice. A single snowflake could float thousands of feet away along with the storm. The world seemed very blurry under this whiteness. From time to time, one or two figures would dash out from the snowflakes in the sky, flying into the distance and disappearing from sight. Those pairs of sharp, eagle-like eyes scraped the snowy ground below inch by inch. Soul fluctuations constantly spread out in the air, allowing them to clearly observe everything within 100 zhang radius. However, apart from the difficulty of observation, this snowy plain was also unprecedentedly large. The continuous snowy mountains and snowy peaks formed strange waves. There were many places that couldn't be detected. At most, one could roughly scan the ground from the sky. If one were to fly at a lower altitude, it would be very normal for one to accidentally bump into a snowy mountain. A group of people wearing the same clothes gathered on top of a snowy mountain. A dozen of them had a simple conversation. Then, one of them shook his head and pointed in several directions. Disperse. After he finished speaking, the people who had gathered for less than 10 seconds soared into the sky again and flew in all directions. Under the snowy mountain, a snow pile suddenly wriggled twice. In the vast expanse of whiteness, the wriggling of this small area didn't attract anyone's attention. After a while, a palm-sized silhouette drilled out of the snow pile. Its blue-gold dragon eyes flickered slightly. It looked at the people who were leaving in the sky and shook its body. The two pairs of membrane wings on its back shook off the snow pile. Even when the two pairs of membrane wings were stretched out, this ice-blue little dragon was only the length of an adult's forearm. If it was placed in this place, no one would notice it unless they stared hard. After standing on the snowy plain for a while, the little dragon flapped its four wings. Its small figure turned into a blue and white light and flew towards the snowy mountain nearby. It stood in a hidden place on the mountainside for a while. Its nose twitched. After confirming that there were no signs of living creatures around, it plunged into the snowy ground. The snowy ground wasn't a hard ice plain, nor was it a piece of soil. In the thick layer of snow, there was a glacier crack that was only half the width of an arm. It penetrated the ice seal from top to bottom and went deep into the ice plain. This hidden entrance was difficult to find, and with a large pile of snow covering it, it was almost impossible for people to find this place. After flying under the glacier for a while, he made several turns as if he was walking in a maze. Finally, he accurately found one of the crisscrossing glacial crevices. After flying for a while more, he found a narrow crevice that was only 1 meter wide. On the wall 1,000 feet below it, there was a hole that he estimated he would have to crawl through. After flying into the hole, the surrounding space quickly widened. The little dragon's body lit up. It shook in the air and turned into a tall and slender figure. The blue gold. Mei Mao looked at the ice bed in front of her. She first raised her head and looked at the ground that was a few thousand meters away from here. Then she walked to the ice bed and sat down gently. Bing Air, how's the situation? On the ice bed, Ming hugged Yin Nuoxing tightly in his arms. Dazzling golden energy jumped around his body. When he sensed someone coming, he opened his golden eyes and looked at Bing Er, who was sitting beside him. No one will find this place. Bing Er said resolutely. Even though she was weak now, she still had a little bit of the power of the ice and snow divine, right? The secret terrain created by this little bit of power was enough to make a god powerhouse badly battered. Ming nodded silently and looked at Chu Yingzhan, who was on the other side. She was crossing her legs and putting her feet on the ice bed in an inelegant manner. She kept shaking the chair under her. When she saw Ming looking at her, she shrugged and said, "I'm fine. I'll be fine after I recover. It's just that it's a little cold." Ming nodded and said seriously, "Thank you for protecting my brother." Chu Yingzhan waved her hand casually and shook the chair while humming a song. Although she looked carefree, Mei Mao peeked at Yun Nuwashing from time to time and asked subconsciously, "How is he?" "His injuries aren't too good." Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. The sublight speed collision just now had broken many of Yun Nuwashing's bones. He was no longer as powerful as he was outside. In this place, he was almost an ordinary person. My brother is always messing around. The power of the rules has sealed almost 100% of his power. Even his recovery ability is very low due to the suppression of his body's constitution. The healing effect of divine power is better than wood and water elements, but my brother's body can't absorb this power. Chu Yingzhan smacked her lips and said, "Just transfer some life force to him." The method of instilling it is simple, straightforward, and violent. That guy almost used up all his life force on the way here. If we don't solve this problem, the rest of his recovery won't be any better. That's why he can't absorb your power. As soon as she said this, Ming's cheeks turned red. His golden eyes stared at her, and his little mouth was slightly open. The most direct method. Of course, she knew what it was. She had seen Xian and Yun Nuwashing do it before. Seeing her like this, Chu Yingzhan's cheeks twitched. She rolled her eyes and said, "Little girl, I don't think I need to say more about your brother's integrity or your own integrity. You've already shown it." Buffed, Bing Air spat out a mouthful of ice and looked at her strangely. Why was there so much information in this sentence? Ming hit Yun Nuwashing's head with his head and looked at Chu Yingzhan in disbelief. How did she say this without hesitation? "I think you did it on purpose." Just as Chu Yingzhan was about to continue teasing, and Ming made up his mind, a faint voice suddenly sounded. The latter was shocked and quickly lowered his head. "Ah, Herr Man, you're not dead." Chu Yingzhan suddenly came to her senses. She jumped up from the chair and walked to the ice bed. She put her hands on her hips and looked down at Yun Nuwashing, who had just opened her eyes, and said with a smile. Yun Nuwashing rolled her eyes and said, "Do you think I'll be able to hear such an explosive speech if I'm dead? You scared me awake. Don't forget that I still have an external consciousness." Yun Nuwashing pointed at Bing Air and sighed helplessly. The former had a soul contract with him, so she could still receive some information when necessary, even if she was unconscious. As for whether she could wake up or not, that was another matter. "Speaking of which, aren't you torturing me for a second?" Ugh. Thinking of this, Yun Nuwashing raised her eyebrows and raised her head. Just as she opened her mouth and was about to teach Chu Yingzhan a lesson, he saw two huge wings close together. His vision suddenly turned dark, and he was stunned. The golden Mei Mao was shining in the darkness and was only about an inch away from his eyes. A soft feeling came from his mouth, and a fragrant wind lingered at the tip of his nose. A huge force rushed into his body, somewhat awkwardly. Again, he was forcefully kissed again. Why did he have to say again? Could it be that he was weak now and looked very easy to bully? All right, he admitted that he was usually bullied by the girls around him, Xian, and the others also called him a rag doll. Wow. Explosive. So explosive. I was just casually talking. I didn't expect this at all. Why don't Bing, and I leave for a while. The space here is quite big, so it shouldn't collapse. However, the atmosphere was not very good. After all, there was a crazy person shouting at the side. He looked as excited as if he had advanced several realms out of thin air. Yun Nuoshing was very embarrassed, but now that he had used up all his strength, he just wanted to open his eyes and refute the uneasy guy. He didn't expect to discover this. Would it be better if he didn't wake up? Ming's holy and pretty face was slightly red. The golden Mei Mao stared straight into his colorful eyes. There was a familiar emotion in her eyes. Yun Nuoshing was very familiar with this gaze. He had seen it countless times from Xian, Feng, and Yuan Qian. The situation is much better. After a long time, Yun Nuoshing calmed down again. Half of her pale long hair had regained its color. Half of her body was lying in Ming's arms, and she fell asleep peacefully. Her body was suffused with a holy golden energy. Her transparent face had also regained some faint color. Her breathing was gentle, and her body was gradually recovering. When Ming and Bing Er saw this, they both heaved a sigh of relief. Bing Er had given him more than half of her life force. She should have been weak, but it was unknown if her life form had changed. At this time, she did not feel weak. If she rushed out and faced another encirclement, she would probably be able to escape unscathed. Angels were life forms constructed from energy. Pure golden blood flowed in their bodies. However, they could turn themselves into pure energy at any time and hide in the world. They could also hide in a person's body. They were almost immortal. Only by eliminating the weak consciousness contained in every trace of energy could an angel be eliminated. Ming's life form was no different from an angel's at this time. Even Palace Master Jean and the others did not understand what was going on. Chu Yingzhan was frozen in an ice sculpture. Only her eyes could move. She rolled her eyes at the two and said telepathically, "I was wrong. Let me out. 10 more minutes." Ming and Bing Er rolled their eyes at her. This girl had just said something shocking. It was the kind of thing that would scare people to death. The two of them discussed and froze her to the side. Now it was much quieter. However, Chu Yingzhan switched to telepathy. The voice that rang in their heads from time to time made the two girls speechless. After a while, Chu Yingzhan walked out of the ice while muttering to herself, and the three of them began the next step of their recovery plan. This place was hidden, and it was impossible for them to be discovered. This pursuit made them miss the time when they had strength, and what followed was the motivation to recover their strength. This was Bing Er's home ground. Every inch of space was filled with her power. The huge ice field uprooting was done using the ice field's own power. The many treasures they collected before were given to Chu Yingzhan and Ming. Chu Yingzhan didn't say anything and started eating. Ming was still hugging Yun Nuoshing. He also helped him recover while he cultivated. He also blamed Celestial Godly Academy for Yun Nuoshing's injury. Yun Nuoshing's body, along with his power being sealed, such as the divine artifact, the elements, and the soul, which were linked to his recovery ability, were all suppressed. His recovery ability was greatly weakened. The emptiness realm did not have much power to begin with, so it was impossible for him to recover quickly. Even the injuries he suffered were beyond the limits of the emptiness realm. A normal emptiness realm cultivator would have died on the spot after suffering injuries of the same degree as Yun Nuoshing's. Yun Nuoshing's power was only suppressed. Even though he could withstand the injuries, it did not mean that he could recover. This world suppressed the powerful people more severely, and Yun Nuoshing was the one who was most severely suppressed. Without an external recovery ability, he would probably have to continue recovering. Ming seemed to know this, so he acted as the external recovery ability. The sky gradually brightened in the snowstorm. The light of dawn couldn't penetrate the thick snow. One's vision couldn't extend beyond 50 meters, and one's soul power couldn't extend beyond 200 meters. The howling wind swept through the entire ice field, like the wailing of ghosts. The sunlight illuminated the clouds and mist. One could see a spot of light in the sky, which quickly disappeared. This was a rare source of light that hadn't been seen for a long time. Whoosh, puff, bang. In the howling snowstorm, there were sounds of moving figures, accompanied by the sounds of weapons colliding or piercing into bodies. Then, there was a stifled groan. In the snowstorm, there was a sharp, murderous aura. A colorful energy barrier condensed from the power of many people was erected in this place where the wind and snow were howling. It shielded a large area from the wind and snow, allowing the vision inside to quickly become clear. A large group of figures wearing white robes appeared. Golden patterns were faintly discernible on their clothes. Behind them was a dazzling golden temple, which looked very majestic and imposing. This is already the 28th team. There are about 300 people. Every time, it's either a sneak attack or a sneak attack. A man with a body full of muscles wriggling like mountains picked up a skinny young man, like he was picking up a little chick. He smacked his lips and threw the young man onto the ice, causing the young man to pile up with a few other people wearing the same clothes. Chuanmu sighed helplessly. Lin Sheng, how far are we? You really remember the coordinates, don't you? On the other side, Chuan Jingshan patted a young man with a calm smile on his handsome face with his thick arms. It was Lin Sheng. After not seeing him for a while, the young man's youthfulness had faded a little. There was still some maturity brewing on his face. Hee, I remember. Don't worry. In 3 days, even if we reach the place where the coordinates were first sent, Brother Yun and the rest won't just wait there. They will probably find a place to hide, Lin Sheng said with a smile. According to some guesses, it's more likely to go to the center. That's why we changed our route. Yi Qinglian's tall figure stretched slightly. Mei Mao looked at the group of people lying in a human pyramid on the ground and frowned. These days, I've found out a lot of things. Yun Nuoxing's group is being chased because they received information about the Void Fortress. Many people were gathered by the Celestial Godly Academy. That's why they gathered so many people, isn't it? Almost the entire Farlight Academy is here, TSK. A young man with a resolute face was holding a silver spear that was bigger than him. He waved the spear in the air and held the spear under his armpit. The spear was pointed diagonally at the ground. Xue Lingfeng smiled and said, "It doesn't matter that we're all here. The fight in the wood elemental area is still going on. It's been so many days, but the holy relic hasn't been taken yet. That's a hot potato. Whoever gets it will be unlucky. 16 people, let them take their time. Compared to that, I'm more curious about how our little junior can still come in after the time limit." Ding Mingyu said softly, her beautiful silver eyes revealing a sense of coldness and alienation. Everyone said in unison, "It's not surprising what that guy did. Don't mind the details." Jun Luo-yi, who had a crown on her head, covered her mouth and chuckled. She exchanged glances with the people from Xianlong Continent. The former couldn't help but laugh. It's normal for Mr. Yun to do anything. You'll get yourself into trouble if you care too much about these things. Ding Mingyu thought about it and agreed, so she let it go. We're here. While everyone was talking, Lin Sheng waved his hand and stopped the people maintaining the energy barrier. He then took out the token of the Long Guang Academy. Looking at the token that was emitting a weak light, he sighed. There shouldn't be any other Long Guang Academy students in a 10-li radius. I wonder where Brother Yun and the others are hiding. Ding Mingyu smiled faintly as she looked around with her beautiful silver eyes. She took out a colorful token from her spatial storage device. It was the one she had given him in the labyrinth. Token? Seeing this token, Lin Sheng, Chuan Mu, and the others were stunned. Then, a hint of joy appeared in their eyes. This token could call out to Yun Nuoxing and the others, and could also find their location. Seeing everyone's expression change, Ding Mingyu smiled and nodded. She opened her hand. The colorful token contained a trace of Yun Nuoxing's soul imprint. It paused in the air for a moment, and then quickly flew in a direction. The movement of the token made Lin Sheng and the others sigh in relief. They quickly waved their hands, and the group of people from the Longguang Academy followed. Chapter 833. In the ice fields, the wind and snow were blowing, making it difficult to see into the distance. They had to be careful along the way. 100-zhang-wide energy barrier surrounded a group of dozens of Beam Academy students. Their surroundings were hazy. Only those inside the barrier could see clearly. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the snowstorm, a series of muffled sounds of flesh colliding could be heard. Sparks of energy flickered, but in a flash, they were covered by the snowstorm. A moment later, a dozen or so people passed through the edge of the barrier and arrived at the center. The people in their hands were thrown onto the ice. Immediately, the latter and the others grimaced in pain. Just as they were about to launch an attack, a long spear and many other weapons were pressed against their throats. The cold, murderous aura caused the temperature here to drop by a lot. 3 questions. Lin Sheng kicked the leader of the group and smiled. Where are the people from Celestial Godly Academy? Where are the people you were chasing? Is there anyone else sending reinforcements here? The leader glared at Lin Sheng and gritted his teeth. He looked at the group of people around him and measured their strength. After a while, he smiled bitterly. It seemed like there was no way they could fight back. The people from Celestial Godly Academy entered the depths of the ice fields 2 days ago. Nobody has found the 4 yet. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that they've been captured. As for reinforcements, from what I know, there are at least 10 other groups coming here. Celestial Godly Academy is the most active of them all. They've already suppressed some of the stronger groups. After obtaining the information they needed, Lin Sheng and the others looked at each other and nodded. They knocked the group unconscious and left them where they stood. Whether they lived or died depended on their own luck. The snowstorm in the ice field had never stopped. As for whether they woke up first, or if they were found, or if they froze to death in the wind and snow, Lin Sheng and the others did not care. Ding Mingyu took out her token and threw it in the air. She quickly flew in a certain direction, the group behind her. Celestial Godly Academy has made a lot of moves, suppressing others, sending out troops, and targeting the Elemental Academy. Before we came in, Elder Yen Feng said they might target us, but it seems that they are still a bit off. Maybe it's because we didn't participate in the big operation. Chuan Mu smacked his lips and said, "Have you thought of anything?" Everyone pondered for a moment before shrugging and shaking their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Lin Sheng was suddenly stunned. Ding Mingyu and the others' expressions flickered slightly. All of them stopped abruptly and looked at each other in confusion. They took out their tokens and stroked them gently with their palms. A piece of information was injected into their minds. After a moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at each other again. Their expressions were even more strange. Ruins? Now, under this ice field, Zhong Songbai pushed up his glasses with a strange look on his face. It's from the Flaming Li School. They're also on this ice field, so it shouldn't be wrong. This message was sent to the other schools at the same time. Lin Sheng pondered for a moment and nodded. The information should be correct. As for the situation of the ruins, it's hard to confirm. Let's find Junior and the others first. Ding Mingyu flicked her long black hair and stared at the token in front of her with her silver-white eyes. Mei Mao blinked. The token stopped 100 meters in front of them. It was within the energy barrier and was still spinning in place as if it had lost its direction. The token isn't moving? Is it broken? Shui Lingfeng walked forward curiously. However, before he reached the token, his pupils shrank. He stared at the ice field beneath his feet in shock. He could feel an extremely large amount of energy approaching them at a rapid speed. Something's not right. Retreat. Swallowing his saliva, Shui Lingfeng's expression changed. He shouted behind him and retreated quickly. Just as he retreated, the ice field suddenly shook violently, causing everyone from the Far Light School to be stunned. After hearing Shui Lingfeng's words, they didn't care too much and followed his orders out of habit. Everyone retreated as if they were on drugs. Boom! A huge golden flame pillar shot up from the ice field and pierced through the clouds in the sky. It burned a hole in the ice field that was more than 100 feet wide. The brilliant golden flame dyed the sky golden. Tiny golden flame fragments fell from the sky, causing the snowstorm to stagnate. This scene was incomparably sacred, as if the door to heaven had opened. Shui Lingfeng patted his chest with lingering fear. He almost ran out of the ice field. Just now, if he was a step later, he would have been devoured by the golden flame pillar. At that time, not even ashes would be left behind. Whoosh! The sound of wind breaking came from the hole that was burned. Lin Sheng and the others' expressions turned serious. They grasped the weapons in their hands tightly, and Yuan Li slowly condensed in their bodies. The person who could unleash such an attack was incomparably powerful compared to them. They even guessed that this person had entered the half-immortal realm. Just as they were about to enter battle mode, 3 figures flew up from the bottom of the ice cave. Landing at the entrance of the cave, the 3 of them were taken aback. They saw a large group of people wielding weapons. Furthermore, they appeared to be charging at them in a ferocious manner. Instantly, the immortal energy within their bodies began circulating furiously. The young woman standing at the front flapped her huge, pure white wings, and the sacred sword in her hand burned with incomparably holy golden flames. "Sister Ming, wait a minute," the girl with long blue hair exclaimed, as if she had recognized something. The girl holding the golden sacred sword was stunned. However, the golden sacred sword in her hand had already drawn a crescent moon mark. The golden flame transformed into a sword ray that was hundreds of feet long and violently shot out. Seeing that the sword chi had already rushed out, the girl could only stare. In the end, she only had time to retract her destructive power. Then she allowed the golden flame to engulf Lin Sheng and the others like a raging prairie fire. Such a powerful attack in the first exchange scared Lin Sheng so much that he bit his tongue. His hands formed a seal with lightning speed. A golden array appeared in front of him and gradually solidified, however. Before the array could be completed, Shui Lingfeng and the others hurriedly joined forces to form an energy barrier that enveloped everyone behind them. The moment the barrier appeared, the raging golden flame whizzed over. Under the ferocious golden flame, the barrier that everyone hastily formed seemed too weak. Even though Ming had retracted most of her power, the barrier still shattered in less than a second. Behind the shattered barrier, Lin Sheng and the others gritted their teeth. In the end, they only had time to mobilize all their power to form a weak primary energy barrier in front of them. The golden flame whizzed past, rumbling as it rushed past Lin Sheng and the others. After rushing out for tens of meters, it finally extinguished slowly, leaving behind a large patch of black scorch marks on the ice. Lin Sheng and the others, who had faced the golden flame head-on, did not suffer any major injuries. They were all stunned on the spot. Their faces and bodies were black, as if they had just returned from digging coal. Burp! Shuo Lingfeng spat out a mouthful of black smoke. His handsome face was completely black. His face was covered in the golden flame, and even his hair was almost singed. His body was still warm, and his arms were red. He subconsciously used his hands to block his face. It was almost 60% done now. Lin Sheng carelessly wiped his face. The more he wiped, the darker his handsome face became. At this moment, he did not care too much and hurriedly raised his head to look in front of him. The young lady who had almost wiped them out in one move was slowly walking over with a golden sacred sword in her hand. A pair of gigantic wings carried a person in her embrace. Beside her were two other young ladies. One of them was dressed in men's clothes, while the other was someone he knew. He had seen her once or twice before. At that time, the young lady who had been following behind Yun Nuoxing silently was the one who had called out for Ming Ming to retract his attack a little, preventing the group from being wiped out in one move. After listening to Bing Er's explanation, Ming felt a little awkward. Although he wanted to put on a smile, his beautiful face remained indifferent. It was even a little indifferent. It seemed like he could not smile. After a moment, he thought of something. He lowered his head and looked at Yun Nuoxing in his arms. A smile immediately appeared on his holy face. He walked forward and said to Lin Sheng and the others, "Sorry, I thought you were an enemy." Lin Sheng and the others were a little confused when they did not see the familiar face. However, they recognized Bing Er. It was obvious that they had not found the wrong person. Just when everyone was about to think that Ming was Yun Nuoxing, they finally saw Yun Nuoxing, who was wrapped in a huge pair of wings. Her beautiful face was revealed with great difficulty. They finally noticed her familiar colored hair. "Mr. Yun, this is—" Mei Mao took the lead and walked forward. She glanced at Yun Nuoxing in Ming's arms. She was a little surprised. She could tell that Yun Nuoxing was in the emptiness realm. She was not in a good condition. Ming tried to organize his words. Bing Er knew that he did not like to speak. Instead, she stepped forward and quickly told Lin Sheng and the others about the series of events. Emptiness realm. Isn't this a little too cruel? When he heard that Yun Nuoxing was suppressed to the level of the emptiness realm, Lin Sheng's teeth chattered. Even if the rules here suppressed her, it did not make sense for her to be suppressed to this extent. No wonder Big Brother Yun asked for help. But I don't think there is a big difference whether we come or not. Yi Yun pointed at Ming helplessly. Everyone looked at each other and nodded helplessly. The latter had already reached the immortal realm. They were almost wiped out when they met him just now. It did not seem to make much difference whether they came or not. This idiot didn't think too much at that time. We were surrounded on the ice field. There were only 4 of us. This idiot risked his life to give us a chance to escape. We thought we would be stuck here forever. Chu Yingzhan put her hands on her hips and said in a bad mood, "Also, we just came out of the ruins below. We found a very powerful heavenly treasure there. We let him try to break the seal. Who knew that he would end up like this after eating it? Who knows if he died or not?" As Chu Yingzhan spoke, she could not help but poke Yun Nuoxing's head with her slender finger. Lin Sheng and the others were dumbfounded. They had just received the news, and in the end, Yun Nuoxing had already come out of there. Also, don't think that he will fall asleep just like that. Believe it or not, he will jump up after a while. Chu Yingzhan twirled a strand of Yun Nuoxing's colorful hair around her finger. Ming and Bing Er were speechless. This girl was determined to wake Yun Nuoxing up. As expected, Yun Nuoxing widened her eyes and stared fiercely at Chu Yingzhan. She gritted her teeth and said, "Can't you just let me rest for a while? Hey, anyway, you slept all the way here. Now that the people you called are here, even if you are lying down, you have to jump up and say a few words. Everyone came all the way here to rescue you." Chu Yingzhan put her hands on her hips and said righteously. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath. The veins on her forehead were popping. She glared at her for a while, but she swallowed her anger. She rolled out of Ming's arms and looked at Lin Sheng and the others. She smiled and waved her hand. "Hey, long time no see." Seeing that she was talking as if nothing had happened, Lin Sheng smiled helplessly and said, "Although I wanted to ask how your situation is, it seems that there is no need to say any more." Yes, the situation is terrible. Not really I'm disabled, but these girls can still move. I'll just treat this as a special holiday for myself." Yun Nuoxing shrugged indifferently and said, "But this is not the place to talk. Let's talk while we walk." Lin Sheng nodded. The entire ice field was full of people now. It was indeed not a place to talk. He waved his hand and led the others to retreat in the direction they came from. Originally, he wanted to go to the ruins under the ice to take a look. However, when he heard that Yun Nuoxing and the others had already been there, he could only give up on this idea. There was probably nothing left in there. Yun Nuoxing held Ming's shoulder and swung her long hair. She put one hand around his waist and flapped her pure white wings. She flew up with him and rushed towards Lin Sheng and the others. Bing Er and Chu Yingzhan also followed from the side. There was nothing special in the ruins, other than some treasures related to the water element. There were some unimportant weapons. They were about level 1 or 2. Because they were too weak, we only took 1 or 2. We did not have time to take the rest. We snuck in. After we entered, the enchantment of the ruins disappeared, and a large group of people rushed in. Yun Nuoxing slowly explained what had happened in the ruins. Then she said with a strange expression, "This world is a little strange. A ruin of that scale should have been left behind by a strong god. However, corresponding to the things inside, the owner was probably only at the immortal level. Other than that, there was a map. This was a map of the entire arcane land. The entire arcane land was much bigger than I thought." Yun Nuoxing said something that made everyone's expression turn serious. A map was a rare resource in this place. Lin Sheng and the others had seen people who had obtained information about the map. It was said that there were many flaws in the map. Even so, countless people had fought for it on the spot. Knowing what this group of people was thinking, Yun Nuoxing smiled, faintly. She sent out a weak soul wave and threw the information about the map to Lin Sheng. After Lin Sheng received the information, his eyes flickered slightly. This was a huge circular world. The division of the regions was like a horizontal rhombus. In the middle, there were 6 square lands that had been expanded. On the left of these 6 lands were 5 regions related to the 5 elements. On the right, there was another land related to the 4 special elements. Not a single one of the 16 regions was missing. This map was so detailed that it even included every mountain range in every region. At the 4 corners of the circular area that were separated by the rhombus, there were 4 dark areas. Nothing could be seen in those areas. It was like a strange purple-black void. Chapter 834. What are those 4 black spots? Lin Sheng pointed at the non-existent map in front of him and could not help but ask. Yun Nuoxing raised his eyes and took a look. Then he looked at one of the 6 regions in the middle and compared it twice. Then he shook his head. I'm not sure. There's no more information about the situation there. Oh, right. I don't recommend you guys to snatch the holy relic. Yun Nuoshing changed the topic and said something that shocked everyone. You can't snatch that thing. Everyone was stunned for a long time. After a while, Chuan Nuoshing opened his mouth and roared in a deep voice. What? You can't snatch the holy relic. Even if no one puts it in front of you, you can't just take it as you wish. Yun Nuoshing pointed at her head. This information was obtained from the ruins. The condition to obtain the holy relic is unknown. I don't recommend you get involved in this mess for now. Let the wood elementals fight for it if they want to. They will return empty-handed in the end anyway. I don't know if this information is in other places. Anyway, I've already taken the information of the ice ruins and destroyed it with a flip of my hand. Ha ha ha. Yun Nuoshing laughed sinisterly. Everyone was speechless. Well, you guys have made a wasted trip this time. If there's nothing else, go back first. I'll call you guys when the Void Fortress is ready to open. The key should allow us to enter 2 hours earlier. Yun Nuoshing smiled faintly. Her words made everyone's eyes flicker slightly. What exactly is the Void Fortress? Lin Sheng frowned slightly. These days, he had been running around the ice plains. Some people who heard the news were looking for Yun Nuoshing and the others. The relevant information seemed to be related to the Void Fortress. However, other than the name, there was no other information. As for making a wasted trip, they did not mind. It was fine as long as they were safe. Yun Nuoshing was also at a loss. She shook her head and said, I only know that it's one of the 6 areas in the center. It's a place in the void area. As for what it is and why it needs a key, I don't know. We'll know when we go in. By the way, let me tell you something. It's very important. Yun Nuoshing's expression suddenly froze as she looked at Lin Sheng and the others solemnly. Everyone's expressions froze when they saw how serious he was. They pretended to be calm and looked at him in unison. We're ready. Speak. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. She nodded and asked, Let me ask you something first. You know much more about the journey to the secret realm than I do. In the previous trips to the secret realm, what happened if you died in the secret realm? You won't die in the secret realm. You'll be forcefully sent out of the secret realm. There are some strange things about this trip to the secret realm that I'm very concerned about. The Divine Great Academies have jointly stipulated that members of the same academy are not allowed to kill in the secret realm. Although the explanation is to allow this generation to obtain more opportunities, I still feel that there's something fishy about it, Shui Lingfeng said softly as she rested her silver-white spear on her shoulder. Is that so? It seems that some people know about it too. Yun Nuoshing narrowed her eyes when she heard this. She raised her head and looked at the empty sky as if she had seen something. She sneered and looked at Lin Sheng and the others. The situation this time is different. If you die in the secret realm, you'll really die. This is the conclusion that Jean, my lord, came to. This secret realm has its own problems. When this news came out, everyone was shocked to the point that their heads hurt. They looked at each other and then sucked in a breath of cold air. This news was so big that it was shocking. Then the joint agreement of the various divine academies. Lin Sheng's face twitched slightly. Someone should have found out about something. This piece of news was something that my dear Lord Elder Sister had worked herself to death to come up with. Furthermore, she had already deduced it before the purpose of this trip to the secret realm was revealed. She had almost sent me back with death. I only came in under a lot of pressure. Yun Nuoshing sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile. He came in under the gazes of 10 to 20 peak stage god emperor experts and a deity. He did not doubt that if something happened to him in the secret realm, the entire myriad gods world would probably tremble in advance. Therefore, for various reasons, he seemed to have to carefully protect his little life. Furthermore, after leaving the void's secret realm, you'll lose your memories. Cough. It seems that I've said too much. Yun Nuoshing subconsciously said this sentence. Then he coughed dryly. He had already seen the various kinds of green light in everyone's eyes. Although he didn't know what they were thinking, it probably wasn't anything good. The wind and snow gradually subsided. Yun Nuoshing saw that they were about to reach the edge of the secret realm. He scratched his long hair and coughed lightly. Cough, cough. All right, we'll talk about it when the time comes. We're going to be on our way. Just as he finished speaking, a slender jade hand slapped his head. Chu Yingzhan glared fiercely at him. Do you know how to speak properly? Yun Nuoshing shrank his head and looked at Ming pitifully. Then he humphed and lowered his head. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have the strength right now, he would definitely turn this female pervert's hair into a chicken coop. Mr. Yun, wait a moment. Seeing that the conversation had ended and they were about to part ways, no one tried to stop them. Perhaps they were used to their group being alone, but they did not feel that Yun Nuoshing was really powerless after being suppressed to the emptiness realm. At this moment, Jun Luo hurriedly shouted. Then she took out a strange fruit that was shining with golden light. She quickly approached and stuffed it into Yun Nuoshing's mouth without saying a word. Before he could react, something was stuffed into his mouth. Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. He wanted to spit it out, but he swallowed it with a gulp. He swallowed it just like that. Everyone was shocked. This guy didn't even look at what it was, right? Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. Subconsciously, I can't remember how much I remember. Luo, what's this? After swallowing it, he felt a force slowly brewing in his body. It was as if something was being born. That enormous force made him sigh involuntarily. My seal can't be broken. This is a waste. Jun Luo was stunned. This shouldn't be. This seal-breaking fruit was born in this world. Theoretically, it should have the effect of breaking all seals. It wasn't easy to snatch it. Then I'll give it a try. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing wrinkled his nose. He patted Ming lightly, asking her to stop. Then he took a deep breath. The blood in his body slowly heated up, mobilizing the enormous force that was surging into his body. Seeing him stop, everyone stopped and scattered around. Yun Nuoshing shouted softly, and the sound of chains rolling could be heard. Then everyone saw 9 chains appear on Yun Nuoshing's body. A powerful sealing force circled around his body. Ming, who was stuck close to him, even felt that her own strength was showing signs of being affected. She was a little surprised. Logically speaking, this was a single-target seal. It shouldn't affect anyone else. Nobody knew if it was because Yun Nuoshing was forcefully trying to break the seal or because of the effect of the boiling blood of the gods. The air shook slightly. Even if one was close to it, one could feel an overwhelming pressure descending from the sky. That was the roar of the power of the rules of this world. This world was trying its best to resist the godly body that was breaking the seal. Yun Nuoshing's clenched fists trembled slightly, and a painful expression appeared on her pretty face. She seemed to be using all her strength to hold back the energy in her body. Chu Yingzhan saw this and almost blurted out a sentence. However, she felt the solemn atmosphere at this time, so she forced herself to hold back her words. Yun Nuoshing, who was surrounded by 9 chains, had flames of different colors burning on his body. His suddenly widened eyes were burning with terrifying, colorful flames. The powerful force that emanated from his body made Ming's expression change slightly. She gently let go of his hand. Seeing that he didn't fall, she was worried and took a few steps back. Yun Nuoxing's method of breaking the seal was almost self-destructive. She couldn't withstand the spreading force for long. Every strand of his colorful hair glowed with an astonishing radiance as it fluttered behind his back, even though there was no wind. Scarlet runes wriggled on his skin and quickly occupied his arms, then spread to every part of his body. The seal's chain circle also gradually expanded several times in his desperate resistance. The suppression from the power of the natural order caused the sky to tremble as if it was about to collapse. Just when everyone thought that the chain circle had expanded to its limit and was about to break, and seemed to have heard the satisfying sound of breaking, the chain circle that had expanded to more than 10 feet suddenly shrank. It shrank to its original size, as if it was shrinking rapidly. At the same time, all the energy that permeated Yun Nuoxing's body began to dissipate. Just as his body was about to fall, Ming flapped his wings and flew over from the side, holding him in his arms. Well, I still failed. Yun Nuoxing spread his hands and said this. Then he smiled apologetically at Jun Luo Yi. He had wasted a good item for nothing. If he had given it to Ming and the others, he should be able to recover to the peak of the immortal rank. He might even be able to recover to the demonic rank. Even though she had expected this, when things really developed in this direction, Jun Luo Yi couldn't help but sigh. She hurriedly waved her hands at Yun Nuoxing and said, "We don't need this. Mr. Yun, you don't have to mind. It doesn't seem like a failure." Before Jun Luo Yi finished speaking, Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Everyone also turned their gazes towards him. Didn't they fail? Yun Nuoxing blinked and rubbed his right arm with his palm. Although his strength was still fixed at the emptiness realm, he could feel that some of the little fellows in his body seemed to have come alive at this moment. However, it seemed like there was only one of them. A fruit that contained the power of laws could awaken one of them. This seemed to be a heavy price to pay. He waved his hand, and a familiar golden light flashed across his hand. Then a huge golden bow that was 8 meters long appeared in his hand. The deterrence of a divine artifact also slowly spread out. This was an undamaged divine artifact. Sun God Bow. Seeing the old friend that appeared in his hand, Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. Why is it this? He thought that a netherworld ruin sword or something else would appear, but instead, this appeared. This is an undamaged divine artifact. Ming asked curiously. Then she frowned slightly. A complete divine artifact couldn't use its power. If it was sealed together with the Sun God Bow, it would probably be better. 10% of its power would be enough to dominate the entire battlefield. However, it was a complete divine artifact. Yun Nuoxing glanced at her and nodded. As if he knew what she was thinking, he laughed and said, "The Sun God Bow was created by a god. Although it wasn't a complete divine artifact, it has reached the level of a high-level divine artifact. Back then, I didn't know how to use it and had been using my weak power to activate it. I even thought about using this divine bow as a brick. It was one of the divine artifacts that accompanied me in the beginning. Later on, I threw it in a corner to collect dust." Yun Nuoxing stroked the golden longbow in his hand as if he was whispering to an old friend. He sighed softly and flicked the bowstring with his fingers. Then he said, "The Sun God Bow has an external energy circuit that can extract the power of heaven and earth. I only need to use a small part of my power to maintain it. After a period of time, I can release a blow that can kill a god. However, the recovery time is quite long." "What about the range?" Lin Sheng walked forward and circled the golden bow. Finally, he asked, "What about the range?" "Not far." Yun Nuoxing tapped the golden bow in his hand with his fingers. Then he raised his head and said, casually, "About 10,000 miles." Everyone was speechless. 10,000 miles is not far. How far do you want to shoot? Do you want to shoot the sun for it to count? Chu Yingzhan was a little annoyed and gave him a knock on the head. She stared at him with her eyes wide open. Yun Nuoxing rubbed his head and looked at her helplessly. Theoretically, the sun god Bao can indeed shoot the sun down. It's not like I haven't tried it before. Back then, the purple night flame was evolving into the purple night star. If it succeeded, there would be a third sun hanging in the sky. Unfortunately, it was shot by the King of Gods, and I at that time. Everyone said, "We are different." When they were at the mortal level, they were still obediently practicing in some corner. At most, they would be naughty and make their mentors angry. This guy, on the other hand, had already started shooting the sun. While they were talking, Yun Nuoxing, and the others had already arrived at the edge of the ice field. The snowstorm could not reach here. Fine snow was falling from the sky, and there was no obstruction to their vision. They could even see that many people were rushing here from all directions. When they passed by above their heads, many people looked at this vast group of people. After measuring the strength of the two groups of people, they silently flew towards the ice field. They did not have too much time to waste here. They are really aggressive. If there were fewer people in our group, there would probably be people coming down to cause trouble. After entering this world, our nerves are a little sensitive. Xue Lingfeng looked at the people flying around in the sky and could not help but say. Yun Nuoxing spread out his hands and looked at Lin Sheng. "Then we'll leave first. No matter what, thank you." I thought that no one would come after I shouted. Chuan Mu patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder and grinned. "If you need anything, just give us a shout. We can rush over even if it is thousands of miles away. What are you guys busy with?" At this point, Lin Sheng and the rest looked at Yun Nuoxing curiously. This guy always looked busy. They did not know what he was doing. Yun Nuoxing was silent for a moment. He looked up at the strangely colored sky and said, "First, we will find the two lost girls. Then, we will investigate this world. This world has long been destroyed by the Shadow Emperor and Purple Knight. They used the power of the gods to completely annihilate it. However, it is still standing here. What happened in the past 3 eras?" Lin Sheng and the others were all dumbfounded as they listened to him talk about things that they felt were very powerful but could not understand at all. Ding Mingyu rolled her eyes at him and said, "Why do I feel like you're living like an old man? You're doing things that only some old gods would do." Yun Nuoxing spread his hands helplessly. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. "Oh, right. If we meet the people of the Snow Goddess sect and Yao Hua of the 9 Gods Temple, we can ask them to join forces. Oh, these are the 2 tokens." After saying that, he took out the Ice Snow Divine Staff and the token of the 9 Gods Temple. He waved it in front of everyone. Immediately, the group looked at him strangely. Lin Sheng and the rest nodded to show that they remembered the 2 tokens. Some of them did not know his identity. When they saw the 2 tokens, their cheeks twitched wildly. "See you next time. Let's catch up next time." Yun Nuoxing smiled and said goodbye. He waved at everyone. Ming pulled him into her arms. The wings on her back spread out and flapped gently. She brought the 2 of them into the sky. Bing Er nodded at everyone and followed along with Chu Yingzhan. The strong wind blew the robes of this group of young people. Lin Sheng reached out his hand to block the wind in front of him. When he looked up, he could no longer see Yun Nuoxing and the rest. So, why did this guy go to the Long Light Academy? Xue Lingfeng stomped the long spear in his hand and sighed. Even though this guy was suppressed to the virtual realm, he was still so elegant and ethereal. Lin Sheng thought for a while. to experience life. That makes sense, everyone exclaimed. Chapter 8:35. Retracting his gaze, Yun Nuoxing looked ahead and pointed in a direction. He planned to take a look at the nest of myriad beasts. As Ming and the other two recovered their immortal rank strength, the four of them resumed their habit of flying at high altitudes and avoided countless troubles below. Brother, don't we need to bring them along? While flying, Ming couldn't help but ask, Brother, you seem to want to bring them along to do something, right? Yes, Yun Nuoxing nodded and said, obtain the holy object and enter the second stage. If there is a second stage, there should be a third stage. These things will all happen in this world without any accidents, so there is no need to rush. Moreover, the holy object won't be taken away so easily. When the time is right, I will think of a way to obtain a holy object. As long as I have the Farlight Academy's token, this holy object will be useful to the entire Farlight Academy, and my goal will be achieved. After pondering for a while, Yun Nuoxing said, the main point is how to obtain it. There is too little information now, so it is not the time to act. Since there is a way to bypass the rules and recover my strength, it is best to let me recover half of my strength before acting. Speaking of this, he sighed. A mutant fruit with the power of rules only allowed one weapon in his body to recover from its dormant state. He didn't know how long it would take for him to recover all his strength and divine weapons. By that time, the journey in the secret realm might be over. Ming nodded casually. Where is Feng? Are we going there directly? The nest of myriad beasts is at the boundary between the void domain and the soul domain in the special area. Yun Nuoxing nodded and pondered for a while, then said, pay attention to the ruins on the way. There are many ruins left in this Jiesu secret realm. Most of them were built randomly, and only a small portion of them were carefully arranged. They are ownerless items in this secret realm. After saying that, she pondered again, her face slightly gloomy. Chu Yingzhan saw that the situation was not right and raised her eyebrows. What are you thinking of now? How did you know what I was thinking of? Yun Nuoxing looked at her, a little stunned. Chu Yingzhan waved her hand. Of course, this fairy's eyesight is not for show. Look at how gloomy you are. You don't know how to restrain your expression at all. Everything is written on your face. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no one else here. Yun Nuoxing and Ming were speechless. This girl was already treating them as her own people so quickly. The former sighed. When they first met, she was such a sweet girl. Sure enough, after knowing her for a long time, her true nature was exposed. Now, she was simply a female lunatic. I'm thinking about this world. Of course, it's not a coincidence that so many ruins were left behind. Many of the marks I saw were left behind by wars, and those wounds left behind by wars that cannot be healed had an aura close to that of a god-emperor or a deity. Yun Nuoxing looked at the ground. We haven't gone to many places yet, but I noticed that in the wood, metal, and water elemental regions, there are 3 places with the same aura. These auras are the only ones left behind after countless years. And then Chu Yingzhan's eyes lit up as she asked, and then did you notice that there is no young aura here? Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes. Looking at the places we passed by, we saw those huge battle scars. In those mountains and forests, we could sense some very ancient auras, but there were no auras from recent years. There were no auras from thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. Moreover, the owner of these ruins, like the one we saw so far, its owner was at the celestial level. But looking at the scale, it should have been left behind by a powerful deity. Chu Yingzhan was confused and disoriented. She slapped him on the head and said, "Speak human language." Yun Nuoxing rubbed his head and said, "I don't know either. I only know that This world is very strange. The Shadow Emperor was a god-level master. He and Zai destroyed this Jiasu secret realm together. We don't know the reason behind it, and Zai can't remember it either. This world can erase memories, but it doesn't have the ability to change memories. Not to mention that the Shadow Emperor was a god-level master. Unless the creator of this subworld was a god-level master, Chu Yingzhan slapped his head again. The latter glared at him angrily. I asked you to speak human language. Yun Nuoxing glared at him and curled up in Ming's arms. The latter smiled bitterly and rubbed his head. I understand, but this guy is too stupid to understand. Big brother, you can just make it simpler. I suspect that there is a problem with the time and structure of this world. I've already made it simple enough. Don't hit me, or I'll fight you. Yun Nuoxing glared at Chu Yingzhan fiercely. He gritted his teeth and pretended to be fierce. Huh, let's spar? Chu Yingzhan put her hands on her hips and sneered. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and pointed at her. Bing Air, go. The three girls were speechless. Yun Nuoxing and the others were also scanning for familiar cheese. Other than Feng, they had lost another person. Yun Nuoxing didn't have to worry about her, but that was because he was with her. Besides, the people from Celestial Godly College were looking for him, so they were probably looking for Ziyan as well. Yun Nuoxing was worried about Feng. But that was because he was with her. Besides, the people from Celestial Godly College were looking for him, so they were probably looking for Ziyan too. 10 days passed peacefully. Yun Nuo and the others had arrived at the central area 2 days ago, which was one of the 6 special areas. The sky was transparent and clear, with blue skies and white clouds. It was no different from the sky of the outside world. However, this space was a special space related to souls. Raising his head to look at the strange scenery in the sky, Yun Nuoxing looked down and then retracted his gaze. The space in the special area is much larger than the elemental space. At this time, there are not many people who can set foot in these places. They need at least the strength of the immortal stage, according to the passage of time. Except for the few of you, those who claim to be geniuses should have recovered to the mortal stage or the half-immortal stage under the condition of many heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The people we saw in the wood elemental area should be from the left side of this world. The middle area is a barrier that's hard to cross. This means that there's another large group of people on the right side. Chu Yingzhan added. Yun Nuoxing nodded. His nose twitched as if he was sniffing. This place has such a dense soul force. We will go around the edge. There is no need to go through the center. There is a very strong, ominous premonition coming from there. Ming nodded and changed directions. Bing Air and Chu Yingzhan were also on alert. They were thousands of miles up in the sky, but no one said that the sky was safe. An itchy feeling came from his neck, causing Yun Nuoxing to stop thinking for a second. He lowered his head in surprise, and 2 snow-white ears stood up from the side of his neck and shook slightly. Then 6 snow-white tails stretched out from the side. The thick hair made the little fairy look like a white ball of fur. The white ball of fur shook violently like a blooming flower, revealing a pair of smart and beautiful eyes. Xiao Xian? Yun Nuoxing was also surprised. This little fellow had been sleeping ever since it clung onto him. It was never awake for 24 hours a day. Feng, and Bing Air had said that it was in a strange state of deep sleep. They couldn't tell what it was, but there was no harm in it. Xiao Xian's 4 limbs pressed on Yun Nuoxing's shoulders and stretched. Then its 6 tails curled around his neck, and its small body rolled around on his shoulders to stretch. Finally, it stood on his shoulders and called out happily. It used its soft tongue to intimately lick his cheeks. Its 6 tails wagged quickly behind it, and it seemed to be in a good mood. Yun Nuoshing freed a hand to play, with the little fellow on his shoulder. He smiled faintly and turned his head. As expected, he saw Ming's Mei Mao blinking vigorously. Xiao Xian's cute image was very attractive to both men and women, old and young. It seemed that even Ming, whose nature had changed, was interested in this furry creature. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing was looking at her with interest, Ming's pretty face turned red. She pretended to be cold and turned her head away, focusing on hurrying on with her journey. However, when Yun Nuoshing saw that her wings were moving up and down restlessly, he couldn't help but chuckle. He held Xiao Xian in his palm and placed her on Ming's shoulder. Xiao Xian's beautiful eyes blinked slightly. Soon, she began to move around in this new place. She circled around Ming's shoulder many times and finally settled down on his head. Her 4 snow-white little legs supported her head, and her 6 tails were spinning nonstop like windmills. Ming tried his best to suppress the thoughts in his heart. Mei Mao stared straight at Yun Nuoshing, as if she could see Xiao Xian's reflection in his eyes. However, when she saw that she was still hugging her older brother, who was more important to her, she suppressed this thought. Observing Ming's expression, Yun Nuoshing felt that it was very interesting. Just as he was about to ask Bing Er to take a look, he turned his head and saw her leaning over with a serious expression. She tugged at his shoulder with her jade-like hand. "Father," I sensed the nest of myriad beasts. Yun Nuoshing and the others' expressions froze. They quickly asked, "What's going on?" "There's still a region's distance from here to the nest of myriad beasts." Bing Er blinked and said, "There are countless powerful sacred beasts and even mythical beasts calling out to us. There are at least 10 million sacred beasts and 10 million mythical beasts' corpses buried in the nest of myriad beasts. The countless remnant thoughts that have gathered together have a strong calling to us mythical beasts. Sister Feng, Er, should have also sensed this calling before going in. Perhaps there are also members of my clan there. Perhaps the previous generations of phoenixes also left something there. This feeling is very strong." "That's very serious." Yun Nuoshing's pretty face twitched, and she frowned. "Right now, I can only sense that Feng Er's condition is stable and her location. I don't know anything more specific. Perhaps it's because there are too many soul fragments gathered there, so the connection between us has been suppressed to the lowest level. It's already unbearable under the pressure of the rules here." The 4 of them were silent for a moment. Only Xiao Xian, who didn't know anything, was still standing on Ming's head and wagging her tail. "Hey, harem guy, look down there." Suddenly, Chu Yingzhan saw something. She grabbed Ming's arm and slowed him down. Bing Er also stopped at the side. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing lowered his head. She didn't need to point out anything for him to see. The dense forest and mountains suddenly disappeared without a trace in a certain area. It was a flat land. At the edge of the mysterious area, half of the mountains and trees were cut off. However, they weren't cut off. Instead, half of them were gone. Just like the forest at the edge of the hidden area, half of the forest had suddenly disappeared. Even the purple soul aura of the trees that were entwined with faint purple souls disappeared near the edge. That mysterious area was a huge circular ground with a radius of about 10,000 feet. In the center, there was a large building that looked like an ancient square. It covered an area of about 10,000 feet. At the edge of the center of the square, there was a white staircase that rose up. The circular stone ground was engraved with golden talismans. In 8 directions, there were neat rows of stone pillars that were arranged along the steps. However, the top of each pillar was the same height. Each pillar was about 10 feet wide and engraved with talismans of different colors. On the bottommost circular platform that was thousands of feet wide, it was divided into 11 regions. In the middle, there was a platform that was thousands of feet wide, and the outside was divided into 10 smaller circles. Each circle had its own unique carvings. The outermost circle was like a whirlpool, and the innermost layer was like a circle of runes. However, no matter what kind of carvings they were all suddenly cut off and incomplete. Yun Nuoshing noticed that the innermost circle platform, that was about 1,000 feet in size, was densely engraved with many mysterious symbols. He had seen those symbols once in the pitch-black cave. The symbols there were destroyed in the end. He didn't expect to see a huge square full of these ancient symbols at this time. In the centermost area, there was a circular platform that was about 10 feet in size. A blue gem was inlaid in the center, and it emitted a fan-shaped beam of light. In the beam of light, there was a long sword that was half gold and half silver. Although it was called a long sword, Yun Nuoshing had never seen a sword like this. The gold and silver longsword was about 2 meters long and half a foot wide. It was a huge sword. The tip of the sword was a triangular shape with a sharp top and a thick bottom. At the two ends of the sword, there were sharp horns that pointed obliquely to the sky. At first glance, they looked like tree branches. On the surface of the huge sword, there was a pair of crescent moons that were engraved with complicated talismans. On the other side, there were 2 suns. The huge sword slowly rotated in the fan-shaped beam of light, but it didn't emit any aura. I seem to have some impression of this thing. I just glanced at it not long ago. Don't remind me. I should have remembered it. Chu Yingzhan covered her forehead and looked like she was deep in thought. After thinking for a long time, even Yun Nuoshing was anxious for her. The ritual square is at the center of the entire Jiasu secret realm. It is located in the middle of the boundary between the void and the soul regions. Half of this square is in the soul region, and the other half is in the void region. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but say, when she saw that she couldn't think of anything after pondering for a long time, "I know. I was just about to say it." Chu Yingzhan gritted her teeth and looked at Yun Nuoshing maliciously. She shuddered and felt goosebumps all over her body. She quickly shrank her head into Ming's arms like an ostrich. Ritual? What ritual? Yun Nuoshing sighed and frowned. She couldn't understand the meaning of this square at all. She couldn't understand the symbols and didn't know what they were used for. How am I supposed to know? Chu Yingzhan fiercely rolled her eyes. Her jade-like hands danced like the wind as she scratched at his head. After messing up his hair, she lightly snorted, "Let's go. Don't worry about these useless things. They've been abandoned for so many years. With a single glance, you can tell that they're useless. Saving your foam is more important. These symbols are making me dizzy." Yun Nuoshing narrowed her eyes. Were these things really useless? Chapter 836. When the ceremonial square was first built, it was originally used by a country for worship and divination. It has a special status and is a very important building. There is no country in this place. The entire Jiasu secret realm is just a strange ancient battlefield. Who knows how many people have died here? Yun Nuoshing muttered softly. He patted Ming's arm and pointed downwards. The latter understood. He flapped his wings and carried him down to the ceremonial square below. Seeing this fellow completely ignore her words, Chu Yingzhan fiercely clenched her teeth. After a moment, she helplessly sighed and could only follow him. She looked ahead and tried her best to not let herself see those dense symbols. If she looked any further, she would feel dizzy. The square itself was not worth Yun Nuoshing's attention. In fact, if he had not seen the relevant information about this central square in the ruins, he would not have even come down to take a look. At most, he would have just ignored it as a strange square. The 4 of them walked slowly on the square. Ming's wings extended to 3 feet wide and wrapped half of Yun Nuoxing's body in them. The sacred sword in his hand flashed through the space around them. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand to indicate that there was no need to be so nervous. They walked to the center of the ceremonial square. The round and short platform was erected in front of them. The strange-looking giant sword was slowly rotating in the fan-shaped light pillar that was illuminated by the blue pearl in the center of the platform. Other than the metallic luster, there was no aura at all, as if it was just an ordinary weapon. After muttering to himself for a while, Yun Nuoxing extended his hand with the intention of reaching into the light pillar. However, before he could touch the fan-shaped light pillar, a figure flashed by from the side. Soon after, the huge sword disappeared in front of him, causing him to be stunned for a moment. Turning his head, he saw Chu Yingzhan looking at him somewhat unhappily. Her lily-white hand was holding the strange, huge sword as she handed it over to him. "It's as weak as glass. Can you not touch strange things?" Chu Yingzhan stared at him unhappily. She stuffed the huge sword in her hand into Yun Nuoxing's hand and snorted, "This is a huge sword made of metal. It doesn't have any energy fluctuation. You have the spiritual divine body. See if you can sense anything." Yun Nuoxing looked at her with a strange expression, but she didn't think too much. She nodded and held the huge sword tightly. After sensing it carefully for a while, she shook her head and said, "This is not a weapon. There is no reaction from the spiritual receiving divine body." Ming and the other 2 women were stunned. Ming and Bing Er reacted quickly and nodded casually. Since he said it wasn't, then it wouldn't be. However, Chu Yingzhan wasn't used to Yun Nuoxing's way of identifying. She frowned slightly. "Are you sure? Was there a mistake? This thing is just a strange-looking sword. Do you want to take another look?" Yun Nuoxing pursed her lips and said, "Although my strength has been suppressed, my physique is still there. I won't be wrong about this. Whether it's a weapon or not, the spiritual receiving divine body's origin can sense it. A weapon has the energy core of a weapon, and a magic tool has the spirit contained in it. A special weapon has a special soul or a weak consciousness. These can all resonate with the spiritual receiving divine body, but I don't have any reaction at all. Either this is not a weapon or a magic tool, or this is an ordinary weapon made of pure metal. Do you think an ordinary weapon will appear here?" Chu Yingzhan shook her head. This thing was placed in the center of the ceremony square. She didn't know what this square was used for in a short period of time, but there must be something special about it. Naturally, they wouldn't place something useless here. With Yun Nuoxing's guarantee, it was obvious that this strange, huge sword wasn't a weapon. "All right, I'll believe you this time. Then what is this thing?" Chu Yingzhan puffed up her cheeks and asked unhappily. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. He couldn't see through it either. "This thing doesn't have any energy reaction. So, your question stumped me. But it should be useful later. Maybe," Yun Nuoxing quickly said when he saw that Chu Yingzhan was about to go berserk. "I guarantee it with the name of my spiritual receiving divine body." "To hell with your spiritual receiving divine body. You're the strangest person I've ever met." Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes at him. Then she turned around and flew toward the original path. Yun Nuoxing and Ming looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. He didn't say anything. This was just how this girl was. Ming picked up Yun Nuoxing with Bing Er beside her. They flew toward the nest of 10,000 beasts. After passing through the plaza, they arrived at the other side of the Jiasu realm. They could clearly feel that the density of soul energy had decreased significantly. What replaced it was an incomparably chaotic energy. The void was the melody of the sky, and this area, the sky above their heads, was a strange dark purple color. Even though the Jiasu realm was extremely wide, this strange sky would occasionally penetrate through the distance of space and project to other places. There was no accurate concept of space and time in the void. The order of energy in the void was chaotic. It could be said that all energy and objects that entered the void would become chaotic. There would be contradictions and confusion between themselves. If one wanted to isolate this phenomenon, one could only use energy to counteract the chaotic state brought about by the void. Furthermore, one had to maintain the flow of energy at all times. It was also possible to directly use one's powerful body to resist the void. However, that was the power of the strong gods. When cultivators below the beginner god level rushed into the void, they had to constantly use their energy to isolate themselves from the void and avoid direct contact with it. However, this would quickly drain their energy and be completely devoured by the void. Even their own existence would be vaporized. The dark purple sky was the actual void. If one shattered it, one would be able to see the vast river of time and the time barrier below. The void was a barrier that blocked everyone from exploring the river of time. However, this barrier did not exist for the gods. To them, if they wanted to see the magnificence of the river of time, they just had to shatter the void. Perhaps it was just a matter of lifting their hands. At most, they would just have to use a bit of strength. After rushing into the area of the void, Ming propped up a layer of golden energy barrier that covered her and Yun Nuoshing. The golden flames on the barrier burned away all the corrosive power of the void. Bing Er and Chu Yingzhan also had similar measures. Fortunately, this area called the void was not really in the void. Otherwise, even they would not dare to rush into the void directly at this moment. The only real void was the dark purple sky in the sky. After entering the void domain, moving forward became slightly more troublesome. It was still a problem of space. The interference brought about by the void domain slightly disturbed space and time. Yun Nuoshing had no choice but to position herself at all times. Ming and the others had to be prepared to change their direction at any time. Under such troublesome circumstances, they spent more time and finally arrived at the location of the lair of beasts where Feng Er was. Yun Nuoshing sighed and said, "Phew, you don't need to sense it this time. I can feel it too. This cave is probably filled with a lot of souls." In front of them, in the mountain range below, a huge cave suddenly appeared. The souls turned into a chilly wind that blew out from the cave. The whistling sound of the wind made the people who heard it feel a chill down their spine. The dense soul power almost materialized at the cave entrance, revealing a vague beast shape that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at the space. Shouldn't this place be in the soul area? Ming could not help but frown. The divine energy on her body clashed with the dark energy in this place, making her feel uncomfortable. Yun Nuoshing subconsciously held Ming's hand and said softly, "Who knows? I have to say that those unreasonably large skeletons should be left behind by the Shifter Emperor." In the end, they all revealed the aura of the immortal rank. Looking at her hand that was being held, Ming's pretty face blushed slightly. Then she gripped Ming's hand tightly, and an imperceptible smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Chu Yingzhan saw this scene and could not help but click her tongue. However, the chilly wind was too loud, and her voice could not be heard. "Don't dawdle. We have to go in anyway. There's no difference between going in now and going in after careful consideration." Chu Yingzhan swung her sleeves and rushed into the cave like lightning. Seeing this, Yun Nuoshing and the other two were dumbfounded and quickly followed. As soon as they entered the myriad beasts cave, Yun Nuoshing suddenly felt a ferocious aura rising. The The soul power that had been accumulating for God knows how many years was exerting a great pressure on the intruders, causing their expressions to stiffen. However, when Bing Air stepped forward, an icy blue light appeared on her body, and she revealed an even more frightening dragon's aura. The soul power retreated as if it had met its natural enemy. Although it could not be compared to Feng Er's status as one of the four divine beasts, Bing Er herself was a divine beast, and she was also from the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan was almost at the top of the magical beast world, and the Shifter Clan. Her dragon's aura had a suppressive effect on the majority of demon beasts, even their souls. Among the dead magical beasts and demon beasts, there are also members of the Dragon Clan. They are not affected by my dragon's aura, but at least they won't attack us. Bing Er said. She released an even more powerful dragon's aura and walked into the cave. Yun Nuoshing and the other two quickly followed. Inside the cave, they could see layers of skeletons in front of them from time to time. It was impossible to tell which skeletons belonged to which magical beasts. They were all mixed together, and bones of all sizes were piled up in a pile. It looked extremely horrifying. There was no path in the cave. They had to climb over the mountain of skeletons as if they were climbing a mountain. With Bing Er leading the way, they did not encounter any obstacles. After walking for nearly an hour on the mountain of skeletons in the cave, Yun Nuoshing and the other three gradually slowed down. And Bing Er stomped her foot on the skeleton. Mei Mao narrowed her eyes. The soul aura here has disappeared. Sister Feng Er's aura is lingering inside. It should be her power that suppressed all the souls in the vicinity. It's okay. I can sense Feng Er's aura. She's inside. I have bad news. Yun Nuoshing coughed dryly and said with a slightly strange expression, "What bad news? Tell me, I'm ready." Chu Yingzhan put her hands on her hips and stared straight at Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing muttered to herself for a while. She opened her mouth several times, wanting to say something. In the end, she didn't know what to say. In the end, she could only say faintly, "You will know in a while." The three girls widened their eyes when they heard this. Chu Yingzhan slapped her forehead, and then slapped Yun Nuoshing's forehead. "F***CKU. No, I don't know what to say in this situation." Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and rubbed her head. She pointed to the front and said, "Let's go and take a look first." Chu Yingzhan jumped down from the mountain of skeletons with Ming and landed lightly on the ground. She glanced at him and was about to walk forward when Yun Nuoshing stopped her. He stretched out his hand with a serious expression, as if he was trying to touch something. He stretched his hand more than a foot in front of him. A colorful barrier suddenly appeared and blocked his hand. Chu Yingzhan looked at the colorful barrier that suddenly appeared. Mei Mao blinked. The barrier covered the ground, but the top of the barrier was on top of the huge mountain of skeletons. A great deterrent force hovered above the barrier. It might not be a big deal if they touched it, but if they tried to forcefully break through it, they might suffer a powerful counterattack. What is this thing? After feeling that she couldn't handle it, Chu Yingzhan looked at Yun Nuoshing beside her with a serious expression. "I don't know." Yun Nuoshing shook her head and looked at Bing Er. "Bing Er, you are a demonic beast. Do you know what this thing is?" Bing Er nodded and gently touched the barrier with her hand. Then she said, "This barrier is formed by the souls of countless demonic beasts. It is an ordinary soul barrier, but it is formed by the souls of countless demonic beasts and demonic beasts. It is a normal soul barrier, but it is formed by the souls of countless demonic beasts and demonic beasts. It contains a terrifying obsession. Pure strength shouldn't be able to break it." "Then how do we break it?" Chu Yingzhan asked. Bing Er frowned. "The power of the bloodline, the power of the soul. As long as I can suppress the majority of the souls and obsessions here, I should be able to break the card. Sister Feng. Should have used her bloodline to forcibly suppress the countless souls and obsessions before entering. I shouldn't be able to break the card. There are many mythical beasts mixed in here. Let me. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and took a deep breath. Her arm lit up with a golden light. She touched the soul barrier with her hand. Suddenly, the barrier caved in. My God spirit blood pulse hasn't fully awakened, but it should be able to break this soul barrier. After a faint laugh, the palm pressed down, and the sunken barrier suddenly began to ripple. Then, like glass shattering, a large piece of the barrier shattered and fell to the ground. Let's go. Seeing that the barrier was broken, the golden light on Yun Nuoxing's arm shrunk. She shrugged at the three women and stepped in. Ming quickly followed and held his arm. Bing Er and Chu Yingzhen followed, closely behind. As the four of them stepped into the soul barrier, the broken hole shook slightly and slowly healed. After stepping into the soul barrier, Yun Nuoxing and the others saw a blur in front of their eyes. Then, the huge mountain of bones disappeared. What replaced it was a ground full of bones. The surrounding mountain walls were engraved with golden characters. This was still the interior of the cave, and the empty space was quite large. It appeared to be a place that was sandwiched between two large, protruding mountain rocks. Behind them, the colorful spiritual barrier was erected in the empty space between the two mountain rocks, sealing off the only path. This sealed area was filled with a faintly discernible pressure. That prehistoric and ancient aura caused the energy within the bodies of the four people from Yun Nuo Star to tremble gently. Yun Nuoxing did not have much power. This pressure almost turned her into an ordinary person. Bing Er was a demonic beast, Ming was a mysterious angel, and Chu Yingzhan seemed to have a strong background. The three of them were only suppressed for a moment. Then, they recovered. They forced themselves to withstand the pressure and returned the flow of their divine qi to normal. Padong. Just as Yun Nuoxing thought he was being treated differently, his heart suddenly jumped. His golden red blood pulse quickly flowed. An extremely scary pressure exploded from his body. It was like a god descending to earth. It suddenly filled the entire space. At that moment, Yun Nuoxing's entire body became gold. The power of his god spirit blood pulse made the golden symbols on the mountain walls dim. The ancient pressure suddenly disappeared. This sudden blood pulse explosion shocked the three women, but the situation quickly disappeared. It was as if Yun Nuoxing's god spirit blood pulse was not happy that other pressures had touched it. It fiercely fought back. The pressure that filled the air disappeared without a trace. It was as if nothing had happened. You are so powerful. Your blood pulse is so overbearing. Chu Yingzhan looked at him, speechless. She lifted her lips. Yun Nuoxing had a wry smile. The sudden explosion shocked him. He did not expect his blood pulse to be so overbearing. In that sealed space, there was an ancient smell everywhere. It was as if countless years of time had accumulated. Yun Nuoxing and the others could almost feel the flow of time. This space wasn't very big. When he raised his head, he could easily see the top. It was less than 100 meters away. The mountain walls were densely engraved with golden runes. From top to bottom, it looked like a golden waterfall. Even the bones on the ground were engraved with golden runes. When one of the bones was kicked over, he could see that the other side was engraved with golden runes. After sizing up the space in a short while, Yun Nuoxing lowered his gaze. 10 meters in front of him, there was a distorted space. The nearby golden talismans were all engraved in the space. From the looks of it, it was as if the golden talismans were attracted to the space. 1 meter above the ground, they formed a cocoon that was more than 3 meters tall and wrapped in golden talismans. Densely packed talismans wrapped around this cocoon, and Feng Er's aura was coming from it. When they saw this scene, Ming Ming and Chu Yingzhen finally understood why Yun Nuoxing couldn't speak. What kind of situation was this? Chapter 837. In the deepest part of the nest of 10,000 beasts, on the ground that was piled up with skeletons, golden runes left the mountain walls and gathered 1 meter above the ground, forming an oval that was 2 meters tall. At first glance, it looked like an egg, and the golden runes were the eggshell. An incomparably strong life force came from within, and through the gaps, one could vaguely see crimson flames growing endlessly. That powerful life force was undergoing nirvana and rebirth. Yun Nuoxing stared blankly at the area that was wrapped up by the golden runes. If it weren't for some discordant sounds in his ears, he might have remained in a daze for a while. The sound of sharp teeth rubbing against bones was not terrifying, but rather strange. Yun Nuoxing and the others were startled and quickly turned their heads. On the ground that was piled up with white bones, there was a pure white and soft ball. Its 6 pure white tails were spinning nonstop like windmills, slapping the skeletons on the ground with a strange rhythm. At this moment, this fox's small body was crawling on the ground, holding a white bone that was engraved with golden runes. It opened its mouth and bit, or was it gnawing on it? Damn! Xiao Xian! This thing can't be eaten. After staring blankly for a while, Yun Nuoxing finally reacted. He was shocked by Xiao Xian's actions and rushed over, wanting to grab Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian, who was holding onto a bone and gnawing on it with relish, was startled by this sudden movement. Her hair stood on end, and she cried out in surprise. She hurriedly jumped up and did not forget to use her tail to wrap around the bone. Then she ran around the sealed space with all her might. Yun Nuoxing was busy screaming and catching them from behind. He overturned a layer of white bones on the ground, and a layer of broken bones and broken golden talismans covered the ground. Ming Ming and the other 2 watched from the side and counted how many rounds these 2 fellows had run around this place. When Yun Nuoxing saw the messy scene in front of him that had been tormented by them, he was shocked and stopped without any strength. He supported his waist with both hands and panted heavily. The 2 of them had almost created 2 trenches in this place, and they were trenches made of bones. If these big demons and magical beasts still had souls, they would probably eat these 2 troublemakers on the spot without any sauce. After Yun Nuoxing stopped, Xiao Xian also jumped onto his head. She held the bone with her tail and put it in her mouth in a human-like manner. However, she obviously couldn't chew through it. The power of the golden runes was still there, and this bone wasn't an ordinary item. It was so hard that it could be used as a high-grade weapon. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make a dent on it. But at least she was persevering. She raised her head and looked at the mess on the ground. The bones buried here didn't belong to ordinary demon beasts or demon beasts. Even if they were engraved with golden runes, many of them had been worn down by time and were very fragile. Those unlucky ones were crushed by Yun Nuoxing and Xiao Xian's feet and were ground into powder. The 2 of them dug out a trench around a foot deep with their feet. Even the ground was dug out. After panting for a while, Yun Nuoxing saw Xiao Xian standing obediently on his head. He sighed in annoyance and slapped his forehead. Only then did he realize that Xiao Xian was very obedient to him, now that he didn't chase after them. He jumped up on his own accord. Then, what was he chasing after in the first place? He carried the little fellow down from his head. Xiao Xian stared at him with her bright gem-like eyes. Her mouth was still busy trying to make a hole in the bone. There are a lot of broken bones on the ground. Xiao Xian is only struggling with this one. I thought she was grinding her teeth. Ming and the other two girls saw that the two of them had stopped and came forward. Ming looked at Xiao Xian, who was being held in front of Yun Nuoxing and trying her best to chew on the bone, and said. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and rubbed the little fellow's soft fur. Xiao Xian chirped at him and then tried her best to chew on the bone in her arms. Yun Nuoxing couldn't stand it and said, "Is there anything special about this bone?" Xiao Xian called out and nodded her head. She seemed to know that she could not win against this 10,000-year-old bone. She held the bone with her two little claws and handed it to Yun Nuoxing. There was some hope in her eyes. Yun Nuoxing placed Xiao Xian on his shoulder and took the bone to look at it. This bone looked like a section of a human forearm. It was thick on both sides and thin in the middle. However, there were strange protrusions at both ends, and there was even a protrusion in the middle. It had a strange bone structure. He didn't know which powerful demon beast left it behind. The entire bone was only 2 feet long. Golden runes were densely engraved on it, and there were more engravings on it than on the other bones. At first glance, it looked like a golden bone. How do you want to do it? Cut it off, grind it up, or Yun Nuoxing lowered his head and asked. Xiao Xian's 6 tails swept around his neck and head. When she heard his question, she mimicked him and tilted her head. Then she stretched out her 2 front paws and hesitated for a moment. Then she made a gesture that looked like she was breaking the bone. Yun Nuoxing and the others immediately understood. This little fellow is very intelligent. She should be able to transform after she grows a little more. Chu Yingzhan smacked her lips and snatched the bone from Yun Nuoxing's hands. She grabbed both ends of the bone with her jade-like hands and took a deep breath. Then she used all her strength to break it. She clenched her teeth tightly, and her delicate body tensed up. However, the bone didn't give her any face. She didn't break it at all. She was so angry that she lifted her jade-like leg and slammed the bone on her thigh with all her might. Ouch! A scream that was comparable to a wild beast's echoed throughout the cave. It was so loud that it almost collapsed. Yun Nuoxing caught the bone that was flung away by the little girl and looked at her helplessly. Chu Yingzhan was hugging her thigh in pain. She was hopping on the ground with one leg. Her beautiful face was filled with pain. This thing, it can be used as a divine weapon. Do you think it's fun to rub it on your thigh? Yun Nuoxing sighed, helplessly. Chu Yingzhan hugged her thigh in pain. Her eyes were glistening with tears. She glared at him fiercely and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "You didn't ask me," Yun Nuoxing said innocently, looking at the incomparably hard bone. Yun Nuoxing thought for a while. Then he had a flash of inspiration. He waved his hand and took out the sun god bow. Then he threw the bone into the air. Woo-woo! Just as Yun Nuoxing was about to shoot an arrow and break the bone in half, Xiao Xian, who was on his shoulder, became anxious. She quickly tugged at Yun Nuoxing's long hair with her claws and shook her head vigorously. She uttered some desolate syllables, as if she did not want Yun Nuoxing to do so. The 4 of them were stunned for a moment. Although they did not understand the reason, Yun Nuoxing still stopped shooting. Ming hurriedly caught the white bone and handed it to him. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Don't tell me you want to gently cut it into 2? Xiao Xian quickly nodded. Her furry face showed some excitement. Then she gave Ming a thumbs up with her little claws like a human hand. The 6 tails behind her were wagging so hard that they were about to fly. She could not be any more human. Then what should we do? Yun Nuoxing stared at the bone that was returned to his hand. This divine weapon could not be used. They could not break it apart violently, so they could only break it with brute force. However, This group of people did not have the strength to break this bone that was as strong as a divine weapon. Xiao Xian seemed to have thought of this problem as well. In an instant, her 2 ears that were perked up drooped down. She hung her head dejectedly and looked extremely dejected. The 4 people from Yun Nuo planet felt their hearts ache when they saw her dull and lusterless appearance. However, Xiao Xian did not seem to care about this. Before Yun Nuoxing could comfort it, it pricked up its ears and wagged its tail. No one knew what it was happy about. In short, it was obvious from its face that it was happy. Seeing that Xiao Xian immediately recovered its mood, Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief. She temporarily put away the bone in her hand. Then she looked at the place where the golden talisman was wrapped into a ball. She frowned and walked closer to observe it. Chu Yingzhan glanced at the egg wrapped in golden talismans. She made a tearing gesture and grinned. "Do you want to dig it out?" Yun Nuoxing glanced at her silently. He thought for a moment and tried to connect with Feng Er's soul. However, the latter seemed to be in a deep sleep. He had no idea what she had experienced in the nest of 10,000 beasts. Anyway, she looked like an egg no matter how he looked at it. Yun Nuoxing could not think of any special method for the time being. Luckily, he could sense that Feng was in good condition. Otherwise, he would have started to feel anxious. However, even if he was not anxious, he felt that he could not just leave it here. The power of these golden talismans had been mostly drained by the life inside them. They were dim and had no energy. They were just decorations. Although Chu Yingzhan's idea was a little scary, he also had the same idea. After hesitating for a moment, Yun Nuoxing nodded. She gently reached out her hand and touched the area where the golden talismans were wrapped into a ball. At first, she thought that she would be blocked, but in the end, her palm shattered the golden talismans. The talismans condensed into small pieces and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Ming picked up the talisman pieces that were rapidly turning black after leaving the body. She placed them under her nose and sniffed them. Then, she pinched them with her jade hand. The talisman pieces produced a crisp sound and turned into a pile of gray ashes that fell from her fingers. "It's burnt. The talismans have been burned to crisp. It should be Feng Er's flame," Yun Nuoxing muttered. She waved her hand around a few times, and the golden talismans fell in pieces. When they left the body, they turned into black charred pieces and shattered piece by piece. Those were the products of the talismans being burned by the true phoenix fire. In a sense, they were no longer talismans. Anyway, they were just crispy things. Yun Nuoxing did not know how to describe this kind of product that had mutated after being burned. After digging out a big hole in the golden talismans, Yun Nuoxing and the others squeezed their heads together and looked in at the same time. Then they were all stunned. In the middle of the golden talismans was an egg the size of a head. It was a reddish-pink egg. The golden talismans had turned into chains that were as wide as a finger and were connected to the reddish-pink egg, as if fixing it in the middle. Those talisman chains no longer had any energy waves. This was something that Yun Nuoxing could still sense. "It's not quite the same as it looked at the beginning," Yun Nuoxing murmured. When he first saw the phoenix egg, half of it was black, and the other half was a mixture of pink and red. It was very gorgeous. Of course, now that the entire egg was reddish-pink, it was also very beautiful. However, he was a little concerned about the way it looked at the beginning. It felt a little different. Yun Nuoxing and the others looked at each other for a while and communicated with their eyes for more than 10 seconds. In the end, Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly and stretched out her hands to carry the reddish-pink phoenix egg. The golden talisman chains shattered. They were also burned like charcoal by the true phoenix fire. After they collapsed, Even their original form could not be recognized. After carrying the phoenix egg out, Yun Nuoxing did not have time to make the next move. A half-foot-wide tongue of flame erupted from the top of the egg and swept around in a circle. Yun Nuoxing and the others cried out in alarm and hurriedly tilted their heads back. The tongue of flame swept across the top of their faces. Before it touched them, they could feel a burning sensation coming from their noses. Even the space around them trembled when the tongue of flame swept across. Feng, or can't even sleep peacefully. Ming laughed bitterly. Fortunately, he had dodged the burn quickly. If he had been any slower, his face would have been blackened. Yun Nuoxing laughed bitterly. Then he felt his long hair being pulled. He hurriedly lowered his head and saw Xiao Xian looking at the top of the phoenix egg excitedly. She tugged on his long hair with her little paw and pointed at the top of the egg where the tongue of flame was erupting from with her other paw. She cried out excitedly and kept looking at Yun Nuoxing with her lively eyes. She even fluttered her wings a few times. This natural and adorable action made Yun Nuoxing and the others look satisfied. Yun Nuoxing hurriedly took out the white bone that she had just put away. Then she carefully placed the egg in Ming's arms. She carefully held the white bone and pointed its middle at the top of the phoenix egg. Scorching flames were still erupting from that spot from time to time. Although the flames were not as powerful as before, the residual power was still not to be underestimated. Crimson pink flames spurted out from the top of the phoenix egg. Yun Nuoxing adjusted the position so that the flames would accurately hit the middle of the white bone. The golden talisman emitted a dazzling light at the spot where the white bone came into contact with the flames. The energy contained within the talisman was spontaneously resisting the powerful force of the true phoenix fire. However, the difference in power was too great. Soon, the golden talisman was burned into pieces of charcoal. It fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at Xiao Xian. She saw that it was staring at the white bone longingly without any other reaction. Yun Nuoxing knew that this method was feasible. She immediately began to slowly burn the white bone. At the place burned by the true phoenix fire, the golden talismans all fell off within a minute, revealing the white bones underneath. Perhaps Feng, who was in deep sleep, felt Yun Nuoxing's movement. The fire spouting point at the top of the egg suddenly trembled, and then a large amount of true phoenix fire gushed out. The four of them were so scared that they hurriedly retracted their heads, and only then did they not end up bald. The large gust of flame was very high. It was a slender flame pillar. In an instant, it pierced through the middle of the white bone. Although it was as hard as a high-grade weapon, the true phoenix fire had the power to burn gods into ashes. In Feng's most primitive state, when she was still an egg, the true phoenix fire was the most powerful. Of course, in the later stages, when her power matured, she could also use the true phoenix fire with ease. The white bone broke into two pieces without making a sound. A strange, sweet fragrance filled the air. Yun Nuoxing took a light sniff. Her entire body trembled, and her eyes lit up. This is divine essence? And it's the divine essence of a divine beast. It's almost the same as the divine essence condensed by an emperor god. In fact, the effect is even better. If I have a drop, I can recover a lot of power. Slurp, Chu Yingzhan, and Mei Mao's eyes lit up. She slurped the saliva that flowed out of her mouth. She looked at the two pieces of broken bone in Yun Nuoxing's hands like a crazy man. Yun Nuoxing sniffed. After confirming that the smell was right, he nodded. When he turned around and saw her like this, he was so scared that he jumped. Then he hurriedly shook his head. This is what Xiao Xian found. I know, I'm just taking a look. Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes at him. Then she continued to drool as she looked at the 2 pieces of broken bone. If she had a drop, she could guarantee that she could recover a lot of power in an instant. However, there wasn't a lot of divine essence flowing in the 2 pieces of broken bone. There were probably only about 10 drops. Xiao Xian shook her tail and quickly took one of the pieces of broken bone. She rolled the other half with her tail and placed it in front of Yun Nuoxing. Then she hugged the broken bone and sucked on it. She was intoxicated in her own world after taking the remaining half of the bone. Yun Nuoxing was shocked to find that there were 7 drops of divine essence in it. Each drop was about half the size of a pinky nail. Yun Nuoxing blinked. This somewhat shabby amount made him miss the first time she condensed a basin of divine essence. At that time, he drank the divine essence like it was water, although he didn't waste it that much. Yun Nuoxing shook the broken bone and looked at it. Then she handed it to Ming and said with a smile, "You guys can share it. I don't need it." Ming was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to say something, Chu Yingzhan's eyes glowed green as she looked at Ming eagerly. Her eagerness to please Ming made Ming smile bitterly, but she didn't refuse. She and Yun Nuoxing didn't need to be polite with each other. Besides, Yun Nuoxing knew that this thing wouldn't have much effect on him. Even if it could be unsealed, it would only be unsealing one divine artifact. However, if the 3 of them shared it equally, all 3 of them could recover to demidemon rank, and one of them could even advance to demidemon rank. It was much better than having a divine artifact that could only be used once in a short period of time, especially on a battlefield like this. In the end, Ming and the other 2 women each got 2 drops. Ming forcefully stuffed the last drop into Yun Nuoxing's mouth. Yes, forcefully feeding her directly, the kind where he personally moved his mouth. However, after feeding her, Yun Nuoxing squatted aside with a gloomy face. It was as if her worldview had collapsed. She couldn't help but mutter something. She looked like a broken person. Chu Yingzhan looked at her silently, then sighed and looked at Ming. "I think you've learned bad things." Ming laughed dryly. Chapter 838. The barrier in the depths of the lair of myriad beasts could not be broken without a special bloodline or soul. This place was a natural hiding spot. Ming and the other 2 girls discussed for a while and decided to recover their strength here. Yun Nuoxing had discovered that the golden talisman had the effect of gathering energy. However, it was not ordinary energy, but the remaining energy in the bones of the demonic beasts that had not dissipated, other than Bing air and foam. No one else could use this energy. Oh, there was also Xiao Xian. However, it did not intend to sit down and cultivate. At this moment, it was digging 3 feet into the ground with Yun Nuoxing out of boredom. The broken bones on the ground were almost thrown into a whirlwind. With the help of the drop of divine marrow, Yun Nuoxing tried to break the seal again. The result made him cry. He still managed to recover a weapon. His strength was firmly fixed at the emptiness realm. It was no wonder. If he directly recovered to the immortal realm, he would probably be able to use all the weapons. Although he realized that the leap was a little big, how long would it take for him to break the seal at such a slow pace? He had close to 200 divine weapons in his body. It was a moving arsenal. The weapon that had just broken the seal made Yun Nuoxing a little surprised. It was a square black book. In the middle of the book's cover was a 2-finger-wide golden diamond-shaped crystal. It was the Formation Book, a 12th-level eternal divine weapon. There were countless formations engraved in it. He could feel a familiar wave of energy flowing in it. Unfortunately, he could only use one formation at a time. His strength had dropped to the emptiness realm, so he could not even use formations. Xiao Xian used her 2 little claws to dig vigorously on the ground behind Yun Nuoxing's back. throwing the white bones all over the place. Yun Nuoxing caught the white bones that were flying around, sifting through the parts with spirit and essence, and throwing the rest to a corner. Not long after, there was a 3 to 4 meter tall mountain of bones in that corner. The man and the beast were having a lot of fun. One was digging with all her might, while the other was picking and sifting. When Ming accidentally opened his eyes, he saw a huge pile of bones flying back and forth in front of him, as if there was a whirlwind of bones. He then looked at Yun Nuoxing and Xiao Xian, who were busy, and closed his eyes with a bitter smile. Yun Nuoxing and Xiao Xian managed to find some holy bones that contained divine marrow. They had strange shapes, and a few of them seemed to be ribs. However, other than the one they saw at the beginning, the divine marrow concentration wasn't as high, and the energy wasn't as pure as the former. However, they were still rare items, and they were in need of them now. 1, 2, 3, 36 drops. After burning the piles of white bones with the true phoenix fire, Yun Nuoxing condensed the fragrant white and golden drops into round beads that looked like pills. Then he tossed a few of them to Xiao Xian and put them away. The remaining ones were of great use to him, and he had to think about whether he should use them himself or leave them for Lin Sheng and the others. After swallowing the pills that were condensed from divine marrow, Xiao Xian licked her claws as if she hadn't had enough yet. Her 6 tails wagged, and just as she was about to dig the ground again, a wave of energy suddenly came from the soul barrier. A huge crack was torn open in the middle, and a group of people swarmed in. Yun Nuoxing and Xiao Xian were stunned, and the latter jumped onto his shoulder. Yun Nuoxing quickly put the phoenix egg into her portable space. Ming and the other 2 girls also opened their eyes vigilantly and rushed in front of Yun Nuoxing in a flash. They looked at the people who came in cautiously, and the energy waves in their bodies were suppressed by them. Unlucky, I'm recovering my strength. It's not a good time to make a move. Chu Yingzhan smacked her lips and looked at the group of people, who came in rather gloomily. Taking a closer look, the group of 7 people was no different from humans, but the energy waves rolling in their bodies told them that they weren't humans. Moreover, these 7 people had just torn open the soul barrier to come in, so there must be a rather powerful demon clan bloodline among them. 3 of them are young divine beasts. That kind of energy wave can't be concealed. It must be the blood of the 3 of them that forcefully tore open the barrier. Bing Er moved closer to Yun Nuoxing's ear and whispered, "The remaining 4 are at least divine beasts." The 7 people who broke into this place looked around in a daze. When they saw the golden symbols, they were slightly shocked. In the end, they stopped at the place where the golden symbols were wrapped together. Immediately, the expressions of the group of people became sluggish. This is the Changling tomb. After the sluggishness lasted for a while, a man among the 7 people let out an extremely shocked scream. That scream also stunned Bing Er. Feeling the change in Bing Er's expression, Yun Nuoxing hurriedly asked in her soul, "What is this? What is the Changling tomb?" Bing Er blinked at Mei Mao, and her expression was a little serious. The Changling tomb is a special place formed by many demon clans. I see these golden talismans. That golden talisman is the core of the Changling tomb. It contains the lifetime power of all the powerful demon beasts here. Now, it has been taken away by Sister Feng Er. The core of the Changling tomb is gone. Normally, the Changling tomb will be taken back by the demon clan. There are many things inside that are related to their clansmen, including many inheritances, and the demon clan hates the inheritances of their clansmen falling into the hands of others. These were all fragments of the bloodline, and they contained information. Bing Er and Feng Er both had it. Although they were not very old, with the help of these fragments, they could quickly understand this world. This was the talent of holy beasts and divine beasts. Although I don't know exactly how bad it is, this fairy knows that it is very bad now. Chu Yingzhan heard this and raised her eyebrows. Damn it, the three of us are still in the process of leveling up. If we do something like this, these narrow-minded guys will definitely do something to us when they see that the Chanling tomb has been taken away. While they were quickly communicating with their souls, the 7 people also saw the broken core. Suddenly, the look in their eyes changed. This look also made Yun Nuoshing and the other 3 increase their vigilance. Human clan. Slightly squinting eyes swept across Yun Nuoshing and the others, and finally fixed on Bing Er. That devilish-looking man took a step forward and said coldly, "As a divine beast, you are actually with the human clan. Which clan are you from?" That rude voice made Bing Er's expression turn cold. The blue gold Mei Mao changed slightly and turned into a pair of dragon eyes. Substantial golden light erupted from her eyes, and an ice mark appeared between her eyebrows. A huge dragon's aura spread out from her delicate body. Dragon clan. The demonic man's expression trembled slightly. He felt a little uncomfortable when the great dragon's might descended on him. However, his companions also took a step forward immediately. 7 surging waves of might suddenly burst out from their bodies and swept out like a storm. The white bones on the ground creaked as they were scraped. Faced with such a terrifying aura, Bing Er did not retreat at all. She slowly spat out a dragon's breath. An even more terrifying aura, mixed with the power of ice, surged out and forcibly resisted the auras of the 7 people. It even had the tendency to suppress them. The strength of the Dragon Clan's aura was obvious. You are leveling up, and you still dare to compete with our auras? The devilish-looking man sneered. The light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Being suppressed by Bing Er's aura seemed to have stimulated him. At this time, he was almost using his full strength. Even though Bing Er was several realms higher than them, the 7 of them were still able to resist her. Seeing that you are for the Dragon Clan, hand over the inheritance of the Chongling tomb, and I can let you leave safely. Otherwise, with the strength of the 4 of you, if we really fight, you won't be able to stop us. Moreover, there is still a burden." As the last sentence fell, Ming Ming and Bing furrowed their brows. The former drew her angelic sacred sword with a swoosh, no longer suppressing the tumbling power in her body. Rumbling sounds could be heard as she actually wanted to fight while advancing. Wow, the life form of an angel is really enviable. Chu Yingzhan looked at Ming enviously. She was only a weak human and did not have such power. Fighting while leveling up was something that humans could not do. However, Ming's life form had turned into an angel and seemed to be able to do it. 3 of them are 5th-rank half-immortals, and the other 4 are all in the mortal realm. We can fight them, Bing said coldly. As her voice fell, a biting cold wind seemed to blow in the air. The holy aura that erupted from Ming stunned the 7 people. After a moment, they sneered. "You overestimate yourself." Seal. Just as the 2 sides were brewing to the extreme, a soft shout suddenly spread throughout the space, causing both sides to be stunned. Then, the 7 people from the Demon Clan suddenly discovered that a 10-foot-wide array had suddenly appeared on the ground where they were standing. Pieces of black curtains rose from the edge of the black array, instantly sealing off the space. At this time, as soon as the soft shout fell, a black semicircle appeared. Golden runes were still slowly flowing on the surface of the semicircle, and a sealing force permeated the air. Ming and Bing Er, who were about to attack, were stunned. They quickly turned around and saw Yun Nuoshing holding a black book in her hand. At this time, the book was flipping through the pages, and the shocking energy waves slowly dissipated. Clap! She put her hands together and closed the array book. Looking at the semicircle not far away, Yun Nuoxing held the array book and lightly knocked on Ming and Bing Er's heads. She smiled and said, "Let's go. Let's leave first. This array can trap them for 3 days. There won't be any accidents." Hearing this, Ming and Bing Er looked at each other blankly. Then they smiled bitterly. It seemed that their desperate efforts just now were just for show. Yun Nuoxing just raised her hand and sealed the 7 people. Fortunately, the array book was unsealed. If it was another one, it would be difficult to leave today. In this sealed place, if other divine artifacts were used, it would easily affect us. After putting away the array book, Yun Nuoxing spread her hands. After casually sealing the 7 people, Xiao Xian quickly jumped out from Yun Nuoxing's neck and quickly dug on the ground. After a while, she used her tail to wrap a few white bones and ran back. Then she stuffed them into Yun Nuoxing's portable space. Then the group hurriedly ran out. Before leaving, Chu Yingzhan waved her hand and piled all the bones in the long spirit tomb on the black semicircle. She laughed eerily and said, "I hope they won't be smashed to death when I unseal them." Yun Nuoxing and the others looked at her in shock. Didn't this girl just use the sacred bone to rub herself? Why was she so resentful? They hurriedly opened a gap in the soul barrier, and the group filed out. 3 half-immortals and 4 mortal level 11th level. After coming out of the lair of 1,000 beasts, Yun Nuoxing and the others rushed into the sky. Only then did they have the time to think about what just happened. Bing Er frowned slightly and said they should be from the Goblin clan. That kind of pure Goblin bloodline and power. There shouldn't be anyone from the Goblin clan in the academy. There are more humans there. Most goblins will cultivate in their clan until they reach adulthood and receive their inheritance. Occasionally, they will go out alone to train. When Bing Er was speaking, Yun Nuoxing was in a daze. He was in a daze for a long time until the 3 girls looked at him strangely. Then he came back to his senses and laughed dryly. "Well, quickly recover your strength before the spirit marrow dissipates. Hurry." "Why? Hurry to reincarnate. How can we recover if we don't have a place to sit down?" Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes. Yun Nuoxing thought about it and felt that it was true. Ming looked around and quickly found a hidden place to rest. There weren't many people in the void domain, and the central area wasn't crowded yet. The 7 people they saw just now were just an accident. Just like the 4 of them, they entered this place much earlier than others. After spending 2 days to use up the spirit marrow's power, Ming and the others recovered their strength close to the 9th level of the immortal realm. Chu Yingzhan was very dissatisfied with this. If it weren't for the 7 people disturbing her, she could have rushed into the half-immortal realm in one go. Go, 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 we have to speed up. At this moment, the battlefield is under our control. However, Chu Yingzhan was still very happy. She immediately sent out a burst of energy where they were standing, blowing half a mountain away. Even Yun Nuoxing was sent flying. Ming quickly caught him. "You crazy girl, what's wrong with you?" Yun Nuoxing angrily hit Chu Yingzhan's head with a knife. She agreed with what Chu Yingzhan said. As time passed, everyone's strength would become stronger. According to the timeline, most of the people might be in the half-immortal realm now. Some people with unique opportunities might have rushed into the immortal realm. For example, this group of people had been avoiding fighting and saving their strength. It's been 2 days. I hope we can still make it. Yun Nuoxing stretched and looked into the distance. What? Are we going to join in the fun? It just so happens that my bones are almost moldy from cultivating. Let's go fight. Let's go fight. When Chu Yingzhan heard the movement, her eyes immediately lit up like two luminous pearls. A row of white teeth appeared in excitement. It was very dazzling. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and said, 2 days ago, I received news from the token. It was from Lin Sheng and the others. A broken relic appeared at the border between the Soul region and the Ordinary region. It's still sealed today. If I'm not wrong, the strength of the relic has reached. After pondering for a while, she said with uncertainty, it should be at the half-immortal realm. Maybe it's at the demon realm. Then let's go. Hurry up. Don't let others take all the good things. Chu Yingzhan was very excited. She grabbed Yun Nuoxing, who hadn't reacted yet. With a swoosh, they rushed toward the horizon. Ming and Bing were stunned for a while and quickly followed. Crazy girl, let me down. I'm going to suffocate. Suffocate. The sudden appearance of the relic caught the attention of Yun Nuoxing and the others. They came from that direction. They saw some relics and palaces on the way, but they didn't go down to take a look. However, they didn't see a place with an energy strength that exceeded the immortal realm. The sudden appearance of a half-immortal relic made them a little suspicious. However, they didn't think too much about it. At most, they were a little concerned. Maybe they missed it from the beginning. The place where the ruins were located was a little remote. After confirming the location, the 4 of them were no longer suspicious because this place was not on the path they had taken at the beginning. That place was below the Soul region, close to the special region below. By the time the 4 of them approached Yun Nuoxing, half a day had already passed. The sun was setting in the west, and the colors of the various regions in the sky had changed because of this, and it had slightly darkened. Yun Nuoxing and the others gradually slowed down as they approached the relic. After searching for a while, they found the place. Yun Nuoxing's gaze first stopped at a very eye-catching place. The vision of the eye of the ocean penetrated through the distant space and saw the center of a space. There was a particularly shiny object hanging in the sky. It looked like a trophy with a small sun on top. The wood elemental holy relic hasn't been taken yet. Yun Nuoxing's tone was a little surprised. However, she recovered after a while. This was expected. The method of snatching the holy relic seemed to be a little unusual. They couldn't use normal methods. However, she wasn't sure what method to use. This was the boundary between the Soul region and the wood elemental region. The primitive forest below was dark in color. Rich soul energy and wood elemental energy surrounded the forest. The dense towering trees were wrapped in a light purple aura. The soul energy that was supposed to be transparent appeared light purple on the trees. Although the ancient trees were growing at an astonishing speed, they didn't emit any vitality. Instead, they gave off a gloomy feeling. It was as if the entire ancient tree had been contaminated by the soul energy. Nestled in Ming's arms, Yun Nuoxing poked her head out. Her blue eyes swept across the sky. There are quite a lot of people. 2 days is enough for a lot of people to gather here. Have you seen Lin Sheng and the others? Ming and the others were also looking around. In the sky above this large primeval forest, a large group of figures had already gathered. Further away, Yun Nuo planet could still see people rushing over with the sound of wind breaking. However, after sensing the aura of these people, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Although the others had more people, their individual strength was extremely strong, wasn't it? If they were safe, they could still get a share of the loot. The crowd in this area also sensed the arrival of Yun Nuoxing and the others. Many people turned their gazes over, vigilance appearing in their eyes. Although this group of people was standing at the edge, the strong aura that was faintly discernible made many people feel pressured. At this moment, a sharp sound of rushing wind resounded across the sky. Countless people's expressions changed slightly. Their solemn gazes were cast towards the west. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, under the dark sky, a group of people with extremely majestic energy fluctuations were rapidly approaching. If one looked carefully, one could see a large group of people wearing long white robes rapidly approaching that area. They were rushing over as fast as lightning. The people from a High Light Academy. Damn, this group of fiends, those fellows who cause trouble wherever we go are here again. Last time, they caused a ruin to collapse. Let's go, let's go. Our lives are more important. Hearing these exclamations, Yun Nuashing and the others looked at each other. They had left for nearly half a month. What kind of thing had this group of people done that angered the gods and men? Why did they scare them away the moment they appeared? Chapter 839. Rays of light streaked across the sky, causing vast and mighty immortal chi to vibrate in the air. Dozens of figures rapidly appeared from within the rays of light. Their swaggering aura caused the expressions of countless people to change slightly, fear appearing in their eyes. The only ones who were able to maintain their calm expressions were those from the major powers. However, even though they were calm, they still subtly retreated a little, maintaining a safe distance. Yun Nuashing looked at the dozens of people rushing over with ferocious auras. Tilting his head, he exchanged a glance with Ming before helplessly shrugging his shoulders. These fellows were in a group. Not a single one of them was left behind. However, was it really good for them to rush over in such an aggressive manner? They couldn't be more familiar with the leaders of this group. From left to right, they were Ding Mingyu, Jun Luo Yi, Lin Sheng, Shueling Feng, Zhao Wenyao, and Chuan Mu. As for those behind them, Yun Nuashing didn't recognize many of them. However, all the people he knew from the devil rankings were present. This lineup was even more exaggerated compared to the previous time when they were sent over 1,000 miles to rescue them. Appearing from the rainbow, Lin Sheng and the rest cast their gazes towards the sky above the dark forest, constantly scanning the area, looking for familiar faces. At the same time, they were also assessing the strength of this group of people. These fellows are also at the immortal realm. Looks like they've just entered the immortal realm. Looking at this group of people, Yun Nuashing faintly smiled. He was worried that Lin Sheng's large group of people might not be able to move freely. However, it seemed like there was no need to worry. While Yun Nuashing was sizing up Lin Sheng and the rest, the surrounding people also sensed the strength of this group of people from the Far Light Academy. Their expressions changed even more. Looking at the scene, one could see dozens of different expressions. Those who had heard of the former were curious as to how this group of people could increase their strength so rapidly in such a short period of time. As for those who had never heard of them, they could also immediately sense how powerful this group of people was. After that, the group of people retreated to a safe distance, instantly emptying out a space in the sky. The fiery atmosphere immediately cooled down. After Lin Sheng and the others arrived, they did not do anything else. Their gazes constantly swept across the sky. From time to time, they would glance at the huge, pitch-black forest below. Their expressions were slightly solemn. They could also feel the strangeness of the forest with the entangled souls below. Thus, they did not immediately charge in. Seeing that there was no movement from them, the teams that had treated this powerful team as a pathfinder could only sigh and suppress the anxiety in their hearts. For a moment, the atmosphere became even more oppressive. Rumbling sounds of thunder came from the horizon once again. The rumbling sounds of thunder and lightning also contained all kinds of extremely rich elemental auras. Compared to the sound of wind breaking, the commotion was many times louder. It seemed that another group of people was coming from afar. Furthermore, they were worried that no one would notice them. Such a big commotion could be easily felt from hundreds of kilometers away. Along with this rumbling sound, there was also a hearty laughter. Ha ha, I'm the first to arrive. The feeling of recovering his strength was so comfortable. You've all lost 1,000 gold. We'll settle the score after we get out. The somewhat deranged voice was transmitted over, causing the hearts of quite a number of people to tremble. They raised their heads in unison, only to see that a figure had unknowingly appeared in the sky. His tall figure was wearing a bright white long robe, while his cloak fluttered behind him. His handsome face was brimming with arrogance and confidence. F***CK. When did we agree to this bet? Racing against the light element? Do you think we're all fools? No way, no way. Not long after the bright white figure appeared, a large group of figures arrived with rumbling sounds. They were accompanied by lingering lightning. Then they spread out. If one counted carefully, there were actually 23 figures. Every one of them was surrounded by colorful energy, radiances. Not a single one of the 9 elements was missing. The nine shrines people are here. With a single glance, one could see the brightest and most distinct colors, as well as the insignia on those people's clothing. Many people's complexions suddenly turned pale. The 9 deities' temple status in the divine realm had already established their strength. Many people with sharp eyes even recognized the group of people. Immediately, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths was heard one after another. The experts of the younger generation of the 9 shrines experts are all here. Those who recognize the divine sons, divine daughters, and young divine kings of the 9 shrines' various shrines felt their teeth ache. Although many major forces had participated in the journey to the secret realm, only a small number of people knew that the 9 shrine would be participating. Knowing the news in advance was not as shocking as seeing it in person. At this moment, Lin Sheng and the rest also cast their gazes over curiously. They were also quite curious about these people from the 9 divine halls. This curiosity naturally stemmed from the ghost-like Yun Nuo star. However, they did not see the latter in this group. Little Junior isn't here, but his 2 sisters are. Ding Mengyu stretched out her slender finger and pointed at a spot in the group of the 9 shrine. Lin Sheng, Chuan Mu, and the others looked over. Only they who had also been to the maze had seen Qin Yu and Ji Wenyu. When they saw them, Yun Nuoxing, who was far away, also saw the 2 girls. She was a little surprised. The last time she returned to the 9 shrine, the 2 girls were cultivating in seclusion. She did not expect them to come to the secret realm this time. That's not right. Didn't your parents say that only 21 people came? Chu Yingzhan blinked at Mei Mao and felt that something was wrong. She stretched out her hand and poked Yun Nuoxing. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was also stunned. After staring blankly for quite a while, he heard Chu Yingzhan continue. It couldn't be that the 2 girls secretly ran out, right? Yun Nuoxing thought for a while, then nodded fiercely. The 2 girls were indeed playing this game. After a while, Yun Nuoxing wiped the non-existent cold sweat on her forehead, tugged Ming's wings, and hurriedly said, Okay, let's hurry up and run. Don't let them see us. The 3 girls were stunned and looked at each other. Although they did not understand what this guy was hiding from, they still subconsciously turned around and carefully sneaked away from the edge. Nightmare, who was frantically looking at the place that was about to become a battlefield, shook his head so hard that it was about to fall off. Yuan Shi, who was beside him, watched him shake his head left and right. Finally, he slapped the top of Nightmare's head and rolled his eyes. What are you doing? Nightmare chuckled and shook his hand away. Then he shook his head again. However, as soon as he shook his head, his gaze paused. A wicked smile appeared on his handsome face. He stretched out his hand and pointed into the distance. Then he shouted in an earth-shattering voice, "Boss! Found you! Found you! Don't run!" This shout immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Then, everyone turned to look at the place he was pointing at. Immediately, hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes stared at Yun Nuoshing and the other three who were trying to escape. "Oh my God, he can see us from so far away. What kind of eyes are those?" Yun Nuoshing sighed in her heart. Then, she suddenly felt that this was not the time to be sighing. Her pretty face changed, and she hurriedly patted Ming. "Run! Hurry up! That lunatic is coming to beat your brother." "Huh!" Ming tilted his head and was stunned for a moment. Then he flapped his wings and was about to fly away. Nightmare had already rushed over from afar, laughing loudly. His speed was not slower than Yao Hua's light element just now. Lin Sheng and the others blinked, somewhat speechless. They were wondering why they did not see him just now. It turned out that he was standing so far away. However, just as they were about to bring the others to meet up with him, they saw a black shadow flash in front of them. Then a figure rushed past them while laughing maniacally. "Boss, don't run. Come and spar. Come and fight. Come and kill. F***CK. Fight your head." Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. She hurriedly hugged Ming tightly with both arms. The latter also used all his strength to flap his wings and fly, with all his might. However, Nightmare seemed to be on drugs. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. "Ha ha, boss, why are you only at the virtual realm? Ha ha, let's spar. Let me bully you for fun. You bastard, are you bullying me because I'm sealed? Do you believe that I'll slap your face with a godly weapon? If you have the ability, let's go out and fight again." "Ah ha ha ha, don't run. I'll chase you. If I catch you, pervert, idiot, Yuan Shi, save me. Hurry up and put a gunny sack on this lunatic." Chu Yingzhan and Bing Air tacitly opened up a path. Then, countless people looked at Nightmare and laughed maniacally. The black energy in his hands kept condensing, and he slapped it with all his might at the holy figure in front of him, the person in his arms. Lin Sheng and the others who were watching were dumbfounded. Yuan Shi and the others were also stunned. They looked at each other. Qin Yin suddenly pulled out a golden rope and handed it to Yuan Shi. Then she pushed him out. The latter quivered and rushed out with a whoosh. Yao Hua and the others also shouted and rushed out to cause trouble. After a long time, Yuan Shi announced that Nightmare had been arrested and brought to justice. Yun Nuoshing, who originally thought that it was not time to meet up with the others, had no choice but to go and meet up with them. As soon as he ran back, two petite figures appeared in front of him. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Then he felt two soft bodies fiercely crash into his arms, almost causing him to lose his breath. Ming also almost let go of her hand because of this bump. She hugged Yun Nuoshing tightly in a fluster. Then her beautiful eyes widened. She freed a hand and tried to pull Qin Yu and Yu, who threw themselves into his arms and acted coquettishly. "Brother Yun, long time no see. Missed you so much. You stole my line. Brother, give me a kiss." Hearing the two soft voices, Ming's wings trembled. He looked at Little Moon and Yu, with an unfriendly gaze. He gritted his teeth and muttered to Yun Nuoshing in his soul, "I know Sister Yu, who is that next to her?" Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. He reached out his hands and rubbed the two girls' heads. After calming them down, he responded in his soul and told them what happened between Yu, and Little Moon. After listening, Ming's cheeks puffed up. He looked at the two girls angrily and pinched Yun Nuoshing's pretty face. "Girls, why are the two of you here? I didn't hear from Sister Jean and the others that you were here. Yun Nuoshing looked at the two girls helplessly. He looked at them carefully for a while and saw that they didn't change much. They looked about the same as when they left. He was slightly relieved. Hee, we snuck out. Sister Jean and the others thought that we were in closed-door cultivation. You smiled and shook Yun Nuoshing's arm. Mei Mao's eyes flashed with a sly look. Hearing her words, Yao Hua and the others sighed. When the two girls appeared, they were frightened. They had no choice but to bring them along. Seeing the unnatural look on Yao Hua and the others' faces, Yun Nuoshing knew that these two naughty girls were a headache for them. Yun Nuoshing, who knew how these two girls were good at tricking their brothers, could only sigh in his heart. While Yun Nuoshing and the others were chatting, the eyes of many people around them flickered slightly. They looked at Yun Nuoshing's appearance and then saw the friendly look of the group of people. A name flashed across their minds like lightning. Although they had only heard of this name and had not even seen this person's appearance, the name was too scary. As a member of the younger generation, it was impossible for them not to have heard of it. However, when they saw the latter's weak appearance, they were stunned. What was going on? Yuan Shi and the others naturally saw Yun Nuoshing's current state and were a little confused. However, before they could ask, Yun Nuoshing helplessly explained his situation. Hey, the boss is finally crippled. I don't have to watch the one-man show anymore. Nightmare was very excited at the moment. He tried his best to break free from the golden rope. Everyone looked at him speechlessly. If they didn't know this guy's character, they would have thought that he had been looking forward to Yun Nuoshing being crippled. It's okay. We're here. I guarantee you a safe journey. You won't have to worry about anything. After struggling for a long time, he only managed to get one of his arms free. Nightmare patted Yun Nuoshing's shoulder casually and grinned. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and muttered a little unhappily, I don't need protection. Maybe you'll need my help when you enter the ruins. Yeah. Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and muttered. He had always been the one protecting others. Now, he had fallen to the point where he needed others to protect him. He felt a little unbalanced. Yuan Shi, Yao Hua, and the others looked at each other and shrugged. They knew that this guy was stubborn, but they didn't refute him. After all, he could still use the divine artifact now. It was just that he could only use it once for a while. They didn't suppress the content of their conversation. The people around them heard it. Many people had strange expressions. However, some of them knew his identity and didn't say anything. The elders in their families had told them not to think that this guy was easy to deal with just because he was weak. They still maintained a great deal of vigilance. While countless people were silent, a team suddenly flew into the sky with a mocking expression. The person at the front of the line stared coldly at Yun Nuoshing and sneered, You're just an emptiness realm expert, yet you dare to talk nonsense. Aren't you very good at hiding? Why? Do you think that you won't have to worry about anything after finding the team from the 9 divine temples? With your strength, it's useless for others to protect you. In this mystery land, even the people from the 9 divine temples have to tuck their tails between their legs and behave themselves. You don't have the final say here. The sudden vicious words stunned Yun Nuoshing. The faces of Yao Hua and the others darkened. They immediately turned their gazes and looked at the team that flew into the sky. This team was all dressed in white. There were about 40 to 50 of them. All of them had an extraordinary temperament. There was a hint of arrogance between their brows. They looked down at Yun Nuoshing and the others condescendingly. At the front of the group was a man with a delicate and pretty face. His expression was gloomy and his eyes were suffused with some strange fluctuations. It was rather striking, like a gem that reflected a gorgeous brilliance under the illumination of the sun. This person stood at the front of the entire team. On his sleeve, there was a complicated pattern of the word God, which was very eye-catching under everyone's gaze. Obviously, this person should be the leader of this team. Yun Nuoxing felt an extremely strong flow of immortal qi from this person. Even the people behind him were surging with immortal qi. This was actually a team made up of immortal step experts, and the strength of the leader was just at the 5th level of the immortal step. Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes. They suddenly jumped out while they were chatting, and they were from the Celestial Godly Academy. They clearly didn't come with good intentions. It was no wonder that such a strong team dared to mock them in front of the 9 divine temples. The sudden appearance of this team made Lin Sheng and the others tense up. Before they left, they heard that there was some conflict between the Elemental Academy and the Celestial Godly Academy. They were also looking for trouble with the latter. They didn't expect such a strong team to appear out of nowhere. Just from the appearance of this team, they were stronger than Lin Sheng's group. I originally wanted to wait until we met to save a trump card. Xue Ling Feng scratched his head. His eyes narrowed. He couldn't save a trump card now. Wait, now's not the time. Lin Sheng shook his head and stopped him. He looked at Yun Nuoxing. The latter wasn't anxious at all. After all, it was him. How could he not have a trump card? What the 9 divine temples want to do has nothing to do with you. You don't have the right to make us tuck our tails between our legs. Yao Hua sneered. Compared to his attitude when he said that sentence, it was actually a very polite reply. After all, when he insulted Yun Nuo planet, and even the 9 divine halls, the faces of Ming Ming and the others immediately darkened. Huasheng, Jining, and the others even roared angrily, and their surging auras soared into the sky. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand, indicating for everyone to calm down. He coughed dryly and looked at the captain. I'm weak, but this friend, you're only at the 5th level of the immortal realm, yet you're looking for trouble with a mere emptiness realm cultivator. How come I heard that the Celestial Godly Academy wants to control the entire secret realm? Are you confident that you can eat all of us here? The Celestial Godly Academy has many friends. We invite everyone to work together to explore the secret realm. The treasures of heaven and earth belong to those who are fated to obtain them. Captain Yun Nuoxing, you can't say such things. The captain smiled. Me? I'm not the captain. I'm just an errand boy. Our captain feels that talking to you is embarrassing, so he had no choice but to let me show my face. Yun Nuoxing paused and said in a serious tone, and I feel that the treasures of heaven and earth aren't fated enough. You have to have the ability to protect them. The captain of the Celestial Godly Academy frowned and said indifferently, that's right. If you don't have enough strength, the treasures will only bring disaster to you. Since you said that, I'll advise those who don't have enough strength not to get involved. It's not worth it if they lose their lives here. What do you think? Everyone was in an uproar. The atmosphere became oppressive. Many people didn't know what was going on, and the 2 groups were already at each other's throats. Chu Yingzhan pinched Yun Nuoxing and whispered, Are you 2 done yet? If you're done, I'm going to go all out. Mother ***, these pretty boys are so disgusting. I'm about to throw up yesterday's meal. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and placed her hands in front of her. A bright smile appeared on her face as she nodded. That's right, I agree. Since that's the case, please turn around. I don't think you guys should stay here to avoid being caught in the crossfire. If you're not careful, it won't be fun if you guys get wiped out. What a coincidence. I also think that Captain Yun Nuoxing should leave with your people. If 9 Shrine wants to protect you, Why don't you leave with them? I feel like your existence is unnecessary. The captain also had a smile on his face. Chapter 840. Many gulped and pulled their people back. This guy from Celestial Godly Academy really didn't care about his life. Nine Deities Hall was the Nine Deities Hall after all. Even if their divine sons and daughters were sealed, they weren't ordinary people of the same level as them. Did this guy drink too much last night and come to die today? Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from behind Yun Nuoshing. Immortal chi surged into the sky and spread in all directions, pressing down on the people from Celestial Godly Academy. Motherfucker, you've been blabbering for so long. Are you even a man? If you want to fight, hurry up and fight. Stop blabbering. Chu Yingzhan was finally unable to bear this situation where her killing intent was clearly about to reach the other party's face, yet they still hadn't started fighting. She took a step forward, and her aura crazily rose, causing everyone's expressions to change. This aura almost reached the half-demon rank. The captain of the Celestial Divinity Academy was also stunned. He could see the energy flow of the others, but he couldn't see through Chu Yingzhan's. He didn't expect her strength to be so terrifying. However, this was still within his expectations. He wasn't worried. He smiled faintly and looked at Yun Nuo Planet. What Yun Nuo Planet's captain has fallen to the point where he needs a woman to protect him. Huh. Yun Nuoshing was stunned, then burst out laughing. She covered her head with one hand. Everyone's cheeks twitched. Had this guy finally gone crazy? You're very strange. After laughing for a while, Yun Nuoshing slowly stopped. He dragged Chu Yingzhan behind him with one hand, then looked at the team leader with an inexplicable gaze. You came to find trouble for no reason. Isn't it because your principal didn't succeed in poaching people? You came to take revenge. You really are despicable. You're right. I don't want to be under someone else's protection. This has nothing to do with me, anyway. Yun Nuoshing smiled faintly. A black book quietly appeared in his hand. He flipped it lightly as if he was reading an unimportant book. I feel that you don't have the right to interfere in the matters between us. When Jun Luo Yi saw him flip his hand and take out something she had never seen before, and then saw his expression, her little heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly said to Lin Sheng and the others, "It's over. Mr. Yun is going to use his ultimate move." What? Lin Sheng froze and waved his hand. Run, run, run. Ding Mingyu was also agitated. She and her people retreated as if their lives depended on it. They remembered Jin Huangzhu's words. If Yun Nuoshing was going to use her ultimate move, they had to run before they got caught up in it. Many people didn't pay attention to Lin Sheng's group, nor did they notice their sudden retreat. They looked at Yun Nuoshing in surprise, then glanced at the Celestial Godly Academy and Yun Nuoshing's group. They didn't know what was going on. After all, the Celestial Godly Academy had the advantage in numbers. Even if Yun Nuoshing's group had a 9th-level immortal step expert, the Celestial Godly Academy should have a way to deal with the 9 Shrine. The captain of Celestial Godly Academy looked at Yun Nuoshing indifferently. After a while, he smiled faintly and waved his hand. Half of the people behind him stepped forward. They were all in the 1st or 2nd level of the immortal step. The strongest 2 were in the 3rd level. Individually, they weren't much weaker than Yao Hua and the others. However, judging 9 temples group based on their strength would be a stupid mistake. Therefore, the captain used their advantage in numbers. Seeing this group of people slowly step forward, Yun Nuoshing glanced at Little Moon and the others who were eager to give it a try. He waved his hand and gently opened the black book in his hand. A moment later, he gently closed it. That group of people stared coldly at Yun Nuoshing and the others. They didn't say anything. The surging immortal chi on their bodies transformed into surging energy waves. With a single move, a large amount of aura shot towards Yun Nuoshing and the others. Immortal chi churned in their hands, forming weapons that gleamed with cold light. Pa! He opened the book again and closed it with a crisp sound. Yun Nuoshing's eyes shone with multicolored light. He held the book in his right hand and chanted, "Void banishment." As his voice fell, the matrix book trembled slightly and a ray of light flashed. Then a black matrix thousands of feet in size suddenly appeared in front of them. The matrix flashed and then quickly disappeared. However, many people still saw it and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The moment the black formation disappeared, a hole appeared in the sky, revealing a pitch-black void. In the blink of an eye, the hole expanded to tens of thousands of meters wide, appearing behind the group of people from the Celestial Godly Academy. Then a terrifying suction force burst out, and the hole expanded rapidly, enveloping the group of people. Countless people were dumbfounded, including the captain of the Celestial Godly Academy team. Their eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Divine weapons couldn't be used in the secret territory. Why did he? There was no time for him to think. A frightening space-time storm swept out. The purple-black energy ripples exploded next to the space-time fissure like lightning. The fissure was like a giant mouth, swallowing all the people from the Celestial Godly Academy in one gulp. Then the fissure disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the sky became clear again, as if nothing had happened. The only difference was that the aggressive Celestial Godly Academy team was gone. Tapping the book in his hand, Yun Nuoshing sighed, helplessly. "Is there something wrong with your brain? You know who I am, and you still dare to point at me and curse me. Other than that idiot from the Chi family, you're the first one. Looks like your parents didn't give you enough advice." He could roughly guess what that guy was thinking. It seemed that after everyone entered the Jiesu secret realm, the divine weapons in their hands would become useless. He probably also thought that the divine weapons in his body would become useless. Indeed, he could understand it this way. In fact, it was actually developing in this way. It was just that he had to find a way to break the seal on a few divine weapons. The price he had to pay was that he was still in the emptiness realm. Even if it was a divine artifact that had broken free, it would take a very long cool-down time to force the external energy receptacle to mobilize the power of heaven and earth to fight the enemy. If he wanted to use it again, he would have to use his own power. At the very least, he would have to use his own power as a catalyst and borrow the power of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, he did not have much power to act as a catalyst. Therefore, using the divine artifact had a very long cool-down time. However, the others didn't know this. They only saw Yun Nuoshing casually tear open a hole in the void and wipe out the Celestial Godly Academy team. As expected, we can't mess with this guy. This thought flashed through many people's minds. Then they all took their people and retreated. Just the name of Yun Nuo planet had a strong deterrent force among the younger generation. It was better not to provoke him, if possible. It was better to stay away from him as soon as possible. Just now, there was a good example in front of them. That idiot thought that the divine body of Yun Nuo planet was so weak in the secret realm that he needed to be protected and rushed to his death. Phew! Lin Shun whistled and scratched his face. That guy didn't look like he was sealed at all. Everyone smiled bitterly. He had indeed been sealed, but only a part of him had broken free from the seal. Just this part alone was enough for him to look down on the entire battlefield. Sometimes the beginning and end of a battle could be decided with a single strike. Celestial Godly Academy has lost a lot of face this time. An entire team was banished to the void. I don't even know if they'll survive. Schwelling Feng gloated. Chu Yingzhan slapped Yun Nuoxing's shoulder and pouted. "Why didn't you stop me when you could have done something?" Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook his head. He looked at her with a smile. "Anyway, you're in the limelight. Isn't it good? Now, 50% of the eyes on the field are on you. After all, you're the strongest on the surface. Then 90% of the people are also watching me closely. If they know that I can't use the divine equipment continuously, no one will pay attention to me. How does it feel to be watched all the time?" Yun Nuoxing teased. "Not good. We can't play tricks anymore." Chu Yingzhan snorted. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and carefully glanced at Lin Sheng and the others. When the latter and the others saw this small action, they smiled faintly and gave a thumbs up without leaving a trace. Then they mouthed, "Let's attack the backup. We should be able to surprise them." After receiving this message, Yun Nuoxing nodded and casually looked away. At this moment, countless people were staring at the black forest below. Yun Nuoxing also lowered his head to look at the massive black forest. They were standing at the very front, and he looked down from above. He saw some things that were not normal, and his eyes slightly narrowed. The black forest was not uniformly black. In the middle, some of the trees were actually green. The entire black forest was black. If one were to just look at the black, they would be able to draw the same lines in their minds. It seemed that they would be able to see some familiar tracks. However, he could only see a corner of the black forest. He could not see the whole picture. Buzz. Just as Yun Nuoxing felt that there was something different about the black forest below, the entire black forest suddenly trembled. All the black trees that were entwined with spiritual aura moved. A blinding light was emitted from the countless black trees. This time, he could see it even more clearly. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. The light flickered very quickly, and the bright light quickly dimmed. All the energy gathered towards the center of the black forest. A moment later, a black pillar of light soared into the sky, bombarding the purple and green sky. The sky suddenly shattered, and fragments of the sky fell from the sky. Under the gazes of countless people, the fragments fell to a position in the air, and then slowly gathered together. Not long after, it turned into a huge black gate that was 30 meters in size. At the top of the huge black door, there was a circular decoration. It was engraved with very mysterious runes. Yun Nuoxing was no stranger to this rune. He had seen it once in the cave and again at the ceremony square. That rune seemed to have an indelible relationship with this world. Clang! The two stone doors of the huge door opened with a loud bang. A burst of fragrance, accompanied by a cold wind, spiraled out from within. That rich and sweet fragrance caused many people present to sneeze violently. Then they looked at the huge door with blazing eyes. In the sky, the eyes of the hundreds of thousands of people lit up. Yun Nuoxing also saw Chu Yingzhan wiping the saliva from the side of her mouth. Even she was tempted. It seemed that the thing inside was very attractive. It was just that he didn't know what kind of heavenly treasure it was to be able to emit such a rich and sweet fragrance. Yun Nuoxing took a sniff and secretly nodded. However, the expression on his pretty face became much more serious. He could feel his soul trembling a few times. It should have been stimulated by something inside. Inside this, after muttering to himself, for a while, Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly. Could there really be some kind of special heavenly treasure inside? However, what made him more curious was the thing that was trembling in his portable space. That strange-looking huge sword was trembling slightly at this moment. Although Chu Yingzhan really wanted to be the first to rush in, seeing that Yun Nuoxing didn't move, she could only restrain herself and hesitate on the spot. Yao Hua and the others also stood quietly by the side. Seeing that they didn't move, Lin Sheng also waved his hand to get the group to quiet down. Forget it. First come, first serve. Charge. Powerful energy flashed from time to time inside the door. The sweet fragrance became even stronger. Finally, someone couldn't sit still. Seeing that Yun Nuoxing and the others didn't move, he gritted his teeth and rushed out with his head covered. As soon as one person made a move, there was an explosive reaction. Countless people rushed out almost at the same time and rushed into the huge black door. Cries of surprise sounded one after another. Those cries did not sound like they had been attacked, but more like they had seen something unbelievable and pleasantly surprised. The excited exclamations made the people outside who were still quietly watching the situation become impatient. Thousands and tens of thousands of people rose into the air and leaped into the door, disappearing from sight. Aren't we leaving yet? Seeing that there were fewer and fewer people, Chu Yingzhan gritted her teeth and grabbed Yun Nuoxing's arm with her jade-like hand and shook it vigorously as she said hurriedly. Yun Nuoxing wrinkled his nose and looked at the fewer and fewer people around them. Then his gaze fell on the black door. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head. "What the hell are you waiting for?" Chu Yingzhan bit him fiercely. Yao Hua and the others were also very curious. In the past, Yun Nuoxing would definitely rush to the front. Although he had to be more vigilant now that his power was sealed, there was no need for him to be so vigilant, seeing that everyone was leaving, right? Wait a moment. Yun Nuoxing grimaced and flung Chu Yingzhan away from his arm. He rolled his eyes. After waiting for a full 10 minutes, those who were the most vigilant also looked at Yun Nuoxing and the others strangely. Then they plunged into the huge black door. There was no one in the sky above the forest except for them and Lin Sheng's group. At this moment, the latter and the others also came over. "Brother Yun, what are you waiting for?" After glancing at the frantic Chu Yingzhan, Lin Sheng couldn't help but look at Yao Hua and the others. The latter and the others shrugged their shoulders to show that they didn't know either. Lin Sheng smiled bitterly. The door. Yun Nuoxing pointed at the huge black door with his chin. Then he said softly to Ming, "Go to the door. Don't go in." Although they were a little suspicious, they completely obeyed Ming. He flapped his wings lightly and came in front of the door. A large group of people followed behind him. Then they saw Ming carrying Yun Nuoxing and walking around the door. The latter looked like he was deep in thought, so they didn't want to disturb him. Yun Nuoxing was also confused at this time. If the huge sword wasn't moving him, he wouldn't have stayed. As he got closer to the door, the huge sword trembled even more. If he held it in his hand, it would shake his pants off. After pondering for a long time, Yun Nuoxing couldn't see anything wrong with the door. However, the runes on the round plate above the door were more interesting. After a while, he took the huge sword out of his portable space. Ding! As soon as the giant sword came out of the portable space, it shot out like a wild horse, causing Yun Nuoxing to be stunned. Before he could catch it, he saw the giant sword stabbing into the disc on top of the giant black door, and the sword pierced in. Everyone was stunned and quickly went up to see what happened. However, after the huge sword stabbed into the round plate, it didn't go through the back. The huge sword should be able to easily pierce through the round plate, but it didn't. Thump! A moment later, the huge door suddenly beat like a heart. Black, vein-like lines vaguely appeared in the surrounding space and disappeared in a flash. Then, the entire huge door condensed a black light and gathered toward the round plate above the door. Then a blood-red beam of light burst into the sky, and hit the light curtain in the sky again. Then, the red beam of light suddenly exploded, mapping a huge area in the sky. The blood-red lines were like blood vessels in the human body, leading to all parts of the sky. The ends of the lines pointed far away in the sky. The red light flickered for a while, and then slowly dimmed. The huge black door also dimmed. The strange, huge sword retreated from the round plate and fell out. After recovering from his shock, Yun Nuoxing quickly reached out and caught the huge sword. He looked at the huge silver sword strangely, but he couldn't see anything different from before. The light in the sky and the huge door also flashed and returned to normal. There was nothing different from before. What's going on? Fireworks? Chu Yingzhan scratched her long hair and asked in confusion. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. I don't know either. Chapter 841. After observing from outside the door for a while, the giant door and sword fell silent after the red light stopped erupting. The sword also stopped moving in her hand. Yun Nuoxing waved it twice in her hand. After confirming that it didn't react, she kept it in her portable space. She glanced at the giant black door, nodded, and said, "Let's go in. Be careful." So we're just going to ignore what happened just now? Chu Yingzhan suddenly went crazy. She grabbed Yun Nuoxing's arm and bit it hard. Are you trying to kill your obsessive-compulsive disorder? Tell me what's going on. Yun Nuoxing grimaced in pain. She pushed Chu Yingzhan's head away and rubbed her arm. I really don't know. If it hadn't teased me just now, I would have rushed in. Now, it has no reaction at all. Who am I supposed to ask? You're the leader. How dare you percent at percent? You say you don't know? Chu Yingzhan widened her eyes. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. She rolled her eyes. Be a lady. Everything you say is just noise. Let's go in. Sigh. I hope that those fellows who take advantage of everything left behind something. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and waved her hand. Hearing her words, Lin Sheng, Yao Hua, and the others also smiled bitterly. Then, according to what they had just discussed, the two groups of people separated. The energy in their bodies quickly circulated. Ming carried Yun Nuoxing and rushed in first, followed by the two girls who were inexplicably excited. Yao Hua and the others also rushed in. Let's go too. After waiting for a while, Lin Sheng also waved his hand and led his people into the giant door. As they all surged into the giant door, the sky above the dark forest became silent. Only the giant black door stood tall. Surrounded by dots of black light in the shape of a grid, the space in front of them was suddenly revealed. The energy in their bodies surged. Yun Nuoxing and Ming trembled slightly, but they quickly returned to normal and looked around. There was no land in this place. Below them was an endless purple-black void. If one fell into it, they would be lost in the void forever. The only thing that could be considered land was probably the few giant floating islands floating in the void, not far in front of them. As for the sky, there was a blue sky and white clouds. The place where the sky and the void met was extremely abrupt. In a distant place where the sky and land met, the void and the sky were separated by a line. The three huge floating continents floated in the void. The three floating islands were arranged in a straight line, and their sizes increased from the outside to the inside. At first glance, it looked like the largest continent had two floating islands, and the closest one was less than 1,000 feet away from Yun Nuo. Looking into the distance, they could see people flying on the floating islands. Those who had entered this world earlier than them were already digging 3 feet into the ground. Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt something. She raised her head and looked at the void. A bright light flashed in her eyes. She gently struggled out of Ming's arms. Then she took a deep breath. The power of the stars that had been dormant in her body suddenly circulated rapidly. That familiar power had actually recovered here. Due to the huge commotion caused when Yun Nuoxing used her power, Ming and the others sensed the situation almost immediately. They could not help but exclaim in surprise, "You've recovered?" Lin Sheng and the others, who came in later, saw Yun Nuoxing's expression change drastically. It was a joyful expression that was filled with power. Then, a giant pillar of starlight suddenly shot into the sky. The energy pillar with complicated patterns seemed to show the excitement of its owner. Following that, godly weapons appeared in patches. A terrifying energy pressure was released in all directions, causing the void to tremble violently. "Oh, this is so comfortable. How can a godly body without energy?" Yun Nuoxing stretched her body vigorously. The bones in her body creaked. After a while, she put away all the godly weapons. Then she laughed softly. "All right, let's go. I'm done stretching." Everyone was speechless. She caused a huge commotion when she stretched. Yun Nuoxing laughed and waved her hand. Then she rushed toward the continent. Ming, Yao Hua, and the others hurriedly followed behind her. Lin Sheng and the others were one step behind. They waited for a while before catching up. "Hey, why didn't we do anything when your seal was removed?" Chu Yingzhan asked unhappily as she punched him with some resentment. "How would I know? You have to ask this stupid world." Yun Nuoxing shrugged. He did not care how he recovered. He only knew that the feeling of regaining his power was incomparably comfortable. Perhaps this world was playing a joke on him, or perhaps the suppression of the rules just now was just a dose. Who knew? Anyway, it was an extremely sudden thing. When Yun Nuoxing rushed into the first huge floating island, she suddenly felt that the power that she had recovered to its peak suddenly disappeared like a receding tide. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment when she suddenly lost control of her power. She felt that her power had returned to its original state. Her pretty face instantly darkened. What made her face even darker was that the spatial power and wind elements that had gathered around her were rapidly disappearing. I have *CK. Ming, save me. Just as he had time to curse, Yun Nuoxing's figure suddenly fell downward. The speed of his fall frightened him so much that he screamed. At this height, with the strength of his body, he would definitely turn into a pile of minced meat if he fell. The people behind him were also stunned when they saw him suddenly fall to the ground in an arc. When she heard the cry for help, Ming flapped her wings and increased her speed to the maximum. Golden flames lingered around her delicate body. She rushed to Yun Nuoxing's side in a few breaths' time. She reached out her hand and firmly pulled him into her embrace. Then she carried him and spun around, flying back to Chu Yingzhan, Yuan Shi, and the others. "What's going on?" Yuan Shi scratched his head and couldn't help but ask as he glanced at Yun Nuoxing, whose eyes had turned into mosquito coils. At this time, the power in the former's body had completely disappeared. The power that she had recovered to its peak seemed to have only appeared for a short while. It didn't last long before she returned to her original state. After regaining her senses, Yun Nuoxing shook her head and sensed her own appearance. When she saw that she had returned to her powerless state, her pretty face collapsed. She collapsed and buried her head in Ming's shoulder. She cried bitterly, "My power! Wah! What a sin! Give me back my power!" Her appearance of wanting to cry, but having no tears, left those who heard it helpless and those who saw it speechless. Everyone was at a loss for a moment. Nothing happened to them just now, so they didn't feel anything. However, for Yun Nuoxing, suddenly recovering her power and returning to her original state in an instant was like a joke. The group was at a loss. However, the attentive Qin, Yin seemed to have sensed something. She turned back to look at the domain in the void and pondered for a moment. Then she speculated, in the void, the power became chaotic. The power of the rules of the Jiasu mystic realm was weakened. Young Master Yun's divine physique of spiritual reception was just enough to break through the seal of the rules under such circumstances. However, when he came to this floating island, his power became more stable, and the seal also, I understand now, the seal has also been restored. That's why I almost fell and turned into a meat patty. Yuanshi punched his palm as he came to a sudden realization. This is really an unexpected disaster. Yao Hua and the other side. Ming smiled bitterly and hurriedly comforted Yun Nuoxing, who was in her arms. It was her first time seeing Yun Nuoxing in such a state. She was like a child crying helplessly. Chu Yingzhan, who was beside her, tried her best to hold back her laughter. Her delicate body was trembling. Little Bing Er couldn't stand it anymore and pulled her long hair. After a while, when Yun Nuoxing calmed down, the group carefully explored the floating island. Other than Yun Nuoxing, who was not in a good mood after being fooled, the rest of them were very interested in this place. The first floating island was very wide. Its length and width spanned at least 10,000 miles. The second and third floating islands were 10 times and 100 times larger than the first floating island. They were more like small continents. The floating island was filled with large forests and mountain ranges. There were also many dilapidated buildings that had a long history. There were very few open spaces. Large amounts of ruins were piled up on the floating island. From the wreckage, it could be seen that this place was once prosperous. There were at least 2 or 3 particularly prosperous cities. Now, they had become worthless ruins. After Yun Nuoxing and the others cautiously advanced for 5 minutes, Yuanshi couldn't help but frown. Something's wrong. It's too quiet. Where are the people who came in before? Only when he mentioned it did everyone realize that it seemed to be a little quieter. Yao Hua used the light element to fly out in a circle. After a while, he came back and shook his head. I don't see anyone nearby. Have they already gone to the floating island in front? Yun Nuoxing came back to her senses. Her eyes surged with a sky blue color. Looking at the ground below, she narrowed her eyes slightly. Then her cheeks twitched. There's no need to look. Those people are all dead. Hurry up and leave. Don't go near the ground. After saying that, she transmitted her voice to Lin Sheng and the others who were far behind her. Ah! Yuan Shi and the others' expressions changed slightly. They all looked down at the ground below. After scanning for a while, they saw that the buildings below were tattered and had traces of destruction. However, they didn't see any corpses or skeletons. You can try to throw something down and see if there's any reaction. Also, let's fly higher. Yun Nuoxing shook her head. She patted Ming's wings and said, there's a lot of intense energy below. The energy is almost off the charts. It's one with the ruins of the city and even the mountains. Everyone was puzzled. However, this didn't stop them from flying up for a while. When they were more than 1,000 meters above the ground, Yuan Shi rummaged for a while. He took out a mutant fruit and threw it at an empty space in the ruins. After the mutant fruit landed, everyone stared at it without blinking. After a while, even when Lin Sheng and the others caught up from behind, they still didn't see any reaction. What's the situation? Chuanmu couldn't help but ask. Yun Nuoxing scratched her cheeks awkwardly. I shouldn't say that. Let's throw something down and take a look. Yuanshi rolled his eyes and nodded. He raised his hand and threw more than 10 natural treasures down. These natural treasures were rich in energy. However, compared to their current recovery rate, They weren't of much use. They didn't feel any heartache, even if they threw them down. Yao Hua and the others watched for a while. Then, they also threw things down in boredom. They called it cleaning up the useless trash. They treated the empty space as a garbage dump and threw a lot of things. When the natural treasures piled up into a small mountain, everyone felt an inexplicable aura slowly awaken. Bang! On the ground, dirt and rocks were sent flying. Not far away, a mountain range suddenly turned a gloomy black color. After that, the entire mountain range turned into a blurry black shadow. It looked like a huge chunk of meat. From that chunk of meat, a palm that was thousands of meters long suddenly stretched out. Then, under the shocked gazes of everyone present, the palm slapped towards the mountain of treasures. Boom! The earth shook and the mountain shook. This palm gave Yun Nuoshing and the others a frightening shock through the air. Then, the palm turned into a black shadow and covered an area of thousands of feet around the mountain of natural treasures. At first glance, it looked like the entire city and all the buildings were covered in a layer of black substance. It was like a membrane covering the buildings. A moment later, the black substance quickly retracted. In the time it took to take a few breaths, it retracted back to the mountain. The black meat mountain slowly returned to its original state under everyone's gaze. Everyone lowered their heads. The ruins were still ruins. The empty space was also empty. There was no change. The only difference was that the mountain of natural treasures had disappeared. There wasn't even a trace of it. What the hell is this? Did this mountain become a spirit? Yao Hua's face twitched violently. He couldn't help but ask. They've been assimilated, those natural treasures, and those people have all been assimilated by this floating island. They've been decomposed into the energy here. If it weren't for the fact that I can directly see the essence of the energy, I wouldn't have discovered this situation, Yun Nuoshing said in a deep voice as she looked at the mountain with a serious expression. There's no need to split up. This place is filled with a smell that makes me feel disgusted. Be careful. Don't get close to the ground, Yun Nuoshing said with lingering fear. Nightmare sniffed when he heard that. Then he tilted his head and said, I don't smell anything. Yun Nuoshing, everyone. Shaking her head helplessly, Yun Nuoshing's expression turned serious. She turned around and suddenly shouted, Behind you! Don't care if you can see anything. Attack with all your might. Everyone quivered. They didn't even turn around. They didn't even feel anything. But Yun Nuoshing's shout made them move involuntarily. They fiercely gathered their strength, then turned around together and roared angrily. All kinds of profound skills covered the sky and earth as they smashed behind them. Palm imprints, divine imprints, fist imprints, energy attacks, elemental attacks. All of them connected together, condensing into a terrifying energy storm that swept behind them. Everyone only reacted when the attacks left their hands. They looked at the energy storm that swept past them. They thought that it would disappear into thin air. However, a huge black mass suddenly appeared in the air. It looked like a huge hand that was hundreds of meters wide. There was unsettling energy wriggling on its surface. It looked like a huge hand that was made up of black meat. It was extremely disgusting. Bang! 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 The moment that huge hand appeared, it was smashed in the face by the energy that everyone had gathered. The crackling sounds of energy explosions made everyone's faces turn pale. They didn't sense anything just now. The energy storm lasted for a short while before dissipating. That huge black hand was blown into a huge pile of fragments. The fragments fell from the sky like raindrops. Everyone thought that everything was fine. However, they heard Yun Nuoshing suck in a breath of cold air. What the hell? This island is alive. Hurry up and run. Run in the direction of the second island. As soon as he finished speaking, before anyone could react, the ground below suddenly wriggled, and the color of the ground quickly darkened. Then, under everyone's unsightly expressions, huge black arms rose from the mountain range and forest one after another. Chapter 842. The huge black hands that covered the sky did not seem like much, but when they were all blown into pieces and turned into disgusting chunks of flesh that fell from the sky, almost everyone's face turned black. After experiencing the initial panic of being surrounded by a large number of hands and arms, everyone calmed down. The immortal energy in their bodies exploded, and each of them took out the immortal weapons they had obtained in this world and attacked those disgusting hands fiercely. Ming carried Yun Nuoshing in one hand and held the angelic holy sword in the other. The golden flames seemed to burn the entire world. Any giant hand that came within 100 feet of him would be cut in half by the golden sword light and burned to ashes by the holy fire. Those giant hands were not all 100 feet in size, but those small ones all stretched out from the giant hands that were 100 feet in size. In front, a big one. This time it's not a hand. It's a foot. F * king foot. Xian Wu's full attack. Don't stop. A large group of palms on the right are approaching quickly. Those with group attacks, quickly throw them over. Xian Er's strength is enough. Aya, don't worry about the ones behind you. The range is limited. They can't reach you, so you won't get your ass kicked. Left, left. Watch the road. Don't hit it. Watch the front. Give up on the left and right in 3 seconds. Everyone, attack the front with all your strength. The group of people formed a circle, and the majestic attacks were like waves that overlapped and blasted the palms and feet that covered the sky into pieces. Yun Nuoshing was carried by Ming, and his eyes quickly looked around, observing from all directions without any blind spots. The eye of the ocean gave him a vision similar to the evil spirit eye, and even stronger than the latter. He could observe the type of energy and the flow of energy in the entire floating island, including how much energy was in the hands and feet that were slapping and kicking over. Therefore, he also acted as a commander at this time, accurately telling the energy needed to deal with each target, saving everyone a lot of energy. Boom! A powerful energy storm erupted in front of him, and the huge wind pressure blew apart all the black hands around him, cutting them into pieces. This was the attack that he had just sent out as a warning. According to his calculations, an energy attack of this scale should be able to kill the target in front of him without leaving anything behind. He also turned his gaze elsewhere. The energy smoke covered a large area in front of them. Yun Nuoshing did not give any warning, and everyone rushed forward without hesitation. At this moment, a black smoke suddenly appeared behind the smoke. In fact, it was just a black ball, and there was no movement. As for why it was fog, Yun Nuoshing's eyes could see the state of an object. No matter what it looked like, he could see the essence of it. Therefore, he could determine that the object in front of them was a ball of fog. Black fog rapidly condensed on the path ahead. Yun Nuoshing turned around in shock, and her horrified voice penetrated everyone's nerves. Dodge ahead! As soon as her voice fell, everyone was stunned and hurriedly looked ahead. They just happened to see the black fog shrink violently like a bomb, then explode with a loud bang. The black fog covered the sky and covered the sun, enveloping everyone in a hemispherical shape. The sudden change shocked everyone. Looking at the obstacle in front of them, they gritted their teeth and gave up on the attack in their hands. They scattered and hid in all directions. Don't panic. At least 7 people in a team. Replenish the numbers on your own. Go around it and gather quickly. Those who still have the strength, bring those who don't. Those who don't have the strength, hurry up and recover. There are still 3,000 miles left. Just as everyone was panicking, Yun Nuoxing's loud shout rang in everyone's souls, causing them to tremble. Then they scattered in an orderly and urgent manner. The huge fog stretched out for thousands of meters. Fortunately, it was not a complete hemispherical shape and could not seal off all the paths ahead. Everyone cleverly passed through the gaps and rushed out while enduring the attacks from all directions. Bang! A sudden energy shock hit Lin Sheng, causing him to be dumbfounded. He hurriedly turned his head, only to see densely packed black objects emerging from the black hemispherical shape. Each of them was dozens of meters long. Upon closer inspection, those objects looked like the heads of huge magical beasts. One of the dragon's mouths was emitting hot air. The energy that hit his face just now seemed to have come from it. Lin Sheng's expression changed. Almost in the next instant, those huge magical beasts' heads opened their mouths in unison. Black energy condensed and shot out from their mouths like cannonballs. They collided with the energy barrier and exploded into clouds, corroding the energy barrier that everyone had put up. Yun Nuoxing also saw this scene, and his expression was somewhat heavy. Those energy attacks, when they were released, were clearly solid with weight, but when they hit, they turned into gas, and also had an extremely strong corrosive, adhering to the energy barrier, quickly wearing down the energy in the energy barrier. After the first energy shock wave arrived, it was closely followed by concentrated attacks that fell like raindrops. The scattered people had yet to gather. Fortunately, they had just gathered into teams. 7 or more people gathered in a pile and propped up the energy barrier to resist the raindrops of attacks and corrosion. However, the momentum of the black raindrops seemed to be endless. It was extremely frightening. If this continues, we will be dragged to our deaths here. Chuan Mu gritted his teeth. From the moment they tried to charge through the hemisphere of clouds, their attacks had already been suppressed. If they fought at close range, their weapons and bodies would be corroded and assimilated. It would be easy to severely injure them. Long-range energy shock waves would not be effective. In this way, they had directly fallen into a passive situation. The pervasive corrosive power from the energy barrier caused them to need to pour even more energy into the barrier. However, if this continued, they would use up all their immortal energy before they could charge out. What awaited them was being assimilated into the energy of this floating island, divine domain. In the all-encompassing darkness, a delicate shout suddenly sounded. A strange wave of energy spread out rapidly. The sky was dyed golden. Rays of golden light descended from the sky, appearing extremely beautiful. Following the arrival of the golden light was a monstrous golden sea of fire. Divine flames surged out and suppressed the black energy that did not have a physical form. The energy that was charging like raindrops also paused for a moment. A layer of golden flames quickly burned on its body. As it burned, wisps of stinky gray gas constantly rose. Sizzling sounds resounded through the clouds. Charge through. Lin Sheng shouted decisively. Soon after, he, Dingmingyu, Chuan Mu, and the rest took the lead in charging out. Long swords, spears, axes, and other weapons rumbled as they shot out. They completely dispersed the black energy that had paused for a moment, clearing out a region. Then they used this opportunity to charge back, pulling the rest of the people forward as they charged with all their might. Only after charging out of the encirclement of the black energy did they see the angel-like girl in the sky in front of them. Her wingspan was 10 meters wide. Inextinguishable golden flames rose from her delicate body. Divine light shone down from the sky, illuminating a large region and forcefully suppressing the black energy. The golden flames also rose continuously under the illumination of the golden light, forming an inextinguishable sea of fire. and Yun Nuoshing, who was in her arms, was holding an 8-meter-long golden bow in his hand. The energy between heaven and earth was suppressed into a whirlpool and continuously surged towards the golden bow. The endless energy gathered, causing the golden bow to emit a powerful energy wave. It was incomparably brilliant, like a sun hanging in the sky. The energy arrow condensed into a hard crystal, pointing towards the huge black fog hemisphere. Countless energy black balls swept past them and were burned to ashes by the golden flames. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Don't look back. Gather and charge forward. Don't stop until we reach the second floating island. Yun Nuoshing let out an explosive cry, causing everyone to quiver. When he saw the former being covered by an endless amount of energy, he clenched his teeth. He knew that he would only be a burden at this moment. He clenched his teeth and rushed forward. The crystal energy arrow turned into a beam of light that tore through the shackles of space. This unparalleled energy burned away all the energy in the surrounding area, forming a vacuum of energy 10,000 feet around the energy arrow. It was like a divine beam of light had broken into the black fog and suddenly erupted. Boom! The terrifying energy storm dispersed all the energy within a radius of 10,000 feet. It gathered together violently, forming a huge energy tornado that stood between the heavens and the earth. It flattened the land, and the ruins and buildings were all vaporized in an instant. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground within a radius of 10,000 feet. The black fog was swept into the center of the tornado and strangled. The black fog hemisphere was cut into pieces the moment the energy storm erupted. The golden sea of fire was swept into the tornado, turning it into a fiery tornado burning with golden flames. Chaotic energy shockwaves surged in all directions, igniting the air. Shattering sounds came from the sky and the earth. Unable to bear the burden, space collapsed into the void, and the entire floating island suffered the most powerful earthquake in history. Everything on the island collapsed in a disorderly manner, turning into black shadows that squirmed and gathered together. The earth-shattering explosion ravaged everyone's ears, and the ensuing energy waves slammed into their bodies. The terrifying energy was filtered, and only a powerful thrust was left, slapping everyone into the distant horizon. The mighty energy shockwave that spread across the entire floating island passed by everyone, and as far as the eye could see, the earthquake collapsed, the mountain range shattered, and the mountain peaks collapsed. Lin Sheng and the others didn't dare to look back. Just from the terrifying energy surging behind them, they knew that the violent energy was not something they could withstand. If they were careless and were swept in, even their souls would be destroyed. The only thing they could do was charge forward with all their strength and block the black energy that attacked them from all directions. It was no longer formed arms or legs, but a chaotic and disorderly energy. The invisible energy was constantly changing. It should have been solid, but when it rushed in front of them, it turned into liquid. They couldn't block it, and it was a great hindrance to them. Right when everyone was dashing swiftly, a shrill cry suddenly sounded out from the side, and it caused everyone to be stunned before they hurriedly turned their gazes over. One of the students from High Radiance Academy had been covered by the black-colored energy, and his right hand was instantly covered by it. After that, his arm was being corroded and decomposed at a shocking speed. It was as if his arm was being decomposed into energy that dispersed into the heavens and the earth, and even his bones had vanished without a trace. That Yuan Guang student roared angrily. He raised his left hand and chopped off his own right arm. Chuan Mu's tower-like figure quickly appeared in front of him. His palm, wrapped in immortal qi, slapped the black liquid away. Then, he picked the former up like a chicken and rushed forward with the group. At the same time, He shouted, "Pull yourself together. It's only one arm. You can still recover. If you stop now, you'll die." That student grimaced, holding his broken arm, and said in pain, that energy isn't corroding, it's disintegrating. All energy that comes into contact with it will disintegrate into pure energy and dissipate into the air. Don't touch it directly. I knew it. Everyone shouted without turning their heads. That student couldn't help but laugh bitterly. The black mist that covered the sky and covered the earth congealed in front of them. The scale of it caused everyone's faces to turn pale. Chuan Mu sucked in a breath of cold air. Where did the people from before go? They couldn't have all been killed, right? I don't know if they were all killed. I only know that if we stop now, we'll all be killed. Lin Ran wiped his sweat, his scholarly face full of malevolence. Buzz, buzz. In front of them, there was a sudden fluctuation. All the black energy in the air gathered together, and their vision was no longer blocked. They could even see the purplish black void in front of them, as if it was about to rush out of this damned floating island. This made everyone happy, but at the same time, their faces couldn't help but turn gloomy. They saw that the entire floating island was trembling slightly. Everything in sight melted into a black liquid, gathering towards the large mass of energy in front of them. It was as if the entire floating island had turned into that disgusting black liquid, blocking their path to the second floating island. The liquid and cloud-like thing that was constantly squirming was agitated and tumbling, as if it was brewing. It was as if a huge monster was about to break out of its cage. The terrifying energy that spread out made everyone tremble. After a while, the huge black mass stopped tumbling and gradually revealed a silhouette. It slowly became clear. It was a huge beast's head. As for what kind of magical beast it was, no one could recognize it. They only knew that after the black beast's head appeared, its eyes, which were the size of a small city, stared at them, and an unparalleled power pressed down on them. *CK, we can't rush through this thing. Schwellingfeng was so scared that he spat out his tongue. He only felt a headache. How could they rush through this thing? Continue to rush. An ethereal cry sounded, accompanied by the fluttering snowflakes that suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. A great dragon might surged toward the huge beast head against the sky, and the air froze inch by inch under this delicate cry. "Let's go," Yao Hua shouted, and his whole body lit up with brilliant light elements. The dazzling light made him turn into another sun. His hands fiercely smashed together, forming seals with lightning speed. Behind him, Lei Ming and Hua Sheng also shouted in unison. Their bodies bloomed with incomparably brilliant elemental light, and all the elemental power in their bodies crazily condensed together. "I'll form the core," Yao Hua shouted, and the power of 8 elements from the 2 groups of people from the 9 elements temple covered his left and right hands. Along with the changes of his complicated hand seals, the last light element was injected. 2 groups of chaotic elemental energy condensed into 2 huge elemental balls in his hands, and the center released chaotic energy towards the walls of the balls. 9 Revolution Sky, Rebuke Plate, change. This is my moment. The veins on Yao Hua's hands bulged, and he held the 2 chaotic elemental balls in his hands. With a shout, the 2 elemental balls left his hands and drew 2 trajectories in the air. They madly rotated, and then heavily collided with each other. Mixed elemental storm. The 2 elemental balls collided with a loud bang. The fused 9 types of elements rubbed against each other, releasing an indescribable repulsive force. That collision finally caused the fused energy to cross the critical point. An unstoppable energy storm was released, covering the sky and covering the earth pouring down towards the huge beast's head like a flood. The rainbow-colored chaotic lightning shook in the void, like a lightning barrier pushing out horizontally. In the void, a series of energy explosions resounded. The chaotic storm's advance was suddenly stopped. Two incomparably huge black hands appeared in the void, squeezing the elemental storm inwards from both sides. At the place where the two met, the black mist was constantly falling off and burning. The power of elemental deflagration quickly exploited the black mist of the behemoth, and the latter was also desperately squeezing the violent elemental storm. Wow! If one hasn't reached the demon rank, the combined power of 17 people really can't display its power. Seeing that the chaotic elemental storm was forcibly blocked, and its power was not as great as the combined power of the 9 of them, Yao Hua's handsome face paled, and then he angrily shouted, "I don't accept this. I'm going all out. One more time." Sure enough, the 9 Elements Temple's lineage is crazy. Seeing Yao Hua's desperate posture, Lin Sheng and the others looked at each other and saw such a complicated message in their eyes. One was Yun Nuwashing, and the other was this guy. They both loved to play with their lives. However, before Yao Hua could perform a second elemental fusion, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded from above, interrupting his actions. Everyone raised their heads and saw a pure and holy figure flapping a pair of wings that were more than 10 meters long fly past, flying towards the huge beast's head. Yun Nuwashing, who was in his arms, was currently throwing white balls into his mouth, as if his life depended on it. "Hey, taking drugs. I'll take them. I'll take them." Yun Nuwashing chewed the spirit marrow hard and swallowed it into her stomach, and a huge force rushed madly in her body. She couldn't care less about the violent energy, and she stretched out her right hand and calmly felt it. "I'll take. I took it out." A light flashed in her hand, and Yun Nuwashing cried out in surprise. Then, everyone saw that drops of blue light condensed in her hand, and a 2-meter-long silver-blue needle appeared. As soon as it appeared, the power of space in the void suddenly became violent, and even the elemental storm stagnated. Seeing the old friend in her hand, Yun Nuwashing's pretty face flashed with joy. Ling Hongjian seemed to be able to feel her joy and bloomed with bright light. He coughed lightly, raised Ling Hongjian high above his head, and suddenly fell down, drawing a perfect arc. An extremely brilliant silver-blue sword light drew a perfect arc in the void. It was an extreme flash of light, just like the dividing line that divided time and space. The entire void was divided into 2 by this sword. Chapter 843. In the void, 3 huge floating islands floated. The first floating island suddenly melted into a puddle of black matter. Then, waves of powerful energy waves spread through the void. It was not until a brilliant silver-blue circle of light cut through the void that the void earthquake stopped. However, the first floating island had been completely annihilated. Even the people who had escaped to the second floating island sensed the huge energy waves. They all looked at the place where the first floating island used to be and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. At this moment, Yun Nuwashing and the others landed on the edge of the second floating island in a sorry state. They fell in a row on the edge of the floating island and let out a long sigh. They once again felt the feeling of power breaking through the shackles. This time, it lasted a little longer. The distance between the 2 floating islands was quite far, and they had to drag a group of people with them. Naturally, their speed was much slower. The huge beast had seemed to be the condensation of the entire island. This was just a guess. They didn't know exactly what it was, and they didn't have the energy to think about it. The chaotic battle just now had exhausted them like dead dogs. At this moment, they were all lying on the ground with their arms and legs spread out. They were breathing rapidly. The girls were a little more reserved. They didn't collapse on the ground like the guys. They all walked to the edge of the forest and found a tree to sit on to recover their energy. So weak. After using the divine artifact twice in a row and randomly taking medicine, this weak body was completely exhausted. Yun Nuashing put her hands on her hips and let out a long sigh. You're being protected. It's easy for you to say that. Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes at him. +1, Yao Hua said faintly as he rolled on the ground. Hey, I used 2 big moves, okay? Otherwise, how could I escape? Yun Nuashing said, unhappily. Also, I'm saying that this body of mine is too weak. I can't stand it after moving a little. It's really uncomfortable. Chu Yingzhan's beautiful face turned red. Everyone was stunned. A large pile of lines rolled around in their stomachs before they were silently extinguished. Then, they all awkwardly turned their heads away. It seemed like they had been overthinking things. Yao Hua and the others looked at each other, then shrugged helplessly. They didn't say anything and got up from the ground while howling in grief to recover their energy. Lin Sheng and the others started to recover their energy as soon as they landed. However, Lin Sheng and the others didn't seem to care. They slowly recovered their energy. Perhaps they were used to it. Yun Nuashing had just found a tree to sit on when 2 petite figures flashed past him. Then, one on the left and one on the right, they hung on his hands. When he looked down, he saw Yuer and Yuer smiling coquettishly at him. They were rubbing their heads against his shoulders. Ming's face darkened when she saw this. Her red lips opened a few times, but she realized that she couldn't say anything. She gritted her teeth and stroked her silver-white hair gloomily. Then she sat down beside Yun Nuashing and closed her eyes to rest. She had used up a lot of energy in the battle that had lasted for a long time. She didn't have the energy to fight with the 2 girls. Yun Nuashing rubbed the stubborn girl's silver hair and smiled faintly. Then his hand suddenly froze. Boom. It was extremely sudden. The energy in his body moved spontaneously, as if it was about to go berserk. However, his emptiness realm energy wouldn't cause too much of a commotion, no matter how much it went berserk. Even so, it still gave everyone a fright. They hurriedly opened their eyes and saw Yun Nuashing standing tall. His colorful eyes were staring into the distance. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. The appearance of that trace of fear gave everyone a fright. They weren't afraid of any difficulties or risking their lives. Everyone had a feeling that as long as this guy was by their side, he could do anything. This guy had the power to reverse the situation. He wasn't even afraid when facing a God-Emperor expert. However, at this moment, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. It was as if he was facing a great enemy. What kind of event was this? TSK. After a long while, Yun Nuashing clicked his tongue. There was some depression and hesitation on his face. He rubbed his head in distress and hurriedly suppressed the restless energy in his body. This movement was like a nervous reflex when he met his natural enemy. He couldn't help but mutter, "Damn it, he didn't wash his face before he went out. Why is he here? If I meet him here, I'm afraid I'll be killed." As he muttered, he jumped out of the edge of the floating island under the confused gazes of everyone. Ming turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to rush out, he saw Yun Nuashing slowly float up. His body was surging with the power of stars. In the void, he had once again returned to his peak state. After returning to his peak state, he only did one thing. He activated his evil spirit eye and supplemented it with the eye of the ocean. His line of sight looked into the distance. He looked over countless mountains and crossed the void. Finally, he looked into a pair of golden eyes. The owner of the golden eyes slowly raised his head and gave him a devilish smile. Then he turned around, leaving behind a proud and aloof figure. He slowly walked into the temple behind him. That was the centermost position of the third floating island. When he saw that smile, Yun Nuoxing's heart trembled slightly. As expected, he had also sensed his arrival. What made Yun Nuoxing a little uneasy was that he saw that the guy's strength seemed to be at the demigod level. It seemed that this guy was not suppressed. It was also possible that he had already recovered to this extent. However, he felt that it should be the former. The virtual time body was a physique that was beyond the norm. If it was not for the fact that it restricted him from advancing to the demigod level, he would probably be able to fight against the spiritual godly body. In fact, Yun Nuoxing did not have much confidence in being able to fight with him. That ability to control time was too abnormal. As for now, he would probably have to turn and run away before seeing him. With his current strength of the virtual realm and 3 divine weapons, he would be courting death if he rushed forward. When he returned to the floating island again, his power of stars was slowly suppressed. Everyone watched as his strength fell sharply. It only stopped when they could no longer sense it. Is there a grudge between them? It's so ruthless. Seeing Yun Nuoxing being suppressed in front of him, Yuan Shi's cheeks twitched. He walked forward and patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder. What's wrong? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He raised his head and saw that everyone was looking at him worriedly. Only then did he realize that his serious look just now had affected them. He could not help but laugh faintly. He waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. Well, you guys go and recover. Don't worry about me." After he finished speaking, he wanted to walk to the side. Yuan Shi narrowed his eyes and put his hands on Yun Nuoxing's shoulders. He stared straight at him. Yun Nuoxing was a little stunned by his interrogative look. He laughed bitterly and said, "Yuan Shi, we are all good young people." You see, Yuan Shi stared blankly for a moment before rolling her eyes and quickly lowering her hand. Chu Yingzhan, who was standing to the side, had seen the sparks flying between the two of them and had become inexplicably excited. Seeing them separate, she couldn't help but sigh, "AI, what a beautiful scene. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't you feel uncomfortable holding it in?" Although Yuan Shi had let go, he did not give up on the interrogation. He crossed his arms and blocked Yun Nuoxing's way. Yun Nuoxing laughed bitterly. He knew that this brother of his was good at everything. It was just that he liked to keep some secrets in his heart. However, these secrets were somewhat scary. Yun Nuoxing smiled even more bitterly when he saw his brothers. "If you don't say it, I'll torture you. Look." He took a step back and felt 2 soft hands on his shoulders. When he turned around, he saw Ming looking at him expressionlessly. He felt a little desperate. "It seems that I have to say it." Everyone nodded. "Hurry up." "Oh." Yun Nuoxing nodded helplessly. Then he said calmly, "I might have to fight a guy who is comparable to a god in this state." "Yes, yes." Everyone nodded. Then they were stunned. "Huh, what kind of international joke is this?" "Wow, what an explosive statement. Is this some kind of entertainment joke?" "Ha ha, ha. Okay, I'm just trying to adjust the atmosphere." Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes when he saw everyone's reaction. He spread his hands and said, "You guys asked me to say it. It's none of my business if you guys are scared to death." Everyone, Yun Nuoxing, "Okay, it's just a slight possibility. I don't know why that guy is actually here." Just now, his gaze met mine from afar. It was obvious that he was telling me, "I'll wait for you to come." Moreover, he was so far away. "Oh, by the way, you guys have seen that guy in the ghost forest." Yun Nuoxing looked at Yao Hua and Yuan Shi and sighed. "Huh." Yuan Shi was so excited that he almost jumped up. "You're talking about that guy?" Yao Hua and the others collectively sucked in a breath of cold air. They also remembered that guy. When he mentioned his master, he had a headache and a serious look. At the time in the Ghost Chi Forest, Yun Nuoxing was forced to fight with him. In the end, he lost and was almost killed by the last blow. It was because of this that he became obsessed. Ahem, we'll talk about this later. It's getting late. Shall we rest here for the night, or shall we continue at night? Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and pointed at the dark sky. There was a slight helplessness in his smile. Everyone looked up and saw that it was already dusk. They were stunned for a moment. At the end of the horizon, where the sky and the sky met, there was a void. However, there was a blue sky above their heads. It was as if the world had been cut into two parts. Above was the sky, and below was the void. They thought that there wouldn't be a normal alternation between day and night, but it seemed that it wasn't realistic. After exchanging glances for a while, everyone decided to camp at the edge of the area for the night. Anyway, the first floating island had been destroyed, so no one would come here again. As for the others who came to the second floating island, they had been wandering around this island for a long time. If there was nothing important, they probably wouldn't come back. It was nighttime. Perhaps it was because of the unfamiliar environment, but everyone didn't fall asleep. They all sat cross-legged and cultivated. Their spiritual power and soul power spread out in the space, vigilant of their surroundings. However, Chu Yingzhan set up a relatively large magic array that could help them recover from their dreams. She was the first to lie down and sleep. Yun Nuoxing then remembered that this girl was also a magic array master. "Hiss Ming, wake up." Ming felt a sneaky call in her sleep. She opened her eyes in a daze and saw Yuan Shi with a nervous face. Nightmare, Qin Yen, Bing Er, Little Moon, and Yao Hua were standing behind him. Ming blinked her eyes in confusion. She rubbed her jade-like hands around her body for a while, only to find that the person in her arms had left at some point. She was stunned for a moment, but quickly regained her senses. Just as she stood up and was about to ask something, Yuan Shi put up a finger and shushed her. Then she pointed at a corner of the forest on the floating island and waved her hand, indicating for her to follow. The group of people bent down and sneakily crept over there. Ming scratched her long silver hair. Mei Mao looked around. Lin Sheng and the others were still cultivating. Chu Yingzhan was lying on the side and sleeping soundly. As for Hu Sheng and the others, they were also cultivating. However, they seemed to feel her looking over and opened their eyes. They nodded at her and pointed in the direction of Yuan Shi and the others. With a stomach full of questions, Ming quietly got up. The wings behind her retracted back like a screen. Then she tiptoed and followed Yuan Shi and the others. She quietly walked into the forest. Yuan Shi and the others were waiting in front. They leaned against the tree and stretched their necks to look outside. Ming blinked and leaned over to Bing Er. She also stretched her neck. Outside the forest, there was an empty space. There sat a figure she could not be more familiar with. Yun Nuoxing was a little distressed at this moment. Or rather, she was a little upset. She sat cross-legged on the ground and scratched her long, colorful hair. From time to time, she would throw a white ball into her mouth. After a while, she waved her hand and took out a huge weapon. She glanced at it and gently placed it on the ground beside her. Beside her, there was already a small mountain of weapons. There were more than 20 weapons, and they were all high-level godly weapons. There were even godly weapons. Crunch! Yun Nuoxing bit into a divine marrow and felt the energy rapidly rising in her body. She let out a long sigh and muttered to herself, "Troublesome! What a waste!" The utilization rate of the divine marrow is less than 5%. The energy in this one is enough for a demon to advance by a whole realm. Clang! As she complained, she took out another godly weapon from her body. This time, she did not hold it firmly, and it fell to the ground with a clang. The tremor probably caused the area within 100 meters to tremble. Yun Nuoxing was shocked. She quickly stood up and looked around vigilantly. The group in the forest quickly shrank their heads back. Yun Nuoxing looked around vigilantly for a minute. When she did not find anything strange, she let out a sigh of relief. She looked at the godly weapon that she had just taken out. It was a black gold hammer that was 10 feet long. It was the giant hammer that was said to weigh 18 million pounds. This thing doesn't seem to be of any use. Everyone poked their heads out and heard Yun Nuoxing's sigh. They looked at each other and seemed to understand what she was planning to do. However, they were just guessing and did not jump out for the time being. After counting the remaining divine marrow in her hand, Yun Nuoxing hesitated for a moment. Then she gritted her teeth and stuffed a large amount of divine marrow into her mouth. She swallowed it without chewing. Then she reached out her right hand and sensed the unsealed godly weapons. She took them out one by one. Soon, another mountain of weapons was piled up. Buzz. After a long while, an aura that was close to extinction slowly appeared. That familiar fluctuation caused Yun Nuoxing's eyes to slightly brighten. Looking at the huge, purple-black sword in his hand, he faintly smiled and said, "I have finally found you." Gently stroking the nether void sword, Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath. Although the seal had been unsealed, the soul of the nether void sword was still in her soul. Even after eating so much divine marrow, her strength still did not improve. Instead, she allowed him to take out more than 50 godly weapons, including the nether void sword and the Linghong sword. I originally wanted to save it for the girls. Lowering her head, Yun Nuoxing frowned. She did not have much divine marrow left. She murmured and sighed heavily. Then she poured the rest of the divine marrow into her mouth. Seeing her take out the godly weapons one by one, looking for the strongest ones, Yuan Shi's face twitched. She could not help but say, "It's just like a lottery." Everyone nodded helplessly. Yun Nuoxing's action of risking his life to eat the spirit marrow and unsealing the divine artifact was indeed very similar to a lottery. Fortunately, he had taken out those very important divine artifacts. Ding! Finally, when the last godly weapon was taken out, Yun Nuoxing was slightly stunned. An elegant melody slowly played in the air. It was the whirlpool zither. He did not expect that even the whirlpool zither would be sealed. He had to unseal it before he could take it out. He did not think that the owner of the Jiasu secret realm was stronger than Xianin. God's park weapons could only unleash their true power in the hands of their godly spirits. In his hands, they were sealed along with him. If Xianin rushed into the Jiasu secret realm with the whirlpool zither, the secret realm would probably collapse immediately. It would not be able to seal her. Gently stroking the whirlpool zither, Yun Nuoxing was silent for a while. Then she nodded and put away the pile of godly weapons. With a thought, 6 huge, colorful wings appeared on her back with a bang. The wings were 10 feet wide. The elemental wind whistled and created a small whirlwind in the forest. The 6 demonic wings have been unsealed. Get ready. As for the rest, slowly putting the 6 wings back into her body, Yun Nuoxing stood up straight and looked into the distance. She nodded and walked towards Ming and the others. Ming and the others were stunned for a moment. After making sure that Yun Nuoxing did not notice them, she secretly gave them a look. All of them retreated and sat down where they were. Almost at the same time, just as Ming and the others sat down, Yun Nuoxing walked out of the forest. Seeing the group of people, lying on the ground. She was stunned for a moment. Then, she carefully walked around the bodies on the ground and walked to Ming's side. What an idiot's problem. Yun Nuoxing softly mocked herself. She smiled faintly and squatted down. Then, she took out a cloak from her portable space and put it on Ming. She gently rubbed her silver-white hair and reached out to take out Xiao Xian, who was curled up on her neck, and gently placed her on her knees. Then, she turned around and saw that everyone was either cultivating or sleeping. She breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, I still don't want you to go to such a dangerous place with me. Yun Nuoxing stretched and softly murmured, Well, I know I'm quite annoying. If there's anything you want to complain about, let's talk about it next time. After saying that, Yun Nuoxing put on the black and gold half-mask on her face. Then, her figure suddenly disappeared like a ghost. Then, a breeze blew in the forest, and a black figure rushed out of Chu Yingzhan's formation like a ghost. Then, she quickly rushed towards the third floating island. After she quietly left, everyone in the formation opened their eyes and looked at each other in confusion. This guy? Chapter 844. Just as you expected, Brother Yun ran away on his own, Lin Sheng said, as he opened his eyes. Within the formation, Lin Sheng slowly opened his eyes and looked at the place where the black shadow had disappeared. He looked at Yuan Shi with a strange gaze and said, What should we do? Follow him? He said he didn't want us to get involved. Is it something serious? Xue Lingfeng asked as he stood up and stroked the silver spear in his hand. Serious? Of course it's serious. Little Star had a crazy look on his face, as if he was facing death. How could it not be serious? That guy could kill a quasi-god if he risked his life. Yuan Shi crossed his arms and sighed in distress. They say that the spirit receiving divine body is so powerful that it's boundless. Unfortunately, he met a guy who is almost as powerful as him and is an enemy. Anyway, every time I see him like this, I know that he's going to run away. No, he's going to solve something himself. Yuan Shi scratched his head gloomily and looked at Ming. You should know better than I do. Hanging Xiao Xian around her neck, Kuming nodded her head. There was a hint of hesitation on her face as she said, I know, Big Brother doesn't want us to go, but I want to go. If I go, Big Brother will feel troubled. I don't know what to do. Aya, why are you thinking so much? Chu Yingzhan fiercely rolled her eyes. She waved her small fist and lightly reprimanded. That kind of scoundrel is a scoundrel that can't even be called out. If you want to make him understand some things, it's best to catch him, press him to the ground, and beat him until he's obedient. Beat him up first, then talk later. Little Star has taken out 50 sacred items for sacred weapons and 1 god spirit weapon. Why don't you tell me how to hold him down? Yuan Shi's eyebrows twitched, and she looked at him strangely. Everyone, this go, kidnap Brother Yun and bring him back. He won't attack us. Moreover, Big Brother Yun also said that there might not be a fight. If we rush over, Big Brother Yun will feel troubled. We can also let him calm down a bit. Yu raised her hand and said very cheerfully. Then she scurried out. Yes, he scurried out. That abrupt movement made everyone dumbfounded. Little Moon was stunned for a while before she exclaimed, You, don't go. Big Brother is going to beat me to death. With a cry, Little Moon twisted her small waist and turned into a beautiful shadow. She chased after the shadow that dashed out. Ming and Bing Er were stunned. They looked at each other and sighed helplessly. Ming sighed and said, Forget it. We'll talk about it when we see Brother. It's dangerous for him to be alone. After Ming said that, he pulled Bing Er and dashed out. Bing Er grabbed Chu Yingzhan and pulled her along. Chu Yingzhan was still in a daze. I I'm not going. I'm not going. Don't drag me along. That D asterisk MN guy wants to drag someone down with him. Don't drag me down with you. An inhuman scream was left in the sky. Yuan Shi and the others were stunned. What was going on? After being stunned for a while, Yao Hua slapped his head and hurriedly got up. We'll go too. Damn it, something happened to Little Star. The deity king and the temple master will lock us up until the day we die. At least we won't be there when Little Star fights. If he's missing some parts, the teachers will probably throw us into the void and trap us there for 100 years. Jining sighed faintly. Upon hearing this frightening punishment, the 9 deities hall group shuddered violently and scrambled to their feet before flying toward the horizon. Mo Yen and Qin Yen also shot out at this moment. Yuan Shi was startled, and only after a long while did he come to his senses. Hey, wait for me. This bunch of idiots. Soon, only Lin Sheng and the others from the Farlight Academy were left. They stood on the ground and looked at each other, unable to make up their minds. Jun Luo Yi and the others looked at each other and nodded. They walked out without hesitation and said to Lin Sheng, "You don't have to go. From your standpoint, you don't have to participate in this matter. If Mr. Yun and the others really start fighting, this world probably won't be able to withstand it." "What about you?" Shueling Feng asked in return. Jun Luo Yi smiled sweetly and stroked her long hair. "We were brought out from an unknown, small world by Mr. Yun. Without him, we might never have seen the outside world. Senior Shui, what do you think we should do now?" As soon as that charming voice rang out, the group of people from the Mystic Dragon continent also abruptly rushed out without the slightest hesitation. Lin Sheng and the others looked at each other and sighed. What a headache! Yi Qinglian rolled her eyes at him. At this point, there was no need to say anything more when he sighed like this. She naturally held his hand, and wind elements gathered around them. Pull one hair, and the whole body will be affected. Ding Minyu also walked forward. This guy is a spiritual leader, but he's not a qualified captain. Everyone looked at each other helplessly. Since the captain had already decided, there was nothing they could say. Then they just went. Yun Nuoshing, who was far away in the horizon, flapped his 6 wings and created afterimages. Fine light elements surged within his body. This wasn't the first time he fought alone. No, it was like running away from home. Although he was caught almost every time, this time he was very determined that he couldn't be caught. Therefore, after leaving the formation, he flew at full speed, too lazy to care if the energy traces he left behind would be tracked by Ming and the others. He already said that he was at the center of the 3rd floating island, so it didn't matter if the traces he left behind disappeared or not. Moreover, he knew that there would definitely be a large group of people following behind him. It was definitely a large group. However, he didn't think that now was the time. They should still be sleeping. I don't think so. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched, and he slapped his face. He thought that everyone was asleep, but in the end, with the help of the soul contract between him and Bing Air, he clearly felt that a group of people behind him were aggressively chasing after him. However, with their speed, they wouldn't be able to catch up in a short period of time. A group of idiots who give me a headache. Yun Nuoshing sighed. Since they were chasing after him, it seemed that he didn't have any special means to persuade them to retreat. Then, he would just solve this matter before they caught up. A person flew past quickly, and 10 minutes later, a large group of people flew across the sky. They didn't hide their aura at all, and countless people felt it. However, no one dared to obstruct them or anything. When they were outside, they had already seen how strong this group of people was. It was better not to provoke them if they could. Therefore, They didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. With the assistance of the 6 wings of magic, Yun Nuoxing's flying speed almost recovered to the speed of a primary god. Although he still felt that it was a pity that he couldn't use the light element, at least the idiots behind him who were using the light element to drag the group of people behind him couldn't catch up with him for the time being. The distance between them was getting further and further. From the time Yun Nuoxing rushed out of the 2nd floating island to the front of the 3rd floating island, a full day had passed. He could already feel some kind of aura descending on him. It wasn't from this floating island, but from that fellow. He recognized that unique aura at once, but he didn't expect that Zero would expand this aura to such a distant place. It was as if he was saying, "Welcome to my place." What on earth is that fellow trying to do? Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly. He had many things he wanted to ask. The first time they met was at the bottom of the sea, and Zero had snatched one of his divine flames. The second time they met was in the ghost forest, and Zero had attacked him without saying anything. The third time they met was outside the Xianlong continent. At that time, Zero had even pointed out the location of a divine flame. It was as if he was saying, "All right, I snatched one from you last time, and now I'm returning one to you." However, whenever Yun Nuoxing thought of that gaze, he couldn't help but shudder. That gaze was as if he was sizing up his prey, or as if he was looking at an old enemy. It seemed that this was the only way to describe it. Other than Yun Nuoxing, he couldn't think of any other words. This was what Zero had said, but he was sure that he had never seen such a dangerous fellow. Once he attacked, he would die, and so on. Could it be that he had caused trouble in his previous life again? But he had never heard of such a powerful fellow from 1 or 2 eras ago. Logically speaking, once the virtual time body was born, it wouldn't be unknown. Messy thoughts kept rolling around in Yun Nuoxing's mind. After a long time, he gave up on thinking about those miscellaneous things. If there was anything he wanted to say or ask, he would see it later. Floating in front of the 3rd floating island, the scale of this floating island was extremely huge. Compared to an island, it was more like a continent, a relatively small continent. The reference here was the god's realm, but the latter's incomparably huge size was an exception. It was more like the mystic dragon continent that was the norm. After brewing for a while in front of the floating island, he let the unsealed light element rapidly condense, rendering his whole body like a golden comet. The next second, this comet, with an unprecedented brilliance, rushed into the 3rd floating island that no one had set foot on. Its speed had surpassed the speed of light. In just a flash, it had almost reached the center of the floating island. This aura really makes one uncomfortable. The air was filled with the thick aura of time. Trillions of years had passed here. The thick aura of time assaulted his face, almost drowning him. In addition to Zero's arrangements here, when he rushed in, Yun Nuoxing almost choked to death from the aura of time. He frowned and took out Ling Hong's sword. The power of cutting space separated him from the surrounding space, making him feel a little better. Looking into the distance, he saw that the shrine was already very close. The door was open, but the golden figure was nowhere to be seen. The only thing missing from the open door was a hint that said, "Go this way." Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing's eyebrows couldn't help but tremble. Did this guy take him for a fool? Slowly stopping in the sky above the shrine, Yun Nuoxing frowned and looked down. The shrine was located in a mountain range. The mountain range was vertical like a huge wall. It was very neat, faintly outlining some tracks. He wanted to study it, but he didn't have the time. In the few seconds he hesitated, a strong aura of time exploded in the shrine, shattering the space within 100 miles. Yun Nuoxing was shocked. Ling Hong's sword's barrier blocked the aura of time, but it also distracted his attention. What is that guy doing? Yun Nuoshing frowned, looking at the dark space around him. He sighed and descended. In a flash, he arrived in front of the shrine's door. This was a magnificent temple. Its appearance was like an irregular pillar piled up by countless iron towers, one on top of the other. From the outer ring to the inner ring, it shrunk until there was only 100 feet thick metal pillar standing at the top. The dark metal reflected an inexplicable luster, and the rich aura of time did not leave any trace on it. This sleeping beast had been sleeping for who knew how many years, sleeping along with the entire continent. The smell of time, decay, didn't reach this shrine. There was a transparent barrier that blocked the surging tide of time outside, almost cutting off the connection between this place and the river of time. Yun Nuoshing hesitated for a moment. Then he took out the Nethervoid sword and held it tightly in his right hand. Then he slowly walked into the shrine. The bright light stimulated his eyes a little. The shrine didn't appear dim. This huge shrine also didn't have any passageways that led to other places. There was only a huge central shrine. Several huge pillars stood around the shrine, extending all the way to the top of the shrine. This shrine was huge. The center of the shrine was like a square, or rather, it was a shrine built according to the size of a square. There were 3 rings of stairs that descended 1,000 feet. There were only 4 directions with a long slanted staircase that led to a platform at the bottom. The platform was carved with a complicated pattern of stars. It looked like a 4-pointed star and a 6-pointed star stacked together. There were also other strange patterns. At the bottom of the platform, a young man in golden robes was sitting cross-legged on the ground. An eternal aura of time flowed around him. Around him, a time vortex appeared and disappeared, disturbing the flow of time in this shrine. As if he sensed someone coming in, Zero slowly raised his head. His pale golden eyes saw Yun Nuoshing walking down the stairs. He couldn't help but smile wickedly. "You're here." Yun Nuoshing's footsteps paused. After a moment, he calmly raised his feet and walked down the stairs step by step. "I'm here." Yun Nuoshing originally thought that an indescribable battle to the death would break out as soon as they met. He didn't expect that it would only be these 2 in different sentences. This made Yun Nuoshing feel a little confused. Maybe Zero really didn't come to fight this time? Then wasn't he thinking too highly of himself? He risked his life and dropped a bunch of divine artifacts. In the end, the first thing he said was something like, "Have you eaten?" And something like that. "You seem to be very calm." Zero shook his head and flung his golden hair behind his back. He smiled faintly. "Where are your companions?" "I got rid of them. I ran away from home." Yun Nuoshing said indifferently. He walked to the bottom of the platform. The 2 of them stood at opposite ends of the platform and looked at each other from afar. Yun Nuoshing crossed his arms and sighed. "So, why did you call me here? If I remember correctly, we should be fighting to the death as soon as we meet." "Oh, this is also caused by you." "It's not me. It has nothing to do with me." "Ha!" Zero let out an inexplicable laugh. His golden eyes stared straight at Yun Nuoshing. "There will definitely be such a day, but it's definitely not now. The feud between us started a long, long time ago. However, that Lord God definitely didn't foresee this scene." "Oh, it's a little rude to say that. After all, logically speaking, he's our Lord Father. Perhaps you should call me Big Brother. After all, you're so many years behind me." Zero laughed and patted his thigh. His words caused Yun Nuoshing to have goosebumps all over his body. "However, this doesn't mean much. That Lord God left behind 2 lives that are suspected to be waiting for reincarnation. We are such existences." Zero calmly took out an item. It was a pitch-black stone. It was smooth and without any other marks. It was a pure black stone. Yun Nuoxing couldn't be more familiar with this thing. He had 3 of them on him, the key. Zero looked at him and said indifferently, "Did you bring it? You should have taken the key to the ice realm. You have 3 key fragments on you. I found the last one." A chill ran through his entire spine. Yin Nuoxing could feel goosebumps all over his body. Chapter 845. When the pure black stone appeared in Zero's hand, Yun Nuoxing thought of a lot of things that made him shudder. His memories seemed to have been divided into 2 large parts, and now they seemed to be showing signs of joining together. Some things that had troubled him for many years seemed to be revealed today. The ice domain is his burial ground. His bones are still stored in the frozen world. The power of the heavenly gods is keeping his last trace of life alive, and it will never be unsealed, Zero said indifferently. He looked up at Yun Nuoxing, who was in a daze, and ignored him. He continued, the elemental plains of the Ganyuan region was his final battle. He and the 9 primogenitors of the 9 temples should have fallen after that battle. That self-destructing star destruction was their funeral song, and it was also their funeral canon. I don't know who he was fighting against back then, but that power was something that even 10 powerful heavenly gods could not resist. It should have been like that, but in reality, that place was not where he died in battle, but where the primogenitors of the 9 temples died. The true final battle was here. Zero pointed at his feet and said indifferently, these 3 floating islands were where he fought his final battle. The Ganyuan region did not really let him die. The powerful life force of the heavenly gods allowed him to stubbornly survive, and he brought the bones of the 9 temples' primogenitors to this world in the void. He destroyed a branch of his enemy, back then, stole this place, banished it into the void, and buried the remains of the 9 temples' primogenitors here, along with a part of himself in this sealed skyland. Then he struggled to return to the North Ice Domain, created the Ice Domain, and left behind his silent remains. These are the remnants of my memories. I have kept them since I woke up. Hundreds of billions of years passed quickly, and ever since I woke up, I have been forgetting a lot of things every day. This process has lasted for hundreds of billions of years, and I have forgotten for so many years. I only know that I have forgotten a lot of things, but I don't know what I have forgotten. I don't know what kind of existence I should have been, and only this remnant scene is left in my mind. There is also an obsession, a crazy obsession that wants to burn the world, an obsession for revenge. Zero's expression was a little twisted. His empty golden eyes were burning with a flame that wanted to devour the world and would not hesitate to drag the entire void down with it. This is a lunatic who is even crazier than me, Yun Nuoxing thought. After calming down for a while, Zero let out a long breath and continued. When he was dying, he left behind 2 seeds. The 2 seeds contained the 2 halves of his memories. He had divided his soul into 2. One of them occupied most of his consciousness, and it was the dominant consciousness. He was supposed to leave it for the future generations to unseal it together, but something went wrong. Perhaps he was too weak at the time, and he did not have the time to divide it properly. Less than an era later, in the second half of the ancient era, at the end of the 70th era, I woke up ahead of time, and have been living ever since. I had countless chances to become a heavenly god, but the enemies from back then, the enemies who caused that disaster, are still lurking in the void, and have not shown themselves to this day. After the fall of the forbidden heavenly god, they disappeared without a trace. I thought that by waking up ahead of time, I would be able to track them down. Zero frowned and suddenly clutched his head. The calm aura on his body gradually became chaotic. His golden eyes flickered with a flickering light, burning with a frenzied desire to destroy. It was as if he was about to burst out of his cage. Yun Nuoxing's expression changed. The Netherruin sword appeared in his hand with a clang, and he pointed it at Zero from afar. There was something very wrong with this guy. Yun Nuoshing's impression of him was that he was not a person who was easy to talk to. He had already felt that something was off from the moment they first met. Huff, huff. Zero's heavy breathing came from his mouth and nose. His hands were tightly pressed against his head, and he looked like he was struggling to cut himself in half. I'm fine. After a long while, just as Yun Nuoshing was hesitating whether or not he should kill him while he was down, Zero suddenly calmed down. His golden eyes became clear, and he looked straight at Yun Nuoshing. He said, "After countless years of wandering and forgetting, I did not step into the heavenly god realm, because they exist. Once you step into the heavenly god realm, you will announce your ascension to all life in the void. That is a heavenly god proclamation, a fatal proclamation that they will notice. Time and time again, I severed my cultivation and started all over again. I repeated this for countless years, across 3 eras, just to prevent them from finding me. At the same time, I also wanted to give myself more time to find them. However, I have not been able to find them even after so many years. What's even more laughable is that my mind did not make it. Every time I severed myself, my mind would waver. In the end, I went mad. I completely fell into madness and was blinded by the obsession of revenge. I was divided into 2 parts. One part represents rationality, and the other part is the embodiment of madness." Zero laughed self-deprecatingly. "The one who fought with me last time?" Yun Nuoshing frowned and asked tentatively. Zero nodded. "In the beginning, rationality could occupy most of my time. However, at the beginning of this era, I could no longer suppress my madness. He would often jump out and take control of my body. In the 135th era, I severed my cultivation that was about to ascend to the heavenly god realm for the last time. Madness completely took over my mind, until you appeared. Perhaps it's because of that fight. After that, I gradually regained consciousness and tried to control my body. However, the best I could do was to let me come out for a breather occasionally. You saw it too. Just now, he was risking his life to rush out." Zero spread his hands and said helplessly, "It's impossible for me to completely suppress him. He will definitely come out. In this era, this 139th era, he will definitely ascend to the heavenly god realm. If them is disturbed, then everything will be over. You and I will both die. There is no place to hide in this void." Yun Nuoshing's face twitched slightly. His mind was in a mess. The large amount of information that came crashing down on him made him feel a little dizzy. He quickly waved his hand at Zero. Wait. My head is a little dizzy. I need to clear it. Go ahead." Zero smiled faintly. "During this period of time, I can still suppress him. There are some things that I need to let you know. You can take your time." Yun Nuoshing nodded. He sat down cross-legged and sorted out his thoughts. The forbidden heavenly god Quartermoon from the remote antiquity age, who was his logical father, split his soul into 2 when he was dying and stuffed them into 2 ultimate grade, or even divine grade glazed crystals. The 2 glazed crystals that hatched out were him, Yun Nuoshing, and Zero. While wandering for countless years, Zero finally went crazy. His existence was split into 2. One dominated his rationality, and the other dominated his madness. Right now, the one in front of him was the rational one. "What about me?" Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. "Don't I have a previous life, or something? The 137th era, Feng Yueying. When did I wake up? A few eras ago?" Zero slowly stood up and walked to the center of the platform. He was always surrounded by a layer of calmness and tranquility. No one would have thought that the shadow behind him was a personality dominated by hatred, who wanted to devour the world crazily. He walked to a spot 5 meters away from Yun Nuoshing, sat down cross-legged, and said, "You woke up from the very beginning, from the moment you were sealed." Ah, Yun Nuoshing looked confused. What the hell? To be exact, you, who represented half of Quarter Moon's soul, woke up. You existed in the second half of the remote antiquity age, but I didn't recognize you. You forgot the memory of the Quarter Moon. Oh, you also forgot the little girl in your body now. You are the Shadow Emperor, the previous master of the Purple Night Flame. You are yourself. She is the relic that you sealed at the end of the remote antiquity age and left for yourself in this life. Zero's faint voice made Yun Nuoshing tremble violently. She felt as if hundreds of kilograms of glazed crystals had exploded in her head, and she almost died. The Shadow Emperor is you. In the second half of the remote antiquity age, your body was still brewing in the divine grade glazed crystals, but your soul had already come out. To be exact, it was your soul projection that came out. The Shadow Emperor himself is a real shadow, a projection of a soul, a projection of half of a forbidden heavenly god's soul. Zero said, when the Shadow Emperor became a heavenly god, he didn't make a heavenly god proclamation. It's very strange. I don't know if it's because he's just a projection. Other than this, I can't find a better explanation. Zero said faintly. As for the Shadow Emperor, when the soul projection became a heavenly god, it went through a vague mutation. He was your projection, but he also belonged to himself. It's like this projection gained real life and was no longer a shadow. Yun Nuoshing stretched out her hand and said, Wait. Let me think. During the second half of the primeval era, his main body was still sleeping, but his shadow ran out and forgot about its own existence. It happily wandered the god realm and the stars, and while it was there, it collected a divine flame and gave it a godhood. That was how Violet Night was born. During the 79th era, which was the end of the primeval era, Violet Night was sealed away, and it was unknown if he sensed something or if he had divined something, but he sealed Violet Night away and kept it until now, 60 eras later. Why? Why did I keep Sai? Yun Nuoshing was confused. How am I supposed to know? Didn't I tell you? I didn't pay attention to the heartless you at the time. By the time I woke up, it was already hundreds of billions of years later. At that time, you had already snuck out to play. After that, I was looking for my old enemies, but you were still playing around. Zero rolled her eyes and said, Maybe you sensed something after you became a heavenly god. You did this for a reason. When you became a heavenly god, you scared me to death. Fortunately, you didn't make a heavenly god proclamation. Otherwise, the two of us would have rolled into the cycle of reincarnation together, or directly been annihilated. Yun Nuoshing muttered, her face covered in cold sweat. After a long while, she wiped it away and said, What happened after that? Was the soul that controlled the consciousness you? No, it was you. Zero shook her head. The entire soul was extracted and divided into two parts. One of them was the dominant one, the two of us. Although we were souls that were separated from Quarter Moon, so many years had passed, and we had already developed our independence. There was only a logical connection between us and him. As the dominant consciousness, you were the most crucial part of it. You were the most complete part that was preserved, even though it was still half a soul, and one mistake could turn you back to Quarter Moon. Zero stared blankly for a moment. After thinking for a few seconds, she suddenly laughed softly. I see. I understand now. No wonder your soul projection ran out. It was his arrangement. What do you mean? Yun Nuoshing was confused. Seeing the confusion on her face, Zero chuckled and pointed at her temple with her finger. She said, the soul projection, in layman's terms, is the shadow of the soul. This was also the reason why you called yourself the Shadow Emperor at that time. When this shadow ascended to become a sky god, the sky god's powerful karmic destructiveness disturbed the existence of karma. The direct connection between the shadow and the main body was blurred. In other words, it was weakened. At that time, Zero paused for a moment. At that time, the shadow was no longer a shadow, and the main body was no longer the original main body. The shadow became an independent individual, and the main body lost its shadow on the karmic level and became another individual. The two incomplete individuals became two independent entities. Yin Nuoxing painfully pulled her long hair and thought hard. She nodded. And then, although the karmic connection between the two was blurred, in reality, the shadow was still a shadow. It was always connected to the main body. However, the shadow entered the cycle of reincarnation, and the cycle of reincarnation continuously erased the connection between the shadow and the main body. In the end, the two became an independent life form that could be separated at any time and could be connected at any time. The countless cycles of reincarnation completed this magnificent project. The karmic connection between the shadow and the main body was erased, but the connection between the two remained as one. Then, in this era, your main body woke up and merged with the shadow. At that time, you were still the half of the soul that occupied the main consciousness, but you were no longer the half that was complete. Your essence had changed, and you would no longer turn back into Quarter Moon for any reason, Zero said. Ah! Yin Nuoxing stretched out her hand to show that she still needed to smooth it out. So, at that time, she lost her own shadow. She chased it out of the house, and the shadow became a life form without any consciousness. Then, the shadow happily played around in the world and played with reincarnation. Finally, the karmic connection between the shadow and the main body was broken. At that time, it ran back and merged with the main body and became a main body that was not her original self. Okay, I figured it out. But why? Didn't Quarter Moon do so many things because he wanted to be resurrected? Yin Nuoxing asked again as she breathed out hot air from her nostrils. No. Zero shook his head. He can't be resurrected. At least he can't be resurrected directly. Every Empyrean god has his own unique Empyrean God's declaration. When the Empyrean god dies, the declaration will also become silent. Once the Empyrean god returns, when the declaration becomes effective again, they in the void will sense it and destroy him because he doesn't have enough power. Yin Nuoxing continued as the corners of her eyes twitched. Zero nodded. So Quarter Moon can't be resurrected, but it can be like this. He pointed at himself and Yin Nuoxing and continued, divide the Quarter Moon into two individuals and let them become lives that are not Quarter Moon. They will inherit his memories and finish his unfinished business. But the soul is a very mysterious thing. Yin Nuoxing was just about to ask something when Zero stretched out his hand to stop her. He coughed softly and said, even if we divide the two individuals like this, our souls won't change in any real sense. The two of us are still lives that were split from half of Quarter Moon's soul. Once we become Empyrean gods, the familiar soul waves will spread throughout the entire void. And then it's over. Yin Nuoxing nodded. Then she frowned. Isn't this back to square one? The meaning of the entire process is very simple. Do you really think it's meaningless to let a person who isn't you inherit everything that you own? Zero smiled faintly and shook his head. The original self can't be resurrected because it will be destroyed if it's resurrected. But it's meaningless if it's not done by yourself, so Yin Nuoxing seemed to understand something. She said, create a life that inherits all of your memories and make all the preparations. When the moment of failure comes, because you've already failed once, you'll be more prepared this time. Understand, Empyrean gods don't do things without meaning. Zero chuckled and nodded. Then he continued, "You're the main consciousness, and I'm the assistant. The samsara cycle is the proof of the main consciousness's identity. When you woke up in this era, you've already gone through 5 cycles. Starting from the 135th era, you've gone through 1 cycle for each era. The Tao fruit you left behind every cycle will always exist. In the 138th era, you've gone through 2 cycles, giving birth to the most unique individual. The 6th reincarnation of you is the one who inherits everything, the one who inherits Quarter Moon's life, the most unique existence of yourself." Yun Nuoxing shuddered. He and Feng Yueying had discussed the purpose of leaving behind the Tao fruit. The answer they came up with was that they wanted to break through to become Empyrean gods in their first lives. Now, they knew that in this first life, if Quarter Moon was considered as the first life, could it be that the latter wanted to take another step forward in becoming an Empyrean god? The power of an Empyrean god is not enough. More power is needed. Zero said faintly. Yun Nuoxing swallowed his saliva. He had also thought of this. Then he was a little confused. "Then what about you?" "I am the main consciousness." "Then I am the observer. Although I woke up early due to a mistake, I should have woken up in the early stages of the ancient era. I don't know why I woke up early, but the purpose of my birth will not change. You are the Quarter Moon on the surface, and I am the dark side. I am a shadow, secretly paving the path for you, so that you can become an Empyrean god. Then you can extract the 5 lives Tao fruit and take that higher step. As for what will happen after that, I am not sure." Saying this, Zero laughed bitterly. "I didn't expect that I would go crazy before I even finished paving the path for you. I am really the product of the other half of failure." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was a little embarrassed. He did not know what to say. However, after a while, Zero's expression became a little serious. He stared at Yun Nuoxing and said seriously, "That's not all. Right now, the crazy side of me, want to usurp your position. I am not willing to become an existence of the dark side, so I want to replace you. If everything goes according to the original plan, after you reach the initial god level, you will devour me and take over everything, and the crazy side of you wants to devour me instead, seize the position of the main consciousness, and restore your identity as Quarter Moon." Yun Nuoxing's voice was serious. Zero nodded.